Hello, travelers, and welcome to the Astro Carnival Pacific Prince Cup Tournament. I am one of your casters today, Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and with me here is, in fact, Sumi.
Yes, we are back once again. We started it off, and then we're going to finish off the last day together as well. What a fitting end to the cycle of tournaments we've been having.
Honestly, I am so excited to be wrapping up Group D today of the Pacific Prince Cup Tournament. You and I were both casting Atlantic together, and I remember how emotional it was getting to the end of that journey. Because, with so many stream days, I think it's nearly 10 days, just witnessing every single game being played in the top 32 and learning who gets knocked out of the tournament and who actually makes it to the finals in the live event later this year. It's honestly an emotional roller coaster to be witnessing, especially knowing some of these players a bit personally. So it's hard. You can't really root for anyone in particular, right? Because that would be caster bias. But it's it's always sad seeing people go home. It's always happy seeing people advance. But here is our regular season updated bracket for Group D.
Yeah, we've already gone through so much of Group D already, and the majority of the upper bracket has already finished. We're going to finish it off like just this stream, actually, in the first half. We're going to find out who between CJRS, Dio, and Seru will actually be promoting into the live event with an extra life. And then on the bottom, we have a lot of people in the lower bracket as well, fighting for their lives to advance.
Yeah, so up first, I believe it is going to be Dio versus Seru to go on to the winner's third round, and whoever loses will get knocked down to face against Kisa later. And then we're going to go back into the lower bracket and knock some players out, unfortunately, because only 2 can make it through to the live event later this year. 6 have to fall, and that is an unfortunate consequence when you're playing in a tournament.
Yeah, and like lower bracket round 2, Doom versus Deck Dog. I mean, I'm surprised Doom was knocked down. I think game 3 yesterday versus CJRS, dare I say it, if it wasn't for divine intervention, he probably should have won that game 3. So this is his chance to make the comeback like we saw Robot Wizard do over in Group A of the Prince Cup Atlantic. And Deck Dog as well has been a player to watch for. He's been bringing a lot of very innovative decks here that we haven't been seeing in a while.
Yeah, Deck Dog bringing that basically an iteration of Yula no Decay, but with Herald instead. Honestly, I guess it performs more like the Mona variation rather than Yulan, because you don't have that constant Hydro application. You just have Herald there as basically an anchor applying Hydro. I thought it was a very smart way of playing around Conwheel. Like, it's not the most efficient deck, but I think specifically in that matchup, it has a game plan. You know what you're supposed to be doing with it, and that's why it performed well, and that's why Deck Dog actually let Conwheel through. It was so interesting.
I mean, when you think about it, it's actually really smart from just a strategy overview. You're expecting every player to bring Conwheel, so you've got a good matchup into... Oh my god, 32% usage rate?
That makes sense. I mean, look, Mona has completely fallen off from 5th place from yesterday. Like, she was there in 5th place, and now Shenhe has emerged. So that is just testament to Liyue Armory taking the Pacific Prince Cup by storm in these last 2 groups. But Herald at 32.6% usage rate, basically indicating he's a replacement for Mona.
1 in every 3 games. That is where we see Herald, and considering how often he's been popping up here in the Prince Cup Pacific, not a very surprising statistic. What is, though, is Sayu. Not a very conventionally strong character, but there's just been so many decks that have been able to utilize her strength, being able to double dip into Wolf's Gravestone these days. It's like we're kind of returning into a 3.4 kind of meta, where just Gravestone gives you big number. Sayu is able to use big number better than other Gravestone characters. And so Sayu usage rate is now a pretty big number in and of itself, 22.8%, 1 in every 5 games.
I honestly think, another character that uses Wolf's Gravestone is Eula, and she's fallen out of popularity in exchange for Tongyun, who can also make use of it. I feel like the meta shift is more around that free swirl in managing those elemental auras
oh my God.
on your opponent and yourself. So wait.
95.1? What? That's crazy.
Okay. Kojo and I were trying to figure out, okay, can this hit 100%? I mean, statistically, that's impossible.
No, it can't. It's statistically impossible.
But 95%? That is way. I think it was 85% yesterday.
It was 82, I think. It was like 72, and then it was like 80 something, and then it was all the way up to 95. I think we could probably get it over to like a 96, 97, maybe even 98 if it gets continuously permabanned. But maybe with like Deck Dog's innovative Herald, Signora, Thunder Manifestation deck to really counter Conwhale, we might be seeing some players bring that in instead and not banning Conwhale and try to snipe that favorable matchup.
I'm really excited to see if more players are going to be referencing Deck Dog's idea there. Of course, I think Deck Dog being in the lower bracket was kind of forced to bring that out and show, like, it feels like a hidden trap card, right? But it worked really well for him, and now, just like the Atlantic Prince Cup, I am certain that some players might have learned its secrets after watching those matches just yesterday, and will be bringing them today to adapt. I think that is a great prediction. But Conwhale being at 95% ban rate this is like the first time we've had a proper pick ban deck, I think.
Well, technically it's not Conwhale 95%, that's just Whale in general. I mean, True. Whale was using other decks like the Kave deck, and Serpent was using another one as well. So it's actually closer to 92%, which is the Scorpion ban rate. Scorpion is the one card of Conwhale that's not used in any other decks.
True.
But this action card is not surprising at all.
Yeah, so Strategize... Yeah, it's nothing's really changed in any of these support cards here, but Strategize being first with 94% usage rate, that checks out. That was basically like yesterday as well.
Yeah, there was like a little bit in like 3.7 to 4.0 where Strategize fell off in favor of Treasure-Seeking Sealy, but with how the games have gone a lot faster these days, we don't actually have the time nor to proxy. The instant draw to allow us to continue our combo is just so much more valuable, especially if we consider how popular Treasure has been in the meta, just being able to get extra dice, extra healing, in comparison to having to like build up that draw over the course of your turn, even 2 turns, which is the typical proc rate of Sealy, is just much more valuable.
Yesterday we were even talking about, like the evolution within just the Pacific Prince Cup from, we're going to play Mausoleum, to, we're going to counter Mausoleum with, Liwit Wharf, and Strategize also can counter it. We're going to remove Sealy. And then it's like, people are countering it. I'm not going to bring Mausoleum anymore, and it's not really doing anything. And then people are suddenly bringing Sealy again in Liwit Armory, and it just comes full circle within the same patch. It's really interesting to think about, but I think Strategize is pretty good into Forbidden Knowledge because it's even number cards you draw.
Yeah, I mean, it is 2 draw, and then you have the 2 end phase, but you do need to wait for your opponent to play the Mausoleum first in order to activate it. Typically, you will just play at the start of your turn, though, just to give yourself more options. But I mean, Cavarina is 74%, not very surprising. 0 cost, 1 draw, super, super valuable. You can get it turn after turn as well. And Timaeus to search out your artifacts and get your free Gilded at 71%, not a surprise either.
Yeah, Leave It to Me being at nearly 76% is testament to how we're not playing around Judgment too much anymore. But here we go. We have our deck selection here. Dio the Underdog versus Seru the Mastermind. And lo and behold, Conwhale earning that 95% ban rate right off the bat. Both these players banning it. And I think we're just seeing very similar decks to yesterday. So it looks like it'll be the Liwit Armory deck there for Dio up against Seru's Sayu, what was it, Herald Claymore? Is that what we were calling it?
Herald Claymore, that sounds about right. I mean, it's Herald and you have 2 Claymores, so it's like he's got dual wielding it with his little hand blades, you know?
Dio also taking that same deck, and then Seru, instead of Liwit Armory, does have that double dragons with the Cryo Cube.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I was talking about with Staffa a little bit, where in Group D, or actually, this probably already started all the way in Group C, where it's both players handshake the Conwhale ban, and your remaining 2 decks is one of 4. You either run Double Dragon Magic, Herald Claymore, Liwit Armory, or Treasure Delivery, although Treasure Delivery has been falling sharply in popularity now that Herald Claymore has popped itself up at the end of Group C.
Yeah, it's true. So, I mean, this is open decklist conquest format, so, like, these players can only have 1 copy of their character in all of their decks. There's no repeating characters, and then, of course, if they win with the deck, they can no longer play it. And so you have to choose carefully what character you're going to put in what deck. And like you're saying, Treasure Delivery, which is that Kuki Kirara Herald deck, was pretty popular, especially at the end of Group C, I believe. But it did fall off in popularity as people opted for the more aggressive decks like that Sayu Claymore. But here is Dio's Liwit Armory deck.
And this is one of the decks contributing to the downfall of Treasure Delivery. This is Libra Armory. I mean, Moonpiercer plus Shenhe combo as old as time, is able to output so much pressure so fast, and of course running a bunch of draw options to find those weapons even faster. And the one interesting card I would like to point out here is the Sunyata Flower. That is a card that's been dropping sharply in popularity.
Yeah, so Sunyata was normally used alongside Jet and Hyper Magic to proc Jet, and players aren't really bringing Jet anymore. Jet is a little bit too slow, has gone through a bit too many adjustments, but yeah, I think we saw this yesterday. That one copy of Sunyata is so interesting. I know players are also bringing Tandoori, like a cheeky Tandoori.
I cheeky Tandoori in this deck. I mean, your deck does have a lot of draw. Libra Armory doesn't typically have a lot of that, so like the Tandoori's is sometimes hard to find, and then you don't always have a use for it. But just being able to break past a certain point threshold to snipe a character prematurely, I think is much more helpful than the Sunyata Flower, because they're both equally as hard to find, but I think being able to go past the breakpoint is much more valuable than just getting a slight bit extra reduction on your companions.
Yeah, here is Seru the Mastermind, Herald Claymore deck, and I know some players drop that Herald talent. I really like it in this deck. I feel like it really slows your opponent down, but this seems like a very standard list to me, at least.
I do agree with you. I think like if you are running Herald, you should at least run one copy of his talent. It's such a huge part of his kit and why he's so strong. If you're not running it, you're better off with Mana or some other Hydro character. Also running the Sayu talent, I know like when Herald Claymore popped up, people tended not to play it, mainly probably because Mausoleum was still very popular back then, and Sayu talent could just grief your hand a bit. But yeah, he's running double talent as more common after the downfall of Mausoleum. The one tech card I would say here would be the Parametric Transformer. That is the odd one out in this deck.
Oh, I didn't even catch that Parametric, but I mean, it's really interesting. There's also double Seed Dispensary here. So that will discount both the Luminstone and the Parametric, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Parametric is at a cost of the Arcane card. Typically, it would be the Ancient Courtyard in this deck, although some people have decided to run Judgment, but with like Hyper Magic kind of falling off, it's not as popular as an option.
Yeah, definitely true. But here is Geo's pre-match data. Average number of effective dice in the first 3 rounds being 18. That's pretty high, and it's not even like the maximum on the chart.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's not even like all the way the highest end. I wonder who is the lucky high roller that managed to max out the graph.
No, but this graph is actually so tiny. Average elemental burst 0.7, average normal attacks 0.3. This is the upper bracket, right?
Yes, this is the upper bracket.
Huh, I mean, here's Seru's pre-match data.
15 is on the lower end. Burst on the higher end. Average normal attack 3.5. Probably because the Double Dragon Magic, that is typically where we see the higher number of normal attacks. Average on 4 is standard, and strongest single strike is 7, which is actually on the higher end. The reason it looks so tiny is because Inzaghi really skewed the burst damage with a 40 damage Serpent Burst.
Yeah, but here we go. Dio the Underdog versus Seru the Mastermind. So, by the way, if you're not familiar, we are actually having Blessings of the Welcome Moon raffles over on our Astro Carnival YouTube channel. So, if you want to enter, this is your time. It has started for the next 3 minutes. If you head on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, you can type !, pick the player you want to win or you think is going to win, and your UID into that YouTube chat. And also, periodically, there will be a QR code appearing between these 2 players' profile pictures. Actually, there it is just now. So you scan it. It will send you to a feedback form where you can tell us your thoughts. If you want to let us know what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, if you really like these welcome raffles, make sure you head on over there and tell us. If you did it yesterday, do it again.
Yeah, let us know. I mean, more welcomes equals more good because, you know, welcomes give primos and gems let us pull, and we like pulling.
Yeah, we love pulling, especially on the Wagner weapon banner. I guess if you're playing Sayu, you don't have that weapon banner.
No, you don't. So Wagner will only search out a weapon if you're running at least 3 unique weapons in your deck. Tamaeus will search you an artifact if you just have 6 artifacts in general. So Wagner needs you to have a little bit more RNG in comparison, although actually both are kind of 1 in 3 for the artifact you want to pull. Assuming you're running 2 copies.
What weapon do you think Herald would use? If he
can't. Oh, if he used one? Probably like a sword of some kind. Like his arm blades are kind of short, right? Just slap some dull blades on there.
You don't think it'd be like a catalyst?
No, I don't think it'd be a catalyst because you can only use one catalyst. You can't really dual wield catalyst. What's the point?
No, he's like an abyss creature. It doesn't have a weapon, so like I mean, maybe
Yeah,
he
yeah,
could.
but he has two arms with like his arm blades, right? Like you can cast magic with both arms with one catalyst, but you can't swing one sword on both arms at the same time. You know what I mean?
I guess so. I don't know. I mean, like Riceley and Hazel just use their fists and go punch the air in their catalyst
Yeah, yeah,
moves.
but like
Anyway, Seru going for the leave and play actually played Countdown, and those three Omni are just gonna go to the ramp 8 strategy that is often deployed with this Herald. So
Harold Claymore is a deck that's all about setup. Like, you get the weapon on Sayu, you get a bunch of magic with Gilded, with Lyre Song, and with Timaeus, Golden House, whatever, and you start smacking. Although Zero is actually in a little bit of trouble here. His hand is too full. You need to empty it out to either 6 cards with Cavalryna not on Herald, or, because we played the Cavalryna, we empty it to
there we
5
go.
cards.
I think this is fine. So Seru putting the heart on the Herald, and that means he has to drop his hand to 5, or else he's gonna overdraw significantly. Playing that Golden House is the last card. Now there's just 2 seed dispensaries unused just hanging out.
If there's a Timaeus that gets popped up in somewhere, oh wait, no, this deck doesn't have Timaeus. If there's it doesn't run Wagner. No, it does run Timaeus. If Timaeus does pop up, you can go play for free because Seedbox now reduces 1 dice for companion card that is 2 dice or more.
Yeah. I mean, having a Wolf's Gravestone in Herald Town already for Seru is probably going to be pretty huge, especially Golden House already out. It's kind of showcasing the power of Countdown. It's a very new card that can just draw out everything you need in early rounds. It draws 4 cards, but it does cost 3 to play.
Yeah, that it does. Funnily enough, Countdown is an actually fairly recent innovation. We saw this at the tail end of Group C. People were really adverse to playing Countdown without any discard mechanics because it will actually reduce the amount of dice it takes every time you discard it. So, just players weren't really willing to play a 3 dice card for a draw 4. They much would have preferred like a Sealy or a Wharf, which is on paper more efficient. But Countdown is so good for ramp 8 turn 1 plays.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that's exactly what we're seeing here. Having a full hand of cards in round 1, when you are playing an aggressive deck like Sayu, it's too good, right? You're going to have all your resources going next round, basically. But Dio going for Seed Dispensary into Lumenstone draws a Senyata, and he's waiting. I actually wonder, okay, so it's not going to be Senyata Seed Dispensary. I was wondering if we're going to see that and then Opera for free, but
we could. It's all about what we're getting for our cards. I believe that is a Moon Piercer. We got a little bit lucky on that one.
Moon Piercer and an additional dice because that Lumenstone does proc. So this is going to be 2 actions from Shenhe. And Herald Survive is already going to be procced.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a free talent bait over on the side of Jiru. Libra Armory is an aggressive deck, right? It's all about momentum. You want to keep putting the gas on your opponent, you want to keep pressuring them, and if you have to deal with the tax from Herald's talent, it makes it so much harder to do that, because unlike most decks in the meta right now, Libra Armory doesn't have dice generation.
Yeah, it does not have dice generation. It does have value, though, which is kind of the same thing, kind of.
But when you have to pay more for it, it's not really the same.
True, but Seru having a Herald already with a revive proc on 4 health, this kind of tells me that Seru is either going to be forced to sacrifice Herald at this point or swap off. So there's not going to be any Hydro application unless Herald sacrifice. So what do you think Seru's going to do, Sumi?
Skill on Herald. If Dio swap stalls around to not kill the Herald and waste damage effectively and reapply the Curse of the Undercurrent when Herald falls, that's fine. Herald skill with talent or with revive popped does get a +1 Hydro damage infusion until he dies. He doesn't get it back if he gets egged, but it does 5 damage on skill right now. It's not something we talk about, but Herald by itself with revive popped actually does do a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. And I guess, if you go for Herald skill here, And Seru playing that boar princess tells me definitely going to be staying on Herald. Then Hydra will be on Shenhe, and so if Dio takes out Herald, it's gonna be free swap over to Sayu, and Seru will be able to spread that Hydra.
Yeah, I mean, if Dio decides to burst on Shenhe, Herald doesn't die, and Shenhe takes 5 damage, which is good for Seru. In Wells Greystone range, and then we'll take a lot of damage from swirls thereafter. If Shenhe decides to skill instead on Herald, that's also fine for Seru. We equip Wells Greystone, we pop all of our magic, we do big damage anyways. Or we can freeze and deny the burst for another round. So no matter what here, scaling on Herald is a win for Jirio.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And here is the Wagner. This is going to draw. I think that's a lithic spear. Yeah, I don't think that's what Dio wants. Maybe it's fine.
So the trick to telling you if it's Moonpiercer and Lithic Sphere is if the player's on the top side, you can look at how the cards are sticking out at the bottom. If the shaft is thicker, that will be a Lithic Sphere. If it's thinner, it'll be a Moonpiercer.
Yeah, the way I tell is so lithic spear kind of has a lighter golden color brown on the stick, and then Moonpiercer has a very dark brown. That's how I tell.
Okay, so we tell in different ways, but we're both correct.
Yes. But what do you think
there's a Master
is
Zhang
going
now.
to do here? Yeah, there is a Master Zhang, but I mean that lithic spear is already 0 cost even without the Master Zhang because of Wagner and Golden House. But I'm Dio's gonna go for the Shenhe burst. But then what?
We could just swap Xiao and skill. Because if we're gonna get Hydro applied onto us anyways, right? Burst is kind of inefficient at the moment. We want to get rid of Herald as soon as possible. We don't want to commit another skill. Because if that does happen, Jiru is perfectly happy in just skilling again, or just ramping for next turn, right? We have double Wolves Greystone in hand. Jiru can just equip both of them, and he's perfectly happy one way or another. So I think if we do want to do this, Herald is locked into the prepare skill. We can swap over onto the Xiao and just do a skill, and we can get that sweet 2 damage Cryo Swirl, and then come back into Shenhe later for the burst.
Honestly, having cryo application on Sayu is a really scary thing to think about because that's what's gonna lock down your Sayu. And I feel like this is why freeze is a reaction that's played so often in these past few patches because that lockdown is no joke. There's really no counterplay at the moment other than managing the Zaras.
There's a card next patch coming out though that can offer something to it, but it will still chunk out your characters to some extent. And it will be the Xiao play.
Oh, we're already going for the Xiao play. This quick swap onto Xiao with the Lithic Spear already equipped. Certainly, Gamblers is going to go down as well, but it will cost a hefty amount just to go for a skill.
That's true. I mean, we'll get some of the dice refunded thanks to that Gamblers, but very smart play as well, going for the fast swap. That way Hero doesn't get its second attack over onto Xiao and apply that cryo. So no freeze risk this turn for Dio, which means that Dio will be able to get off one more action on the Xiao, another skill in order to prepare for that burst. And Xiao burst is super, super scary. 5 damage is not something you want to eat.
Yeah, definitely not. Also, I'm just looking at the products of the Sunyata. I see Millicent Silver and Tubby.
Ooh, yeah, not what you want. Millicent Silver actually might not be that bad. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of the wrong card. No, it's the White Glove and the Fisherman that gives you the free extra damage. Nope. Millicent Silver gives you draw.
Yeah, it gives you draw, but you have to use 3 different types of elements, and right now it's only cryo and animal. So you would have to go over to Yelan to do anything, but there is Chongyun's skill. I think this makes a lot of sense. You don't have anything to swirl right now, and now you actually have Sayu set up to go for a swirl freeze.
Oh, and because Herald fell as well, we reapplied the curse to Endocrit, and now back at 2 stacks. Dio is going to have to deal with even more of his elemental skills or burst getting taxed, and coming into next turn as well, turn 3 is a huge turn for combo decks. Because that's typically when they have all their resources, that's when they're fully equipped, more or less, and that is when they could pop off.
Yeah, and there is the swap to Yelan. Again, nothing to swirl, but I do think Dio is going to try to play that Millicent Silver in his hand.
Could do it. Another thing as well is that Master Zhang is free right now, and if we get another weapon, that will allow us to just equip it for free at 0 dice.
Yeah, that was another skill, I think.
It was, yeah.
Frozen.
Ooh, not enough dice to go over on Sayu and skill anymore either. We only have 3 dice. We could commit some magic if we do want to get a free gilded equip and do a skill, but I think I would much prefer if Seiryu just equipped one of the Wolves' Gravestones instead. Does actually
I
have enough dice to equip both, but I don't think there's a reason to do that this turn.
Oh, I actually agree with you, but it does look like Seru is going to go for a magic play. I feel like, you want to save that swirl for next turn when you can freeze lock characters with it, because this is going to be cleansing a lot of elemental auras here. But Seru definitely
I
going to go for skill.
don't think we're going for it right now. Like, I think one skill isn't worth it because we'll cleanse the Hydra from Shenhe, and Shenhe is one of the bigger threats on our opponent's side of the field. I mean, all 3 characters are threats, but Shenhe is one of the bigger ones, especially with burst up. We do not want Dio to have that. The amplified cryo damage and physical as well is so massive. Not to mention it will apply cryo aura in the end phase for Xiao or Yelan to react off of. That's not a character you want to be running free.
This is not really ideal. Seru committing that liar song a bit too early, I think, and he's pausing right now because I think he realized his mistake. Because this isn't really going to help him going into next turn, even if it will do a lot of damage. Yeah.
I mean, we already committed the liar song, so we may as well play the Gilded. We could commit our Boar Princess as well and play the Gilded Dreams onto Sai, which will put us onto 5 dice, which will allow us to double equip Wolf's Gravestone.
Will it though?
It
Because
should.
well,
Gilded is 2 and replace Cavrita, right? That's another +1, puts us onto 5 dice. 1 is discounted for 2, Golden House wears off, and then we have 3 dice remaining.
Yeah,
The
no,
math could check out.
I was thinking Wolf's Gravestone to Sayu skill. That's not going to happen though, because
Oh wait, never mind. Gilded Dreams used the Golden House discount. We no longer have the dice for this.
yeah, exactly. But just gonna have to go for a skill with no Wolf's Gravestone. Honestly, I think this feels a bit bad. Wait!
Oh, no, we shouldn't commit that. That's bad. We shouldn't commit it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't think we should commit that. It will also get another skill, but like then what? Yelan's on 1 HP, and then Sai gets frozen next turn anyways. Right? And then Changyu's on 5. Oh, this deck doesn't run I haven't lost yet, so Xiao Burst isn't actually enough. I don't think it's worth.
This is so tragic, actually. It looks like Seru is gonna go for it, but the reason why I am thinking this is tragic is because, like you said, we're using all these resources right now, but there's really no way to do anything next turn. I feel like this is just going to make sure Dio has all the opportunities in the world, because Yelan is the active character. We'll be able to free Seryu's Sayu, right?
I think even so, this is not actually that bad for Seiryu. Because Chong has no aura, right? You freeze the Sayu, Chong comes in, and then what? I guess you can skill again on Yelan, but that's all your dice, and after that, Chongyun can combo off. We did use both our liar songs, though, so that is rather scary, but Chongyun is just 1 away from burst, so we should be able to take out 2 of Dio's characters, leaving it to just a 1v1 between probably Xiao versus Sayu and Chong. Chong at that point should be fairly healthy as well.
Yeah, I think that one thing I'm concerned about is Chongyun being at 5 health. There is no real way to heal him right now. So
we need skill on Yelan.
Yeah, well, okay, here's the other problem. So something going in Seryu's favor is actually the Curse of the Undercurrent that is under Yelan right now. So that means all of Dio's skills for the next 2 usages will cost 1 additional dice. And I think the Gamblers is already on Xiao. The other one has not been spotted yet. So Dio's going to have to work through that Curse of the Undercurrent.
Yeah. The thing is, though, the Gambler's reset for the extra Omni dice will only come into play if Dio is actually able to finish off one of Seiryu's characters. At the moment, though, that is looking extremely unlikely. I think Seiryu should play this slow, play this methodical. Right now, none of Dio's characters can actually do the 5 damage breakpoint to one-shot Chongyun. So as long as we slow swap over onto him, we can force Dio to waste all of his dice. And then after that, we are free to just equip our Wells Gravestones and go off.
Wagner, interesting. Draws the other Moon Piercer, and now both the King Squire and Wagner are free to use. There goes the King Squire onto Yelan, and there's Fresh Wind.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Fresh Wind is a huge momentum swing card because it lets you get a second action after taking down a character, and that is huge in a lot of situations.
That is very huge.
Right now, if Dio is careless, both of his characters are going to be put within one-shot range of Xiao for next turn, and as long as Dio is able to make use of that Fresh Wind of Freedom, it's a very easy cleanup from there. Seru needs to win this turn. Otherwise, next turn, it's just over. That Fresh Wind will do work.
The other thing, though, is that Dio does have Where's the Unseen Razor and the option to basically either re-equip Lithic Spear for extra shield points or Moon Piercer for extra discounts. And so I don't really know if Seru is in a winning position here.
More importantly as well, though, it's a free discount because there's the Rhythm of the Great Dream in there as well. The Unseen Razor will discount a 3-cost weapon, which both Unseen Razor, King Squire, and Lithic Spear are, for an additional 1 dice just 1 dice, sorry. And then the Rhythm of the Great Dream will reduce all equips by 1 dice. So it will be a free equip, so either an extra 3 shield or an extra action in most cases for Dio.
Yeah, I don't think Seru is ever in a winning position here, despite all the resources in his hand. Dio also having plenty of resources himself and the health across his characters to back it up.
Certainly very healthy. I think the fast swap was just used, so we are able to take care of Yelan immediately. I mean, we are kind of forced to because it's a fast swap, but just after that, what happens? If we take out Yelan, we don't have a Fresh One of our own, so it's not like we can immediately follow up on a takedown on Shenhe or Xiao, which will allow Dio to set up the Shenhe summon for next turn. And as soon as that comes down, I think it's as good as game over.
Well, I think Dio can actually win now. So the problem is that none of his characters without that Shenhe burst are going to do 5 damage to Chongyun.
No, not right now.
Yeah, I do believe that Xiao's skills normal attacks are, well, skill is 4. So there is that breakpoint. It's going to be 2 actions. But Dio has 2 actions with 2 normals.
Yeah, but so does Dio, right? You have 1 action because we just have the dice for it. And then we'll have another action following that because we have the extra discount from Unseen Razor plus Rhythm of the Great Dream.
Exactly. Like, Dio has those actions. So I don't see a way for Seru to get out of this at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think Seru has enough HP. I think we wasted too many resources last turn. We burnt too much magic before we were equipped. A huge part of this deck is getting the Wolf's Gravestone, because without it, you're basically just doing 3 damage skills. Even if you have the extra efficiency from the swirls, it's just not enough without the extra amplification from that weapon.
Yeah, and here is the Where's the Unseen Razor play, taking back that Moon Piercer, putting down the Rhythm of the Great Dream to make it 0 cost to equip. These discounts are what is going to win Dio this game. There is the re-equip of the Moon Piercer, and I mean, this should just be Shenhe Burst.
Should be. Yeah, I don't see why not.
No, it would be a skill. It would be a skill. That's why re-equip Moon Piercer if you're not going to skill.
It's a fair point. Oh, wait, Moon Piercer will be 2 dice skill, which puts us up to 5 dice. You can do another action on Xiao after this. Wait, and then we'll have the Gamblers reset after that with Fresh Wind. I think we just win here for Dio.
Yeah, there is really nothing that can be done here for Seru. There is no way to heal his characters. There's nothing. Sayu is frozen. I really feel like too many resources were spent last turn, not really accomplishing anything with them.
Yeah, I think we just burnt too much magic too early. I think now if we still had our Lyre Songs in hand, we do still swap to Sayu. I think this is a fine play regardless. But yeah, I was like, if we just had more dice, we could have potentially swapped style a little bit onto Sayu, leveraged whatever remaining HP we had on her, and forced Dio to use a little bit more dice early on. But because we did this now, we don't actually have the dice to finish the game, even if Dio doesn't have damage of his own.
Yeah, but here is the Moon Piercer, and this should be Fresh Wind of Freedom. There it is. And, I mean, what are we going to do here? Should just be a skill into a normal attack, right? There is the skill, Sayu Falls. Fresh Wind enabling Dio to act again. And it's really up to Dio to end it however he wants. Is he going to go for a flashy play? Yep, there is the burst. Chongyun falls, and Seru loses game 1. Dio, our winner.
I think just Seru made the mistake of going in too early. We see this a lot in Herald Claymore games where they lose. It's a very strong deck if you have all your parts ready. It's like the Noelle hyper carry decks back in the day, but like if you go in too early, you don't have the damage because you don't have the weapon. But if you go in too late, you've taken too much damage, and your opponent will be able to overwhelm you from there. So it's all about finding that timing.
Yeah, but I mean, before we move on with this discussion, we do have our first two raffle winners for the Blessings of the Vulcan Moon. If you see your UID below, congratulations, you've won a Welkin. And if you want to enter our next Welkin raffle, make sure you're heading over to Astro Carnival's YouTube channel where you can follow the instructions there by moderator. We'll also be reminding you as the next game starts how you can enter yourself. But yes, congratulations. I think that game... Yeah, Seru just overcommitted in turn 2, did not really accomplish much of anything, and it's kind of ironic because the Sayu Claymore deck is very aggressive in nature, so you would think like, oh, I'm doing damage faster, so that's good, right? But that's not always the case.
It does do a lot of damage, but like in Mew, you're actually reliant on your equips for that. I mean, say you did have all the artifacts where it had so much magic, so much dice going into turn 2, but critically, because he was not running the Ancient Courtyard, was not able to find an opportune time to equip the Wolf's Gravestone to make up for his damage deficiency, because this deck, the only reaction is Freeze and Swirl, neither of which do a lot of direct damage, like something like Vaporize, something like Electrocharge, something like Melt, right? So you are reliant on the Wolf to make up for that deficiency.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe this is an issue with the deck that was brought, you know, not having that Ancient Courtyard means you don't have that value. You can't really equip Wolf's Gravestone without paying an arm and a leg for it or having double Golden House. So, I don't know, maybe that's not the play. Maybe you really do need that Arcane, but here is our deck selection going into game 2. It looks like Seru is going to be playing that Double Dragons deck.
This is his comfort deck based on the statistics, like the 3.5 normal attacks every round. This is the deck that's doing that. Like Nufula equipped with Tulas is just such a menace. Even without it, is an absolute beast. Does so much damage with his Source Water droplets. And the Cryo Cube, the innovation that was brought out at the tail end of Group B, has been pulling its weight, being able to snipe characters with Cryo to allow Nuvolet to freeze them on opportune moments. It's just such a menace.
It really is such a menace, and it fell out of favor for that Liyue Armory deck, but Dio, having already won with that deck, is going to be playing that Sayu Claymore deck.
Yeah, I'm curious as how Dio will run their version of Herald Claymore. There's been tons of different variations on it. Some don't run Talons, some like the Courtyard, some don't. Seru running the Parametric Transformer, unfortunately didn't get to use it, and this will be the Ancient Courtyard version.
This will be an Ancient Courtyard version with a copy of Underwater Treasure Hunt, and I don't believe that Seru brought a copy of Treasure either, nor did he bring Ancient Courtyard. So I think historically this version of the deck has performed very well. So I do expect it to have an edge. Well, I guess it really depends on the matchup. So it sounds like it's Double Dragons.
This is a faster version of the Sayu Claymore deck. The Ancient Court lets you get an extra equip on for less dice because of the discount. So it would have let Seru combo off turn 2, but I actually prefer the Parametric Transformer version. I think if we were Seru, as long as we delayed our combo just that extra turn, we would have had the dice to equip the Wolf's Gravestone, and then we would have been able to better benefit from the extra dice provided to Parametric Transformer to go off even harder. This deck kind of like lets you have that turn 2 potential with that Quarter, reducing the cost for the Wolf's Gravestone. But I do think it has less damage overall and is less threatening just because it has less dice generation because we do not have the Parametric Transformer. Speaking of, though, double para.
Yes, speaking of the double Parametric Transformer for Seru's Double Dragons deck. And, I mean, nothing really stands out to me other than the double Parametric Double Seed Dispensary. Maybe, I think normally you bring 2 copies of Underwater Treasure Hunt.
Typically it is double Golden House, 1 seed, 1 para sometimes, and then you run either an extra Underwater Treasure Hunt, a Lotus Crisp, or a second Leave It to Me. This time though, Seru, because we are opting for that double Parametric Transformer, we are bringing an extra seed box as well, because now we have 2, 4, 6 cards that we can discount with it.
And we saw this last game too, so you putting down the double seed dispensary early on and just getting free Lumen Stones back to back. And I think that is the power of bringing double seed, but you have to utilize it well. You have to leverage it. And unfortunately, Seru was not in a great position to do that because, like we said before, he used up all of his resources turn 2. So maybe he's learned from his mistakes a bit. We'll have to see going into this game, but I do think that the Sayu Claymore deck should have an edge, right?
Sayu Claymore will actually be able to go in a lot faster, especially because we are running the Ancient Courtyard. We can get our equips a lot faster. Although Double Dragon Magic, if it's able to withstand that earlier pressure, will actually have more resources coming into turn 3 and turn 4 to actually combo off. Because like the double Ajna talent, the double Parametric Transformer, Nuvola himself is just more efficient with his damage. It's not reliant on equip, so it's more forgiving in that regard. But if Dio is able to leverage his early aggression, this could certainly swing in his direction.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see. We're going into game 2 here, and just a reminder, there is a raffle ongoing over on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, so make your way over there. It is started for the next 3 minutes. If you type ! Pick the player you want to win and your UID in chat in the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. You will be entered into that raffle. There will be 2 winners announced at the end of this game. Additionally, there should be a QR code flashing on your screen every so often on the left-hand side. So if you scan it, please come tell us how much you like our welcome raffles. Or, if there's anything else you want to say, if you like our casting, if you dislike our casting, if you want to see something else from our streams, just please let us know in that feedback form. And we would love to hear all of your comments. So thank you.
Yeah, be sure to let us know if you want us to improve anything. And please do say you like the Welkin raffles. I want more Welkin raffles. Hopefully I win some of them. I haven't actually
entered them. I was going to say, you haven't won them. I haven't entered them. I don't remember my UID.
I know there was a person who won, I think 2 or 3 times in a single stream, so I wish I was them.
Wow, I guess we wouldn't know who it is because
it was a member of the community, but I can't remember exactly who it was. I'm sure if I asked, I would find out. But what a lucky duckling you are!
But I mean, that could be you. So make your way over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel and follow the instructions. So you're starting on Cryocube, but Dio is starting on Chongyun instead of Herald. What do you think about this, Subi?
Oh, this is curious. I mean, Sayu is able to utilize the infusion as well, but typically it is the Herald start for... Oh, that's why. We don't have good cards to ramp. That explains a lot.
I mean, you have Lumenstone leaving, but...
Yeah, but, you're not going to play Treasure early, and, you're not going to play Gilded with no discount, so you can't even trigger the Lumenstone. And you're not playing Treasure early. You're going to flood your deck so much, you're not going to be able to find your draw or, your other setup cards. It's actually so grief if we play it turn 1.
Actually, this looks like the perfect dice to go for Chongyun skill, swap Sayu.
Yeah.
Sayu skill.
I think that's what Dio is going for. I think it's the best you can do with this situation. Fortunately, Dio actually rolled the dice to do that.
Yeah, I was.
If it wasn't for that,
if it wasn't for that, you gotta be forced to Lumenstone leave it, and that's awkward.
Okay, but it's not a terrible play. Lumenstone Libin is a fine turn 1 in combination with a skill. It's just not the best.
Seru, on the other hand, already deploying that Lieben, has the Golden House out there, has a Seed Dispensary, and I wonder if we're going to see something equipped here. Well, Heart of Caparina onto Cryocube, but the dice are a little bit awkward.
Yeah, if we just had one more dice, we can equip the Tula Tulas onto Nuvola, and it'd be so good. But Lieben proc turn 1 is just so important. We're not going to sacrifice it for that. That makes sense. I can agree with this.
Floating one, yeah.
One dice is going off into the void, but I think I can forgive Seru for this one. The Lieben proc is just much more important than the equip right now.
Wow. Okay, so Dio playing Lumenstone, early Treasure, Lieben, and is this going to be Herald Talent? It is. This is going to generate another dice from Lumenstone, and we have Quick Swap already.
We can also just end our turn at this point. Skill would feed 1 dice over to Lyman, but like I don't think it's worth at this point. Just go for the damage, go for the skill. I really dislike the treasure turn 1. I understand it's the only one in our decks. We don't want to tune it, but like I think skill swap skill was just better. Yes, I know you want to ramp to match the double dragon magic to make use out of our earlier aggression advantage, but I disagree heavily with playing the treasure. It will flood our deck so much with cards that are not draw and are not Timaeus. Our setup is going to be so much harder to get.
Yeah, I think a lot of this for Dio is going to depend on what the draws are with the Lieben and end of turn draw. So 4 cards could be the difference between breaking your entire hand and drawing into more card draw that can enable you to draw the rest of your deck and get your setup. But we're gonna have to see.
We've seen games won and lost off of 3 Forbidden Knowledge, and now there are 6 treasures in the deck. I mean, yes, we can play it to like actually give us dice and heal us, and we could just tune it as well. But that's not good.
Already.
Oh, that's so bad.
Dio actually ended up ramping 8 on Herald when you think about it, because he swapped to Herald at the end there and ended.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You're blind when you think about it.
Yeah. Okay, so when you think about it, ramping 8 is like going to a car dealership to buy a car and like. Okay, so let me put it into it. Let me do like one of my really poor analogies. If you are one place and you want to go somewhere like 10 kilometers away, ramping 8 is like walking 3 kilometers to go buy a car at a car dealership and then driving the rest of the 7 kilometers, which would just be faster than walking 8, the full 10. But like what Dio did was like walk 8 kilometers to buy a car and then drive the other 2. Like at that point, what's the point of it? It's just, you're faster walking at that point.
Chat, tell me if you understood that analogy that Sumi just made. I'll read your reactions later.
They call me the king of analogies.
So you're swapping over to Aishaha, and now Dio's turn to play. I mean, does have another Lumen Stone. It feels a bit bad to play it, maybe. Are
we even able to trigger this? No, we ramp 8. Hold on. Gravestone Timaeus treasure. Then we draw a second gravestone, we play that too. Genius. If we could top deck a gravestone off this Lumenstone, we're golden.
Genius, except for the fact that Seru swapped to Aishaha as Aishaha Talent and Free Gilded and Liar Song.
It's genius. We can sacrifice Herald, it's fine.
I guess Talent is already on, but there is the skill coming out of Dio's Herald.
Oh, well, there's the talent.
Yeah, there's the talent.
Oh, there's the absorb.
Not the right absorption, but I mean, any stack of absorption is going to be boosting that Aishaha burst damage. So, not a terrible thing.
More importantly, it's going to be giving Seru 1 extra dice to work with. What if we just go into Nuvla and combo off this turn? Like, we have Gilded Liar Song and Tulas. What if we just go turn 2 Nuvla and start skilling?
Honestly, depending on what Dio does here, I definitely think that could be an option. Dio's already expended a lot of his resources early, though those 2 Lumen Stones have not been procced yet. I think one treasure there would proc at least the first one. So, there's a swap to Sayu.
Ooh.
I think Dio is forced to swap stall a bit here.
Yeah, I'd like with the dice differential, you cannot let Seru just have his way with 11 dice. You do need a swap stall and force him to like consider what you can do for a little bit longer. That way he has less effective dice to use. Because like if you go Nuvla fully equipped turn 2 with 9 dice to spare, like you're just asking to get a whopping.
Yeah, Dio playing that treasure, proccing the first Lumen Stone, drawing out Sayu Talent, which would be great if there was something to swirl here, but there's not, and it's going to be a swap over to Chongyun.
I mean, we do have enough dice to do a skill, but that kind of feels wasted. If we should probably consider the chances to equip Gravestone in this situation. Last game, that was what really did us in. If we just had the Gravestone, we would have 100% had the damage. And just, it's sitting there. We have 3 dice for it. Just go for it.
On Seryu's side, I feel like Seryu could go for a normal on Cryocute to use those 2 Hydro and then burst. I'm not sure if that's what you want to do. Well, but it might be what happens, because that is the normal attack.
Cryo on both Sayu and Chongyun, those are Dio's 2 carries. And, like, I mean, this allows new Flood Chain Freeze. Oh, and Haja's has Hydro Absorption as well. He can freeze as well. Ooh.
Yeah, there is the Gravestone equipped onto Sayu, proccing the second Lumen Stone, and we're going to use the Omni generated to swap over to Herald. This is certainly Dio's turn over.
Equip. Swap Ajda equip. Swap that. There's no reason to burst. Herald doesn't matter. Applying Cryo on Herald like actually just does not matter. Swap Ajda, equip Tula Tula as we profit.
I believe in the burst.
Come on, give him the weapon. Give him the shiny little bell thingy. Newblood's done a lot of work for Fontaine. Like 400 years, he probably doesn't get paid that much. Just give him something. This is like his end of year bonus or something.
I believe in the Cryocube burst. I believe in the freeze lockdown next turn.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the Tula Tula on Nouvelette, and there's 1 dice left. I wonder if Seryu's gonna float it or choose to swap over.
Floating it on cube is fine. I think that is the Hadakavarina over on it, so we would get an extra draw. And the Hydro Aura on cube right now kind of doesn't matter. The freeze threat on cube is not big of a deal. So I'm going to Ajda is also fine because we already have Hydro and we're expecting Dio to just do a Herald skill or a swap or something. And getting that over onto Ajda is fine as well because we do top deck our second talent. We can still play it while he's frozen. It will still generate his dice.
It will be an end on Cryocube. I mean, so unless Seryu goes for the Cryocube burst next turn, he does have turn Cryo going into this round 3. So I don't know if the Heart of Cavarina is actually going to proc. We're gonna have to see how Seryu chooses to play out this next round.
Yeah, I think Seru still has the advantage. Now you can use the. Would have wanted Hydro and Geo this round though, but yeah. I think Seru is at an advantage right now. We have more or less the same amount of equips as Dio, but because we actually have healing in our deck through the treasure and also through Nouvelette's self-healing, the longer the game goes, the more advantageous it will be for us.
Those dice, though, not really working in Seryu's favor. Does have Cryo to go for the burst, but those Electro are not what you want to be seeing here if you're Seryu.
Oh, most definitely not. Swap Ajda here is fine. Like, we really would like Geo plus, or actually just like Geo in general this turn. I think, like, typically the Double Dragon Magic deck, after we equip Nouvelette with 2 Tulas or whatever, we combo off on Ajda first, because he's the one that lowers the opponent's HP, and the burst is threatening as well. Nouvelette is kind of like your sweeper at the end. He cleans up whatever Ajda made a mess of.
But the Cryocube burst has been deployed. It is not a swap to Asaha, unfortunately. So now Dio's characters all have that Cryo Aura on them. And this is what you want if you're Seryu. This is what you want to leverage. You really want the Nouvelette equipped with Tula Tulas and either Veterans or Gilded to just wreak havoc and freeze chain all of Dio's characters, but Dio is going to be figuring out what to do here. Looks like Boar Princess into Liar Song.
Oof. Live in Timaeus. Not what you want right now.
That is not what you want right now, but that is what Dio got, unfortunately.
Would have really liked a Golden House or Rhythm of the Great Dream to re-equip that Gilded for free. I mean, it is still +1 dice overall, so it's not bad. Would have really liked the extra discount. Extra dice is really nice. Oh, okay.
Ooh, playing the other Timaeus. This is interesting. Draws that Heart of Cavarina. And, I mean, there's no other reason to play it. You want that card draw.
Ooh. Oh, I was worried for a second. I thought Seru had too many cards, was going to overdraw the parametric. Got worried for a second. Everything is fine, though.
I mean, Seryu is definitely going to have to play out his hand a bit so he doesn't overdraw, because if you draw over 10 cards, you are going to start burning. But this should be a swap onto Ashtaha, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, no reason not to swap over onto Asia. We have the Gilded in hand right now for free, so we could just equip it over onto him and do a skill on the Herald, get ourselves a nice Cryo Absorb. Not that it matters, the other two characters already have Cryo or on them, but it would still be a pretty nice build towards the Burst as well. We just don't want to go over to New Follette, and stay on Cryo Cube feels kind of like a waste.
Yeah, there's the parametric from Seru. Seru taking his time to think about what to do here. That timer is ticking down. I mean, at this point in the game, you have to consider how high the stakes are for these players.
The
600
unfortunate thing, though,
USD on the line.
is that Herald follow-up attack doesn't actually give a stack to Parametric Transformer, and because we played it late, we don't actually get to benefit from our own attack earlier from the Cryo Cube burst. So we're reliant on Dio to pop it for us this turn at an opportune moment where we actually still have the dice to benefit from it. Because like if Dio just swap stalls here, he can actually activate the Parametric Transformer after Zero has ended turn. And that's just like 3 dice down the drain.
Well, I think Seru has plenty of magic to sustain throughout this turn, and honestly, Seru might just go for A-Shot talent. Yeah, Borg Princess most likely into A-Shot talent, just waiting for Dio to use more actions, basically.
Mm-hmm. Our priority right now for Seru is to even out the dice. 3 to 7 is not going to look good. Out of Town will help close that gap a little bit, and our Gilded Dreams in hand will close that even further. And if we get Parametric Transformer, it'll even put us slightly ahead.
Though that Curse of the Undercurrent will be procced. If Dio goes for that burst on Herald, that could be a problem. And also, taking down Herald will proc that Revive and that Curse of the Undercurrent. So either way, these skills are going to start costing 4 dice instead of 3, but there is the Age-to-Hot talent using up the last of that pesky Electro dice.
Depending on how Dio plays this with the Herald Burst and Herald Revive, you can force Ziryu to play around like 4 to 6 stacks of Curse the Undercurrent, and that is a real pain.
It is a real pain, but I don't know. Do you go for the burst here? Do you actually? I feel like
I would consider it, like, genuinely.
Yeah, there it is. There's no real merit to swapping off of Herald here because Aishah does have that Hydro Absorption and can just go for a freeze. So Dio going for that burst on Herald, bringing Seru's Aishah down to 3.
Seru, I hope you enjoy playing through a minimum of 4 Curse the Undercurrents. Have fun.
I mean, actually, though.
Like, it is, you need to spend minimum plus 4 extra dice this game. It's probably closer to 5 extra dice, and if Dio plays it right, it could actually go as high as 6, but that's unlikely.
So Seru using up the last of that War Princess stack, there is the Crystallize to absorb that Cryo, proccing Herald's Revive, still has that free Gilded in hand, by the way, and there's the second Parametric. This one is going up to 2 stacks. I actually think Seru is going to have a bit of a pop-off round right now.
Yeah, I mean, Dio has 2 actions left in the tank. There's still the Gilded in there, and there's the Boar Princess as well, so we can get 2 extra actions off if we are Dio. But after that, though, it is Ziryu's playground. Yes, we do still have to Curse the Undercurrent, but New Follette will get discounts as well from the Tula Tulas.
I think the problem that Dio is going to be facing is, so Dio could quick swap over to Sayu and take out Aishtaha, but then that's just a free swap onto Nouvelette, and at that point, Nouvelette will be freezing Sayu because that Cryo aura is very threatening on Dio's side of the board.
Yeah, the problem for Dio, though, is that, like, realistically, he can't swap into Sayu or Changyun as long as Zeri still has dice. Because it's just a fast swap Nouvelette's skill. I mean, we know Zeri doesn't actually have the fast swap, but it's a threat that Dio needs to be aware of. Just a fast swap skill over onto either of his characters will effectively take them out of the round, and that's just one less threat to be aware of. And especially because they both have Hydro Aura, Nouvelette could just chain freeze Dio's carries, and then after that, Zeri can just do whatever he wants from there.
The leave-in coming down, and that Glit is going on to Tongyun. I don't know. You'd have to quick swap here. Maybe not. You could slow swap.
If you slow swap and expect Ziryu to swap over into Nuvla, that's Cryo Aura, which is actually quite big. Because you'll either force Ziryu to tank a hit on Sayu onto the new Valette, and then his other two characters are frozen, or you risk Sayu getting a Hydro Swirl over into Nuvla and just freezing him instead. Slow swap's not a terrible idea.
But there is the quick swap. This should be over onto Chongyun. There is the Gambler's Equip on top of the Gilded. And I mean, a skill will take out Aishtaha because the freeze will do an additional point of damage. And phase 3, there goes Aishtaha, not able to use that cryo absorption. And Dio has one more action.
We put the gamblers. We put the gamblers on Chung, but parametric pops. Oh, we have a second parametric as well. I think we should. Oh, we have Gilded as well.
I don't think we parametric. So there is the skill.
I agree with you on this one. Like, with the Curse of the Undercurrent, there wasn't actually a way to guarantee the parametric proc. We would have had to spend too much dice, and also are somewhat reliant as well on Dio hitting us back. Smart not to play it, though. We still have plenty of dice to work with. But we have another Liar Song there, and Gamblers as well.
So this is going to be really painful for Dio, because a follow-up from Nouvelette at the moment will deal 4 damage, I believe.
Yep.
From that prepared normal. And so both Herald and Chongyun are at 4 health. And with the Gambler's Equip, this could be really dangerous for Dio.
So, if we equip the Gamblers, it's just like, can we guarantee enough dice for the Elemental Burst? And by the looks of it, yes. Because Elemental Burst does 1 piercing damage. If we go over onto Chongyun, he dies. If we go over onto the Sayu and tank the hit, she will be on 1 HP, and then if we swap off after that, the Elemental Burst with the 1 piercing damage on all of our standby characters will be enough to take her out and grant us that Gambler's Reset, and will also clear the Curse of the Undercurrent to allow us to NA again with the Tule Tule's Empowered Normal attack to do 6 damage.
I think you're right. Dio going for the strategize here just to see what he gets. He did play that early treasure, right? But no treasures popping up after the first one. Draws a Golden Troop and Countdown, and I don't know what you do from here if you're Dio.
There's not much we can do. If we stay on Herald, we give a Gambler's Reset. If we swap Chongyun, we give a Gambler's Reset. If we go onto Sayu, we give a Gambler's Reset. So no matter what, Seru is getting that Gambler's Reset.
And there is the Gambler's Reset. Where do you go now if you're Dio?
Oh wait, and Tule Tule still has 1 more discount, meaning Burst and Normal is like still 2 dice. I think staying on the Herald was the best play Dio had there because it will reapply the Curse of the Undercurrent, giving Seru less dice to work with. But it doesn't matter because the Tule Tule still has 1 more discount left in the tank, which is just barely enough to finish the game. Especially
with that Cryo Cube summon there to eat up any last living life on Dio's side. But here is the first from Nouvelette, generating more Asaurus Water droplets, which will allow Seru to go for those prepared normals, and already we're deploying them. Chongyun falls, and now Sayu is going to be falling here. Exactly 5 damage from this follow-up. There it is. Sayu's down, and Seru takes game 2.
Oh, the sad thing is, if Dio just had a little bit more HP, Sayu still had 1 turn of Frostfield left. And both characters had Hydro Aura. If Dio was just able to live 1 extra turn, Sayu could have normal tech twice, just frozen both of Seru's characters, and then with whatever remaining magic we have left, we could have potentially won the game with the help of the Wells Gravestone, but it was just not to be.
Yeah, but I mean, before we go on with our conversation, here are our raffle winners below. So if you see your UID here, congratulations, you won a Blessing of the Welkin Moon. If you would like to enter our next raffle, make your way over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, and there will be instructions on how to enter the next raffle shortly, but it will start with the next game. We are going on to game 3, which means more Welkin raffles for you guys, so stay tuned. But I do think that Seru learned his lesson after that first game, over-committing in round 2. But going into game 2, I think he played the opposite. I think he really slowed it down and thought about what he needed to do and stalled out until he confident that he could go in on Nouvelette, and that's what he did. He won the game, so...
Especially when you're playing in combo mirrors like these, it's all about who you can consolidate their resources first. In this case, it was Seru. He played it slow, waited until he had all the pieces come together, and then went in at just the perfect moment, had the perfect dice and the perfect cards to claim the game. Whereas last game, he rushed it a little bit, forced the combo a little bit early. Because of that, we didn't have all of our pieces, we didn't have all of our equips. Because of that, our damage fell short, and we lost the game. Although, on the other hand, Dio's turn 1 and 2 were rather unfortunate.
They were rather unfortunate, I do agree, especially playing that early treasure. I know that we pointed that out and didn't really agree with it. Ironically, I don't know how much it came up because only one treasure was drawn. We didn't see any other treasure, which means it was shuffled more into the bottom of his deck, which is beneficial, I think, because if you play early treasure, you don't want to be drawing it early. You don't want to be playing it early in the first place, but it was fine, I guess.
I think the order of it, the one treasure replaced either Timaeus or a Libin, and that could have actually mattered because it was a turn 2 Timaeus or Libin. So it could have impacted the game, but I do not think it would have changed it to the degree that Dio could have. Actually, with how close the game was, maybe. I think it was like a low impact, though. Minor impact.
A minor Genshin impact. Anyway, so we are going to be going on to a game 3, and I mean, judging by these first 2 games, who do you think is going to win? In fact, here's our deck selection now, so you can see the matchup. It is a mirror matchup, both these players only having the Sayu Claymore deck left to go. So, what do you think?
I think it will really depend on the turn 1 draws. I've seen many Akama decks get completely screwed over because they didn't have enough ramp turn 1. So first, both players need to have a good turn 1 in order to consolidate resources. And then after that, it will all depend on how the players play. Dio should play to his aggression advantage. He has the ancient coordinates, so he can equip the Wells Greystone and get his guild to get his combo down faster. Whereas Seru needs to play similar to game 2. We need to wait, consolidate our resources, and equip our characters slowly while we wait for Dio to exhaust all of his dice.
Yeah, I mean, in a mirror matchup, it's really hard to say who's gonna win. I think a lot of it is going to depend on who is going first as well, and how the cards and dice lay. But I just want to give a reminder about these players' histories. So, Dio qualified to the top 32 of the Pacific Prince Cup through the Serious Showdown, took 4th place in the Asia Cat Sales Gathering 2024 Season 1, and was top 16 in Asia Cat Sales Gathering Season 2, Season 4, and Season 5. Meanwhile, Seru does not have any tournament records to my knowledge, placing in the Serious Showdown, but otherwise, there's no official records.
Ooh, bit of an unknown then. I mean,
Yeah.
I think unknowns are always interesting because we have players like, I think Deck Dog doesn't have much to his record, and then he brings out this crazy deck that stomps Conwhale, and it's like, oh my god, it's the best deck in the game. So like having unknowns pop up like this has that potential where they bring in something crazy, especially when they're in the lower bracket. Well, we're not in the lower bracket yet, but if they do get knocked down to the lower bracket, backs against the wall, that's where they bring up the crazy sauce.
Yeah, I mean, so just because someone doesn't have tournament history in the past does not mean they're not a contender to make it through. Both these players are in the upper bracket for a reason, having very good showings, and it's really anyone's game. We're going to a 3rd game, which means both players have taken 1 against each other. And while previous tournament history does help you identify who is probably favored, who's a consistent player to constantly be making these high placements to make it out of the groups, it doesn't make it set in stone, right? You can always have underdog wins, but yeah, just in case you need a refresher, these 2 decks are here. It is a mirror matchup, this Herald Claymore deck. I'm calling it Herald Claymore because, I mean, 2 Claymore users and Herald.
Yeah. Also called Hydro Claymore by some, because fun fact, still don't have one of those, by the way. It's like year 3 and we're still waiting.
Wait, you're right.
I think we have an element plus weapon for every other thing in the game except for a Hydro Claymore.
But anyway, we are going into game 3 here, Dio the underdog versus Seru the mastermind, and a raffle on the Astro Carnival YouTube. has started. So make your way on over to the Ask Carnival YouTube, type exclamation mark, pick the player you want to win or you're personally rooting for, and your UID in that YouTube channel chat. So good luck, have fun. We will be announcing 2 winners at the end here, as well as there is a QR code that will be flashing periodically on your screen. Make sure you're scanning that. It will send you to a feedback form. You can tell us what you think of everything we're doing here, what you like and what you dislike. We definitely appreciate that feedback.
Just please let them know for more raffles. I need my Sweet Sweet Welkins. I haven't won any, but I mean, there has been a person who's won 3 in a single stream, so hoping that's me next time.
Good luck, Sumi.
I'll need it.
Good luck to you specifically, Sumi.
Yes.
Good luck to our audience as well.
Regardless of whether or not you win a raffle, though, we do hope you enjoy the stream regardless. And if there's anything you wish for us to do instead, be sure to let us know so you can have even more fun on stream.
Yeah, as well as leaving feedback in the QR codes, I know a lot of us definitely go through the comments on YouTube and the chat history on Twitch and etc. So definitely appreciate seeing all the feedback there. So thank you for your kind words. People have been very kind about what we do here, and it's always great to see. But here we go. The game is beginning. Seru and Dio both starting on Herald. This is the classic start, the ramp 8 strat.
Dio actually has a chance to brick if Countdown doesn't pull him something good. Like, there's no Timaeus, no Libed in hand right now, so if Countdown doesn't pull any of that, Dio could have a game 2 situation where there's just no ramp, and then he just gets out-resourced by Seru.
Seru playing his own Countdown into Timaeus, into Lieben, going to catch those 3 Omni in the first Lieben. The second Lieben is just to make sure he's not going to overdraw going to next round.
Yeah, we don't want any of our very precious cards to get tuned away, especially now in patch 4.7. Like, all of our cards are high value. We do not want... Oh, that's a problem.
Okay. So...
Strat?
Yeah,
we have strat.
We have two strat.
Oh.
Okay.
We have another one. We have another one.
We have another strat.
And 3-0... Oh, wait, if it draws his Libin, we might actually be in trouble.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So you strat? Play
right?
Strat.
Right.
Play strat?
Right.
Strat.
Right.
Yes. Right.
Yes. Right.
There it is. Yes.
Right.
There's Libin. Okay. Don't play the treasure. Don't play the treasure. So
we need to get rid of 4 cards. Libin, 3 artifacts. That's 4. It puts us to 6. Libin.
Wait. Okay. Wait.
No.
This is so.
No, but if we put Golden Troop on Herald, we overdraw. But if we put Golden Troop on Herald, we don't benefit. But we put Cavalrino, we overdraw. Oh, so bad.
This is so sad. So Golden Troop, that 0 cost artifact, if you're unfamiliar, it will give you a discount on your elemental skill going to the next round. Like, it basically stacks up with each round, but it has to go on an inactive character. So if you put it on Herald is currently the active character, and it won't gain stacks. It will not be discounting Herald's skill going into next round. You won't build those stacks up. What?
Oh, this is actually... Oh, no, we played the treasure? No! Not like Theo.
If you play the Heart of Karina and put the Golden Troop on someone else who would benefit from it, then you would overdraw if you played Lieben. So, I mean, I guess this is why Dio is going for this. It could be that Herald talent playing the early treasure, and now we won't overdraw. There is the Golden Troop onto Sayu, and yeah, it's a bit unfortunate.
We might not overdraw, but we're going to get out-resourced so hard by Seru. It's not even close. Look at this ramp difference. It's not even a competition.
And Seru drew the Golden Troop late, so... But yeah, that is very unfortunate, and these are the kinds of things that will give you an edge when you're playing a mirror matchup. Because, the matchup isn't... Like, you're not dealing with 2 different archetypes of decks, right? You're just...
No.
You have the same exact characters, same exact game plan, but you have to change it because it's a mirror.
Yeah, like, in mirrors, you'd have to play some different lines than you would normally, and I think just what Dio did was not right. Like, the early treasure in favor of Libin, I do not think was ever the correct play. I would have much rather Dio either just not gain the extra dice from the Golden Troop and play it on Herald so we don't overdraw, or just gamble on the overdraw and like, hey, maybe we draw something we don't need. and just play from there. But I think sacrificing our ramp like that just for one card is not worth it. Like either one card or one dice, and then we sacrifice like 2 cards for the treasure and the additional dice for the Herald talent is just there's no way that's correct.
There is Seru's parametric transformer. I think Seru is planning on having a pretty big turn this round, playing it early, anticipating it's going to get procced, like giving 3 more elemental dice. So Dio's gonna have to play around that. How though?
I don't think there's a way to. I mean, we have Golden House double guild double Lyre Song with the 3-stack Tomei, so we're gonna get an additional 4 dice this turn. Oh, and the Golden True Boar Princess, so like an additional 5 dice. We criticized in game 1 that Zero went in too early before he got all of his equips together, but like looking at the dice difference this round, the ramp difference between Dio and Seru, I think just going in now is the play. I think it's the correct play. Like, what could possibly go wrong?
Pulling back the Heart of Caverna with that Lyre Song from Herald. We're going to re-equip it on Herald, and I think the plan is Lieben Rock Lumenstone. Interesting.
If we pulled the second live one, we could have ramped 8 turn 2.
True, but there is the elemental skill, that parametric transformer on Seru's side, slowly ticking up in counters.
Heralds finished hitting each other. Here, though, does Seru swap over onto Sayu and just do the skill? And I don't think Dio's staying on Herald. But then if Dio swaps off, we don't get the swirl, and that's not the best, not amazing. But if we stay on Herald, our other characters don't take damage. Oh, we're just going in. All right, I can agree with this. Yeah, go for it.
There is the swap to Sayu. Yeah, we are just going in. This definitely implies that Seru wants to go for that Sayu talent swirl. But, Dio is going to have to respond by swapping off Herald himself.
Yeah, I mean, swapping off Herald is fine here. There's nothing wrong with it. We will also have 3 dice to feed over onto Live, and we could do an additional swap after that as well by playing the treasure, and we would still have 3 dice to stack over onto Libin. So swapping here is perfectly fine. We can even swap stall twice if we so desired. But I don't think there's any way we just sit on a character and just risk the fact that Zero still has magic to work with. Oh, what if we just ramp more? Hold on.
What if we just swap stall the rest of our dice? Yep. Swap on to Chongyun, swap on to Herald. Seru probably going to swap back on to Sayu.
Yep. I love swap stall. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Seru right here is threatening that swirl onto Herald with that Hydro application. And Dio, every time Seru goes to Sayu, is forced to swap off. And then when Dio swaps off, Seru simply goes back to Herald because, well, it's time to reapply Hydro. And basically, the players are dancing around, waiting for the other person to be out of dice, no more swap stalling, and then they'll try and do something.
But little does Dio know, Zero has like 5 dice in the back pocket plus parametric transformer, so this is not a winning battle for him, and he can no longer trigger Live and putting him at an even further dice disparity.
Yeah, I mean, so Dio does have the 1-cost gilded from that Lyre Song and has a treasure in hand. So Dio might actually play treasure and then equip the gilded just to swap stall some more.
Oh, that feels so bad.
Ooh, Golden House.
If this is to play treasure and then gilded to trigger Liben, it won't work. Oh wait, we can now play treasure, and as long as we don't roll Hydro, nope, it's more swap stall. Okay. Love to see it.
So, why doesn't Seru just go Chongyun at this point? Because I feel like this is a bit of a waste of a turn for Seru. Yeah,
I agree. I think if Seru just went over on, I think it's the greed the Sayu talent. If we can get a swirl on the Sayu talent, it lets us draw so many more cards. But yeah, I agree with you at this point. Like I think as soon as Dio started the swap stall, we should have went over onto the Chongyun, and then we would have been able to combo from there. But also, I guess part of it as well is to avoid the Herald talent for just a little bit longer. We do not want to be dealing with the extra dice from the Curse, the Undercurrent. But at this point, we've wasted like 5 dice from swap stalling. We should have just went over onto Chongyun. We would have been able to get like 9 damage with the dice we used to swap stall, and it's just not worth it.
Seru is kind of at a crossroads here because he could commit some magic to actually proc that parametric and go for an action here. But if he doesn't, could be a bit unfortunate. That golden troop on Sayu definitely won't do anything. So this tells me that it might be a boar princess into Gilded.
Yeah, it'll also trigger the parametric transformer as well. Give us enough dice to scale after that again. Well, like, we just wasted 5 dice from swap stalling. Yeah, Dio wasted a Gilded and a Lyre Song as well, but I think, like, we were the one with the dice advantage. We should have pushed that advantage. We've kind of more or less evened it up now because we spent so much of it just going between 2 characters and doing effectively nothing.
But there is Sayu's talents. This is going to do a whole lot of nothing, unfortunately.
Like, if we were going to skill on Sayu anyways, why don't we do it before? Right? We still had 5 dice. We could have just done it then. It would have just done the same thing. Why go now instead of earlier? That's my problem with what Seru did. I like we just wasted 5 dice for nothing.
Yeah, I do think, Seru didn't. I'm really not sure. So I think Seru is having similar problems that he had game 1, where he overcommitted in that round on Sayu, but it wasn't for his benefit. In this case, he swap stalled a bunch, waiting for a moment to go in, and chose a moment that was way too late, and is now overcommitting again.
I think we need to commit to either 2 lines. 1, we instantly swap over onto Sayu and then play all of our magic and do our skill. 2, we just commit to the swap stall and end our turn at first to get that turn priority, and then we continue our combo from here. This is the worst of both worlds. We waste 5 dice, and we also commit all our magic for very little gain.
Oh, the treasure. More swap stalling from Dio. At the very least, I think Seru can end here and pass those 3 dice to Lieben.
Yes,
and
please don't
basically play for next turn.
Yes, absolutely. We should not skill again. It is a complete waste of our dice.
This is definitely just an end. Yes, there's the end. And Seru does have turn prior going into next round. But I think Dio played this very well, I think.
Yeah, I think Dio did an excellent job forcing Seru to spend extra dice, but also part of the blame for that falls on Zero for letting Dio get away with that. If we were always going to Sayu skill, we could have done it earlier, and we would have been able to pressure Dio more by just getting off more damage. We've wasted effectively like 12 or 6 damage because we just didn't skill earlier, and maybe those 6 dice is what wins or loses us the game.
When you're playing aggressively, or when you're playing aggro deck like this, you want to play aggressively, but you have to do it in a smart way. So, I mean, Seru swap stalling is definitely an important strategy, but you have to know when to go in as well. You have to know when to call it quits. Because I don't think Seru committing at the end there was to his benefit.
Yeah. I do not think that was the play. I do not think it was the best decision Seru could have made. And while this turn we do still have a dice advantage, and we are still a damage advantage as well, Dio did a great job at closing the gap last round because we kind of just let him waste our dice. And then now with the treasures, Dio just drew 2 of them. We can even out the HP advantage that Seru still has. And it will also even out the dice disparity we have as well a little bit. And like the longer the game goes, the worse it'll be for Seru, who was at an advantage, and the better it will be for Dio, because it will give him more time to close the gap.
Yeah, I mean, Dio not really spending nearly as many resources as Seru did, will be able to stack his own resources and go for some interesting plays. But Seru does have that Herald talent in hand. We could see it equipped here. Still hasn't committed the 2 Lyre songs. Has Gilded, has Golden House, has Steed Dispensary. Hasn't drawn Wolf's Gravestone yet, notably. None of these players have. So I think it's still anyone's game. It's just Seru definitely did not do himself any favors last round.
Yes. I think like the big thing though is that neither player has that very critical weapon equipped right now. If like either one of them had it, they would have been at a significant disadvantage. Without it, both Sayu and Chongyun don't actually hit that hard because they don't have big elemental reactions to go buff up their damage, like something like Pyro Station or for 2E's on, or actually for 2E's on the weapon reliant, like a Fire Station or like an Ayamiya style deck, where the big part of that deck and big part of the game plan, a lot of their damage comes off from the reaction, and this deck is just raw base damage being amplified with the weapon.
Dio not really drawing what he needs either. I feel like both these players are searching for that Wolf's Gravestone, because that is what is going to be a game changer. But I guess both of them have bottom decked it, but there is Herald's skill. Firestone still ready to go.
Oh, Revive being popped here. Wow. And the reason Dio's Herald still has 1 HP and no Revive popped is because Dio played one of his underwater treasures before responding with his own elemental skill, preserving that little extra HP for absorbing a big burst of damage later on.
I think if Seru could draw into, or could have drawn into a quick swap, it would have been pretty good here, because then you could quick swap onto Sayu after playing Herald talent and swirl the Hydro with that talent on Sayu already. But look at these dice for Seru as well.
It's terrible.
This is so unfortunate. Do you actually? No, you can't even count down.
No, you can't. We'd overdraw horrendously. It's not even close. We could do a double Lyra Gamblers play. We'd be able to get 2 discounts, one from the Timaeus and another from the Golden House. We have 2 free equips of the Gilded Dream, so it's not that bad in terms of our dice. But after this turn, we will have no more resources available. That will be all of our magic.
And look, Seru is going to be committing it this turn. I think he has to, because he has to match Dio. Dio matched him last turn. Now Seru has to match Dio, because if he just lets it end early, it is going to be really unfortunate. I think Dio will just be enabled to sweep.
Yeah, like Dio is set up in a great position here, mainly because like Seru hasn't been able to do a lot with their dice, and at this point Seru has burnt effectively all of his magic, while Dio still has a quite healthy amount left in the deck. Good change if one of these guys draws a gravestone, though.
It definitely could change, but I don't know. There's not really many forms of card draw here unless you're swirling or generating some kind of elemental reaction. I think the card draw is mostly going to be going to next turn. I don't think either player really wants to play that countdown.
Yeah, with so few dice and like we've already used a lot of our magic, I don't think we really want to use it right now. Also, like both of these players' hands are extremely full, so we're gonna overdraw a lot of stuff.
The Seed Dispensary. Wondering what Dio's plan is here. Ooh, we're going for a countdown. Now we're gonna have a full hand. And look! Both Wolf's Gravestones have been drawn for Dio.
Oh. Only enough dice to equip 1, though. But honestly, Seru burned a lot of his magic. He only has, like, maybe 2 skills left. What if we just sack Herald and equip Gravestone, and then we pass, and we win?
Double Wolf's Gravestone. Double Treasure.
Like, it's the sacrificial Abyss Herald, as we've seen so many times before.
Gamblers, Gilded. I don't think you ever played Timaeus or Lieben here. You already have one deployed for Dio, but the timing of that, the Gravestone equip, and depending on who he puts it on, could definitely change the tide of the game. I feel like that countdown was bold, but I guess he knew he would be drawing into exactly what he needed.
The play here I'm thinking of is Treasure, Swap Herald, Gravestone, Pass.
There is the Gilded onto Herald. Now we don't have the discount for the Gravestone onto any character. The Golden House has been eaten up. Gonna play a Treasure.
Oh, roll the cryo? What is this? That's actually not fair.
Gamblers onto Immune. Are we going for a skill? Gonna have to tune one. Tuning the Timaeus.
Timaeus makes sense. I think we played both our Gilded Dreams already from the side of Dio, so he won't actually be searching out any artifacts or discounting us anything. Effectively a dead card at this point in the game. Oh, and we get the Gambler's Reset, so we could treasure and then equip gravestone.
Oh, you're
or
right.
treasure pass it over to Liben.
That's
Either
true,
one
you
works.
could do both. Either one works. But Seru equipping that gilded onto Chongyu, the free gilded, still not enough. Going to have to tune one thing, and I feel like it might be that countdown. I don't know if you ever
We could
play it.
Liar Golden House Gilded. That will give us enough dice to do a skill as well. And then we can play the countdown after, because after that our hand is looking very, very empty. We could refill it back up.
There's the liar. Yeah. It might be exactly what you said here. Golden House.
Golden House? Yeah,
Golden
there
House.
it is.
And this should be the gilded. There's the gilded. Now we have plenty of dice to go for a Tongyun skill here.
I'm expecting a skill to come up. We did all of that to skill in Chongyun, so there's no way we're not... Oh, unless we want to play our countdown first to draw into something.
I don't think you can ever equip Gravestone here, so I think you just go for the skill right now. Another question is, what do you do with the rest of those dice? It should definitely just be countdown.
Well, it will depend on what Dio does. If Dio ends here on Chongyun and just either equips Gravestone or gives dice over into Liben, we swap Sayu, tune 3 cards and skill, and then her talent will refill our hand, and we will also be able to get another instance of Cryo Aura onto Chongyun. Not that it matters, because Herald is dead and we can't freeze anymore. Alternatively, if Dio swaps off over onto Sayu or something, we could tune 2 of our cards into skill.
There it is, just passing those dice over to Liben, not opting for the Gravestone equip on either Chongyun or Sayu. And there is the countdown from Seru, drawing out both of his Gravestones and a Lumen Stone. The Seed Dispensary is going to discount that Lumen Stone, using up the rest of his dice perfectly. And honestly, this game has been pretty slow paced for both of these players. However, I'm not really sure what's the edge here. I thought it was Dio, but...
Yeah. I think Dio was an advantage for a little bit, but Seru made an excellent use of the remaining magic he had in his hand to even it out a little bit more. Dio is, I think, still favored, though, because Abyss Herald is still alive, and Dio still has access to freeze, which has been such a crucial reaction. When everyone has so much dice, being able to lock down your opponent's carries to make sure they can't utilize it becomes that much more important. And for that, Dio is still favored, although the Courtesy Undercurrent on Chongyun makes that a little bit harder to do.
It does. It is Dio's turn to go. One more turn of Frostfield for both sides here, but I think this turn is going to be the decisive one, right? So, I don't know. Do you even play the second Lumen Stone if you're Dio?
You can consider it Lumen Stone with one, Lumen Stone costing 1 is net neutral as long as you can trigger, and it'll also give you 1 card as well to replace it. 1 Omni dice too on top of that. So we could go for it if we can just find the line to actually play enough cards to trigger, and I think with what we have in hand right now, we should.
Yeah, I mean, there is the Lumen Stone, there's the Boar Princess, the Liben will proc the first Lumen Stone, giving us a quick swap that could definitely come up. Now, the one thing Dio has to be careful of is that swirl from Sayu. If Seru draws into his own quick swap, that could be devastating.
Thankfully, though, no hard recovery onto Chongyun, so we don't need to worry about him Seru drawing any cards of his skill. Although there is a Strategize in hand, as well as the Sayu talent if we get off reaction off with her. Kind of just depends on what Seru does with his remaining resources. We are still able to get a free Gilded equip with the double Seed Box and a free Timaeus, and then with the Golden House as well. But with that, we're wasting the 1 free stack on Timaeus, so we won't be able to equip Gamblers and Gilded for free. We can only do one or the other depending on the order.
I think you could definitely go for a Gambler's equip first, and then you cover the Timaeus with the other Seed Box, and then you can play the other Timaeus for free.
The issue is here for Seru, you kind of want to stay on one character, and then we want to play the Gilded first in order to do the extra actions before lowering their HP in range of Gamblers. So yes, in theory, we could play both, but in practice, we typically are only able to play one.
Maybe you just replace Lumen Stone, actually. If you use up the Lumen Stone proc, do you really need it going into next round?
No, you don't.
This should be ending this this round.
You will win or lose this turn one way or another. The game might not be over. One player might not lose all the HP on their characters, but like the outcome of the game will be decided this turn one way or another. Oh, second golden house! What a high roll!
The Wolf's Gravestone and the Golden House. This is a little bit unfortunate. So, I mean, you could play Golden House into Seed Dispensary to...
Seed Dispensary on the Lumenstone.
Ooh,
okay.
Wait! Oh,
Wait.
This is...
Wait, okay, second Lumenstone to replace our current Lumenstone, and then Seed Box, and then fast swap over onto Sayu, and then that should give us free Gilded Equip, and then we skill, freezes the Chongyun, Herald Revive gets popped, either still stay on Herald, and in which case Sayu's follow-up attack kills, or fast swap over onto Dio's Sayu skill, with no aura equipped, no gravestone, we follow up. Okay. So there is a way for Dio to still freeze the Sayu of Seru, but I think Seru is incredibly favored now. Top deck a lot of good cards.
So, I mean, yeah, that Lumenstone going away, Seed Dispensary covering it up, and the second Timaeus will be discounting that Gilded. It's free to play now, and that quick swap is going to be crucial. There is the Gilded replace on Sayu, and is this going to be a quick swap? Are we going to be freezing the Chongyun? Gamblers?
Ooh. The pre-play gamblers as well. This is really smart, because if Dio decides to stay on Herald, in order to apply the cryo, we get a Gambler's reset from the Sayu, because follow-up attack on Sayu right now with Wolf's Gravestone equipped, it does do 5 damage. And Dio currently does not have the treasures to heal, because Dio played 3 treasures throughout the course of the game, which means there's only 3 left. Herald can heal the 6, but it's very unlikely.
But also, note that Seru has no more cards to draw, and Gilded would be drawing a card with every elemental reaction. So, I mean, it is just beneficial to immediately go for the Gambler's Equip. There is the Burst from Herald applying that Hydro, and the follow-up from Sayu does take out Herald, refreshing with Gamblers, but I think Seru's Sayu is about to get frozen.
Sayu's cryo-infused?
Yes.
Wait. Hold on. But Dio's Gravestone as well. Oh, but there's still Curse the Undercurrent. I don't think we have the dice to skill twice. This game is still incredibly close.
This is incredibly close. Curse of the Undercurrent on both sides, but of course, only Dio has 1 usage left. Seru has to go through 2 of it. And I think the unfortunate thing is, so you used up that Hydro application on Sayu to freeze. This would help you survive, but then you have no more Hydro application going into next round. You're forsaking your freezes.
Yeah, you're right. But the thing is, with the dice we currently have in hand, we only have enough for a single skill. We need 7 dice if we want to skill twice, and that is not possible right now for a... Oh, hold on. Why is talent discounted to 1?
The normal attack, just enough. It's 5+1 from the freeze. Sayu falls, and this is a free swap onto Chongyun. I think Seru should just go for the skill, redeploying that Frost Field, and using up...
Oh, wait, but Curse the Undercurrent.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's fine. Because we can just equip Gravestone, everything's okay.
Now the question is, will Dio swap? Is Dio going to swap? I think Dio actually just needs to end. And yeah, I honestly, wait.
No, this makes sense, because we equip Gravestone. If Dio has 1 treasure heals Chongyun to 7 HP, which is out of Gravestone range, and he doesn't die. This way we have Burst, we're guaranteed to be able to lethal a character, and we also still have Gravestone sitting in the back pocket as well if we want to use it.
And there's no way for Seru to be frozen. That Chongyun is so healthy with Burst ready to go. And Golden House is going to refresh. The Gravestone is going to be 2 to equip going into next turn. If you even need it. I mean, to deal 4 damage, you will need it. Because you burst once, and then how are you going to take out the other?
The thing is, though, because we have no more magic available, if we do play the Gravestone, we will not have enough dice to do a second skill after that. Because keep in mind, Seru has completely decked out. The one thing still going in hit... Hold on. Wait, it's discounted. Gravestone normal just wins.
Yeah, you don't even need to fight Curse the Undercurrent. You have to put the dice.
Unless Dio heals to 6. 2 treasures in hand, we could heal Chongyun to 6 HP right now. And because Seru still has 1 Curse the Undercurrent working against him, he doesn't actually have enough to equip Gravestone and skill and normal attack. I think Dio wins this.
I think Dio does win this. Ancient Courtyard. Boar Princess, the second Gravestone onto Chongyun, and Dio has to have the foresight. I mean, you could even save those treasures for Sayu, because there's no Freshman to Freedom. And there's no way for Seru to burst after the Gravestone equip, because it's not a Gamblers on Chongyun, right?
And you know what, Leah? All the way in turn 2, Seru swap stalled for 5 dice. That is minimum 3 damage he was not able to output. And do you know what's going to completely change the outcome of this game? If Chongyun was 1 HP lower. Double treasure heals to 6. If he took 1 more damage, because Seru went on to skill Sayu earlier, he'd only be able to heal up maximum 5, which is in range of Wolf's Gravestone normal attack, which will do 5 damage. So because Seru in turn 2 swap stalled too much, committed too much dice, and not enough to go in, that 1 singular point of damage costs him the game and his upper bracket run.
I think, this is just an unfortunate consequence.
Assuming, of course, that Dio actually has enough damage to close it out.
I think Dio definitely does. Wolf's Gravestone is equipped on both characters here. Only 1 usage, Curse the Undercurrent left, and 2 treasures in hand. I really think that this should be enough, especially if you can get onto Sayu safely. But, the thing is, I feel like, these meta decks pop up, and players adapt them so quickly. If you don't get a lot of practice on them, I feel like that's what leads to mistakes like this, where, you think that it's not an overcommitment. You think that it's going to be fine, but then it turns out that you just don't have the damage. Like, I remember in the first game, Seru was literally leaving Yelan on 1 HP and got swept after that. And it was just... I think it's a consequence of, new decks coming in and people picking them up and maybe not having enough practice on them before going at them.
There's only so much time to learn new decks, right? And with each new patch, there's going to be 1 or 2, or like in this case, the entire meta got upended. Every single deck now is something new that we didn't see in the previous patch in the Prince Cup Atlantic, and this is kind of the consequence of it. Like, the unfamiliarity of playing some of these decks causes the players to make mistake, and just 1 HP is the difference.
1 HP is the difference. That's exactly what we're going to see here. Here is 1 treasure, and this should be another one. This is going to bring Dio above that normal attack range because, base normal attack is 2 plus the 3 damage bonus from Gravestone. There's no way Seru can burst, has that Curse the Undercurrent left. It costs 4 to burst on Chongyun, and that is going to be it. Here is the Sayu talent equip. Nothing Seru can do is going to stop that follow-up, unfortunately. This is the end. Sayu, 1 HP, going for the win here. Dio advancing to the upper bracket finals in Group D. Seru getting knocked down to the lower bracket.
Turn 2. What can I say? The turn 2, we spent too much dice swap stalling and we committed anyways. Maybe if you carried through that resource to turn 3, we would have been able to make up for that difference. Or maybe we just committed earlier, right? Just 1 damage, 1 dice. That's all we need. Either an extra dice to do a skill to do that 6 damage breakpoint, or just 1 more damage onto either Sayu or Chongyun so that Dio couldn't heal out of treasure range.
1 damage, 1 card, 1 dice, 1 skill. That is all that's normally needed, but... I mean, we have our raffle winners here below, so if you see our UID below, congratulations, you've won a Blessing of the Welkin Moon. And if you'd like to be entered into our next Welkin raffle, make sure you're heading on over to Astro Carnival's YouTube channel. That is where the raffles are being taking place. So every game, there will be 2 Welkins, 2 winners of Welkins raffled off. So just make sure you're at Astro Carnival's YouTube channel and you're following instructions from the moderators there. We'll also be prompting you when the next raffle is going to start. But getting back to that game, it is just a bit unfortunate. I think we've already covered most of the talking points. Seru just overcommitting in some places and not committing fast enough in other places, and I think that is what lost the set for him.
I think what makes it even more depressing is the disparity between his gameplay of Double Dragon Magic and his Herald Claymore deck. He did such a good job finding the perfect timing to go in Double Dragon Magic, but with Herald Claymore, it's just like he couldn't find it. He couldn't find that same rhythm.
Yeah. Yeah, but here is our updated bracket, of course. So this was the winner's second round, Dio versus Seru. Dio is going to advance to the third round, the final round, upper bracket finals, to face against CJRS, and the winner between those two will be attending the live event as one of our last qualifiers out of Group D in the Prince Cup Pacific Top 32. Meanwhile, Seru, still in the tournament, gets knocked down to the lower bracket with one life left. Will be up against Kisa, who, just a reminder, was second place in the Japan Prince Cup last year against Chikawa, who was already qualified for the live event. So this is going to be an uphill battle for him up against a titan of sorts in the Prince Cup tournament. So we're going to have to see how that goes. The next round we're going to be watching should be Doom versus Deck Dog in the lower second round.
Yeah, I mean, Doom and Deck Dog are such standout players. We'll have to see when we get there, and we have plenty more to talk about when we do. But first, it's time for break.
It is time for break. See you guys soon. Welcome back, travelers, to the Astro Carnival Pacific Prince Cup Tournament regular stream. This is our final day. We are back from our break, and being back from our break means we have more welcome raffles over on Astro Carnival's YouTube channel. But yes, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and I'm one of your casters today alongside Sumi.
Yeah, it's great to be back, and we have another lineup of exciting games waiting for you. I think, speaking of we should have our bracket up soon, but man, the previous game was just a roller coaster of emotions. Suddenly one player was favored, and then oh no, now they're at a disadvantage, and then they just top decked this, now they're gonna win, and then oh my god, the opponent did too. It was really exciting to watch, but unfortunately already concluded.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Seru was playing on tilt in that last match, not performing too well on the deck in the first match, overcommitting in the second round, and just making similar mistakes in that last match, even though he had that advantage. But here is our updated regular season Group D bracket, and this is the final day today. So we just determined Dio is going to be going to the winner's third round up against CJRS, and the winner of that will be promoting to the live event with 2 lives. Meanwhile, Seru was knocked down to the lower bracket, will be facing off against Kisa. But before we get to that match, we're first going to have Doom versus Deck Dog. And Deck Dog brought some really interesting things yesterday. I am very excited to see if we're going to see a repeat of that.
Hey, look, I am always excited for new decks, not just because Deck Dog brought something new and innovative and interesting, but also because he let Conwhale through. This is a deck that has like a 90+% ban rate, but we've seen very little games of it, right? Because it's brought by every...
Wait. Okay. So Deck Dog banning Conwhale this time.
Deck Dog's going for a more classic list. Double Dragon Magic, the Layla one, the more bread and butter from Prince Cup Atlantic, and also Treasure Delivery being seen for the first time, I think, in Group D.
Wait, look at Doom's list. Look at Doom's list.
Yeah,
okay, so
okay, you see that
actually
Pilot brought that in Atlantic.
You're right. No, but so there's that list. And then there's also so basically Doom is living up to his aggressive title and playing 2 aggressive decks. That is huge. And
3 including Conwhale, and it's banned.
True, but I mean Conwhale's banned. It's 95+% ban rate. That is just an expectation at this point. It's pick or ban, so
look, I think this might go into like the metagaming stuff. We can talk about that later though, but Doom is bringing this very interesting Fatui Shenhe Mona deck, which you saw a little bit in Group C. I think 8 brought this, and maybe Magician as well, but don't quote me on that one. This is a not very popular deck. It's kind of like a variation on Mew, where it kind of uses Mona to apply early Hydro, and then you have the option to either go full in on Shenhe Rush, like you see in Libra Armory, or play for like a Mona plus Farazan combo, where you do a bunch of Hydro Swirls and build towards Farazan Burst, and then she becomes the carry.
Is Doom's profile picture the tree burning in the tutorial teaser?
Yep.
So I just had to point that out. Is that symbolic of something? But here is Deck Dog's Double Dragons list. So, yeah, I think this is like version.
Yeah, the War of Not so much that is to counter the Mausoleum of King Deshret, which hasn't been seen very much in Group D, so I think this might have been a slight mistake. I think I would have preferred the parametric version at this point in time in the tournament, but it's still a fine list regardless. The Layla version is a lot slower than Cube because she just doesn't have as much crowd application, but her shield on skill will allow Deck Dog to ramp a lot safer.
I don't mind the Leeway Wharf because you do have the Seed Dispenser discounted, but yeah, here is the pre-match data for Doom. Is there anything here that stands out to you, Sumi?
I'm surprised Doom's effective elemental dice in the first 3 rounds is actually so high after yesterday. I think part of the reason Doom brought 3 aggressive decks is that, in case you were here, Leah, yesterday, Doom faced CJRS in Game 3, Double Dragon Magic versus Freesley. Easy matchup for Doom, right?
Yes.
Well, I would favor it for Doom at the very least. Regardless, though, what happened is that Doom proceeded to brick 5 rounds straight. Whoa!
Wait, okay.
Wait, how's that not the highest?
Wait.
Who rolled higher than 20 dice?
What? Why is it significantly lower than... Okay, we're gonna have to see.
Who rolled higher than 20 dice?
I want to see that statistic. Average rounds being 6, though. Deck Dog definitely playing some long-range decks.
I mean, Kuki Kirara, the treasure delivery deck, is on the slower side, and so is the Layla version of Double Dragon Magic, so it does make some sense. But yeah, I think part of the reason Doom played 3 aggro decks this time is because yesterday he played combo and bricked 5 rounds in a row and got no draw.
But I mean, we're already getting into this game 1, Doom versus Deck Dog, and our raffle has started over on the Astro Carnival YouTube. So, I mean, if you are unfamiliar, if you're just tuning in now, head on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube specifically, not the Twitch. Enter exclamation mark, pick the name of the player you want to win or you're personally rooting for, and your UID into the same message in YouTube channel. The raffle will be open for the next 3 minutes, and we will be announcing the winners at the end. So, good luck. Have fun, and I mean, thanks for playing. Also, there will be a QR code coming up on your screen, left side between these 2 players' profile pictures. Periodically, if you scan it, it will send you to a feedback form. So just tell us your thoughts. If you like or dislike anything, please let us know there. But thank you so much for taking the time to do that.
Ooh, here we go. It's the start.
It is the start. We're starting on H-Hop for Deck Dog. What do you think about this?
Curious.
I think
this does make sense. Okay. Yeah, 100%. If you're starting second, you're expecting Doom to start Mona because most Mona decks start Mona, unless it's Fischl Mona, in which case it's official, but that's a tangent aside. But yeah, so we are expecting them to start Mona in order to get that Hydra application and swap over onto Farazan to get a swirl. So by starting on Ajna here, we avoid that initial turn 1 swirl if possible. We will still get a Hydra application end phase, and if a Doom ends first, we will still be able to guarantee a swirl for him next turn regardless. But it's just this way, turn 1, we eat less reaction damage, and it'll help preserve our character's HP in the long run.
Well, unfortunately for Deck Dog's plan, it seems like Doom is just going to ramp 8 on Mona.
Yeah, but Deck Dog will too. Give it to him.
That's true, true. I mean, that's what you want to do anyway. But like, look at how unfortunate Doom's dice are. So that Leben's gonna eat up 2 dice and not proc.
Yeah, unfortunately, just 1 dice off. Still, though, I think this is fine. I mean, we played the Denizar to hopefully top deck like a Wagner or something. I think it's a fine play for Doom to go for. I mean, Liben will only need 1 dice more to activate, and very often there's a lot of situations where we just pass on 1 dice anyways. So at some point, Liben will activate anyways, and it'll be good for us one way or another.
Deck Dog also did not roll the artifact he wanted. I think Deck Dog was looking for a 0 cost so that he could proc Lumenstone.
Oh my god, no. There's no way.
Oh, playing. Wait, why? Procking the Lumenstone.
Oh, there's no way this is correct.
Oh, that's so... No! That is tragic. That is very tragic.
There's no way that is the correct play.
That is...
If we rolled anything that was 1 in 4 chance, by the way. No. 1 in 5 chance, by the way. The other artifacts were Gamblers, Cavalrina, and Veteran's Visage, all which we could have played for free because Timaeus discount. If you rolled anything but a Gilded, we would have also been able to like play an artifact for free to get the extra dice in order to play our Tulas as well on top of the Wharf. 1 in 5.
Look
Deck
at
Dog
the dice.
just... Oh, no.
No, this is... So, I mean, Deck Dog is definitely great at building decks, but the dice rolls are not in his favor.
You know what? I think this is the world regaining its balance. This happened to Doom yesterday in Game 3. No ramp turns 1 and 2, bricked dice for 5 rounds straight, and so I guess it's only fair that now he's on the opposite side, where he rolls well and his opponent doesn't.
Yeah, this is so tragic for Deck Dog, because Doom is going to go for this elemental skill on Mona and basically try to cripple Deck Dog this turn with Farazan. But I mean, Deck Dog will be able to swap off of Aishaha. It's just going to be so unfortunate.
This is tragic. Oh,
tragic.
No.
I cannot... This is one of the most unfortunate starts we have seen in quite a while.
Yeah, what will Doom do, though? We can, like... Oh, we have no weapon. Oh, no, we equip Fruit. Oh, that's the one we didn't want. Ew. Would have really liked King Squire and Wound Piercer, as always, because that's the one that gives us our discounts. But, I guess Mona doing extra damage and drawing 2 cards is okay, question mark?
Where's the Unseen Razor? twice on Fruit of Fulfillment, and you just get
Oh, no.
No, I was kidding. I was kidding.
No. No.
Okay, so drawing Heart of Corina in a strategize, this is definitely a very interesting strategy, I think.
Yeah, I think, like, I don't know. Like, at this point, just Mona skill or something, and then we can swap Farzan skill after that. Oh, but then we were expecting deck dog. Oh my! If we were gonna Mona skill anyways, we should have done that first without playing our unseen unseen razor, and then could have saved up for another discount for either King Squire or Moonpiercer later. Man,
should have left the Unseen Razor unseen. I'm curious why not put Heart of Caverna onto Mona as well. I guess
overdraw.
Doom,
I think
maybe, but I think Doom also anticipates that Deck Dog will be swapping off. Wait.
Well, now we look a bit silly.
Wait.
Doom expect Deck Dog to swap off, but little does Doom know Deck Dog has no cryo dice. Oh, he does it anyways. Okay.
Tuning for the Geo dice and then swapping onto Layla. This tells me Deck Dog is going to go back to Aishahad later.
Yeah, we're waiting for Doom to burn the fast up on Mona. That way we could not eat the swirl. And I guess we just tune first for some timer thinking time. I mean, if Doom swaps over to Farzan and does a skill, Deck Dog is going straight back to Ashtaha.
Strategize, drawing out
Moonpiercer. But
I
we
mean,
already used an Unseen Razor in our one Golden House discount this turn.
Yeah.
Tragic.
So unfortunate. It will be a swap onto Shenhe with the Heart of Caverna equipped. And where's the Unseen Razor? We found it.
We did, but I don't know if we wanted to find it now. That's like... That is a good chunk of whatever dice generation we have gone. Doom is still running the Lyre Song and stuff, so there is some gilded discounts in there, but a large chunk of it were those Unseen Razors, and with that gone, Deck Dog can play a lot safer knowing that our opponent's aggression tools are basically all used up at this point.
I think for Doom should swap back from Shenhe onto Mona and just end and pass that last dice to leave in. We'll have to play some artifacts, but that is what I'm anticipating here. As for Deck Dog, that countdown did enable him to fix his dice and go for that Layla skill.
I think if you're Doom, you actually just end here, because what's going to happen is if we swap back to the Mona, our summon is going to activate the cryo on Layla, and we're going to deny an extra aura. Because Deck Dog is probably going to end first or something, and then eat the aura, and then next turn swap in order to avoid reactions. Actually, no. Deck Dog kind of wants to end second.
I'm not sure how much I like the Heart of Caverna onto Mona. I think Doom is going to have to play quick swap early.
Even with it, though, 1, 2, 3, it's like 7 cards in hand. Quick swaps brings us to... No, if Deck Dog attacks here, our hand is full of 8 cards, in which case we're going to overdraw no matter what. No, we actually have the Golden Troop as well, so it's fine.
Tula. All of that to play Tula on Nouvelette, setting up for next round. Deck Dog making the most of his really poor start, and Doom is going to overdraw by 1. I wonder if that was a miscalc.
I guess you don't want to burn the fast up early, because, like, if you sit on Mona and play Leave It to Me, it will actually consume the Leave It to Me before Mona's passive. So that's a fun fact I bet you didn't know. And so it's kind of just wasted, effectively, because you're already going to fast up for Mona anyway, so what's the point of burning to Leave It to Me early? It's just, whatever card we overdraw better not be, oh, we didn't. Oh, everything's well. All's well that sends wells.
No, but then Deck Dog hits the Heart of Caverna.
Oh, right, Deck Dog goes first.
Yeah, Deck Dog has turn prio, so can actually proc that Heart of Caverna with a Layla skill. There it goes. And what are we going to burn? Overdraw? I didn't see it.
I also did not see it.
I did not see it. So it is a mystery to us as well. If anyone caught it.
I mean, we can also just wait until Doom just draws the rest of his deck, and then whatever card we did not see will be the one he overdrew. But I already lost track of what cards he played, so I'm not paying attention. So even if we see the entirety of the deck, I'll have no clue what we overdraw. But if you do know, please leave it in the comments. It'll be an interesting mystery to solve.
Junior Sod into Timaeus. So the way that this was played means that Junior Sod's passive to draw out another companion card when you play a second companion does not activate if you replace a Junior Sod, unfortunately. But I guess, Doom prioritizing the Golden House and the 2 Lumen Stones makes sense. You only have so much support space.
Though, what do you do now? Because our opponent ended on Layla, that burnt the Cryo Aura, which we really wanted to swirl with Farazan. So, do we skill again on Mona? But that feels so bad because Mona doesn't do a lot of damage, especially because we already unequipped the Fruit of Fulfillment with the Unseen Razors. So it's is it really worth it?
Boar Princess playing the quick swap prematurely has Rhythm now in hand. Look at all of these resources Doom has. Unfortunately, both whereas the Unseen Razors are gone, but Doom has drawn out his entire deck. Look.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, we now know what card Doom overdrew. Let me see if I quick glance here. We saw the Wagners. Oh, was it the Gamblers?
It might have been the Gamblers. I don't think there's a Gamblers.
No, Gamblers.
No,
Gamblers is in hand right now.
Gamblers is there.
We see both Heart of Cavarinas and Golden Troop. So it can't be that. Oh, it's a Rhythm. It overdrew a Rhythm because I think we only saw one of those.
I don't remember seeing a second.
I don't remember.
It's probably a Rhythm.
I don't remember seeing the second Rhythm. So yeah, it is probably the second Rhythm.
We've solved it.
We've solved the riddle. It is Doom just lost 1 dice.
Deck Dog's turn to go. It looks like Doom did deploy Mona's elemental skill, and this is a swap on the Ashtaha. I think this is exactly what Doom wants. Wait, we're going on to Shenhe.
Oh, wait, Shenhe.
Very interesting. There is the Gilded Replace on Shenhe, and this should just be her skill. Though I'm very curious why we aren't going on to Farazan, but
I think we're going on Shenhe. We should have just went on her earlier. Although I can understand potentially not wanting to get Cryo Aura with Layla still on field. Now that Deck Tech has swapped off, it's a lot safer for us to swap onto Shenhe, as if Deck Dog wants to get that Cryo Aura and also freeze Maneuver this turn, that is a lot of dice that he simply doesn't have access to, and we still have another 3 dice in hand. Double Lyre Song, Rhythm, Gilded. It's plus Gamblers as well. With Board Princess still active, that's a lot of things we can still use.
Yeah, time for Deck Dog. Probably to play Ashtaha talent. There's the Boar Princess. There's the Heart of Cavarina. Re-equip, replace, and then there is one of the Ashtaha talents in hand, just stalling out and waiting for Doom to use the rest of his dice.
Shatter only does 5. Because Ajda had the Layla shield, he's at 6 HP, which is 1 HP more than what Shatter with weapon without Shenhe's summon will do.
Well, there is Shenhe's summon. So, I mean, if that was already on the field, it would have been 6, but unfortunately, it was not. Now, the question is, what do you do if you're Deck Dog? You've already played that before.
I just play talent again.
It's just
Why
going to
not?
be another A-Shot talent, but I think Doom just goes to Farazan here. Has already used Quick Swap. I don't see why you wouldn't. Has Double Lyre Song. Lots of things at his disposal. Has that Gamblers. Covenant.
Yeah, you'd be able to get the Cryo Swirl. I mean, Layla will get frozen, and then, End phase, no matter what, if we end on Nuvolet, we'll have a Cryo Aura, so everything's good. We can freeze with Mona next turn, 1-off burst as well. Yeah, I think a swirl here is nice.
But I actually wonder if Doom can just sweep at this point. There is the Rhythm.
I mean,
there is the Gamblers. Reset. Wait, Gamblers on Shenhe. We're not going to Farazan. This is going to be a Shenhe sweep.
We're going for it. I mean, Shenhe doesn't have any aura on her, right? So it's not like Deck Dog can free Shenhe, which guarantees her at least one more action. Not to mention, after Shenhe does a skill, we can play our Covenant of Rock, because like a skill costs 3 dice, right? We currently have 3 dice, but it's on 0. Covenant of Rock, when you play it on 0 dice, gives you 2 random elemental dice, and after that we can play Lyre Song with the Gilded Dreams to give us another elemental dice to do another skill.
There is Layla's Elemental Burst, finally applying some Elemental Aura onto Shenhe, but I do think it is too little too late. This is definitely going to be a tuning away that Kingsquire is still in hand.
It was the Fruit of Fulfillment.
Yeah, it was the Fruit of Fulfillment. Fruit of Fulfillment going away.
Oh,
Layla's
gonna eat a skill.
Left on 1 HP. Yeah, Layla is...
Nuvla's eating a skill here, one way or another. Go for the Covenant. Tune our entire hand. It does not matter. As long as we can get the damage onto Nuvla, we should just win regardless. Oh, actually, Nuvla's going to heal it all back up. So no, we should not skill. We should preserve our resources for now.
There is the Covenant. And this is most likely going to be a Lyre Song play. So something to note is that Doom actually has that quick swap still enabled.
That's true. Didn't quick swap over to Nuvla, probably assuming Doom just like didn't have anything in hand, because 4 cards remaining, right? Even if you gilded Lyre Song, we already played 1 Lyre Song, so it would only have been 2 dice maximum. I guess Deck Dog just forgetting that Doom had Covenant of Rock in the deck, because it's not a card we see a lot nowadays.
There's the second Lyre Song commit, taking back that Gilded and re-equipping it.
I cannot believe Covenant rolled us 1 Cryo dice.
Oh,
that's actually so
look
lucky.
At that! Look at the damage!
Yeah, that's a lot. The thing is, though, like, it's not even that bad, because Nuvla has self-healing.
So, here's the thing. Doom is officially out of actions now.
Yes, 100%.
And Deck Dog is not. Deck Dog has at least 2 actions.
So something as well, though, is that Doom needs to keep Mona alive. Typically at this point, you'd swap over to Mona to have her tanker damage, but because of the way the summons are ordered, Nuvla will have Cryo Aura in the end phase, not Hydro Aura, which means you need Mona alive in order to freeze him.
That is a good point, and I actually wonder if in that case you swap to Farazan.
You should go Farazan, yeah. I think it should be a Farazan swap, because Shen has like full equip, full Icy Quills, full summon. She does a lot of damage. Farazan now has nothing. Oh, this could be risky.
This is very risky. I guess Doom believing in the damage output of Farazan going next turn, as long as Farazan's untouched.
I mean, it's not that bad, right? Like, Shenhe, no matter what, will have at least 2 actions, or we'll be able to do at least 1 action, assuming she's not on the receiving end of a Nuvla Prepare skill, the second follow-up attack. Because nothing right now in Deck Dog's deck can do a 4 damage burst except for that. So as long as you play around it, Shenhe should be able to guarantee 1 action regardless, and it's okay. With the piercing damage from burst, though, it gets a little scarier.
I actually think Deck Dog could win the game here.
No, this is fine.
You think it's fine?
I think it's fine. Burst takes out Mona, and then Farazan is put on to 9 HP, and then normal attack after that does 6. She's put on 2, and then, hold on. Summon end phase does 2 damage. Farazan dies. Not since Shenhe solo.
So it would be Shenhe solo, but Doom has turn prio.
It doesn't matter, because Nuvla is nowhere close to being able to be one-shot by Shenhe, because she only does 5 damage.
But
wait, and there's the star as well.
Phase. There's summons end phase.
That is true.
Oh, there is the Night Stars.
So, if we go for the burst normal attack play, I'm pretty sure what happens is that Deck Dog, the way the dice works out is that Farazan dies to all of it, and then someone hits Shenhe, putting her down to 2 HP, because 1 piercing damage from burst.
There is the tune of the quick swap, not needing it, knowing that this is do or die here for Deck Dog. There is the Starry Knights applying the cryo onto Farazan, and the Gambler's refresh means that Nuvla can use that source water droplet to simply go away.
Oh, Farazan lives. Okay, this is huge. Oh, wait! But then Layla eats all the summon damage with that Lotus. It's not over yet.
Wait.
Oh, wait, and then... Wait. Oh, this is actually so bad. This is horrible.
Wait.
Doom Shenhe is in 3 HP. Skill on Nuvla does exactly 3 damage, so we cannot swap over to Shenhe. And Farazan alone with no weapon, with no summon boosting her damage, doesn't actually do enough to solo Nuvolette. Not to mention that because she is on 7 HP, she doesn't get one-shot by Nuvolette's skill. Meaning Doom doesn't get a free swap over onto Shenhe. And with no more fast swap in his deck, no more resources to pull for, Doom simply just doesn't have the cards necessary to win this game.
That's such a heads-up play. Dekdog going for the safer option, I think, rather than committing all the damage right then and there. So, Doom not going to really be able to play around this and actually just concedes. Okay, I mean, it makes sense considering Sumi just explained it all perfectly, but Doom conceding that game, congratulations Dekdog for taking the first game in the second set.
Yeah, I mean, great play from both players. Doom did a really great job, being able to pressure early, but I think spent a little bit too much time swap line. We saw Seru do the same mistake, and just because of that, wasn't able to output enough damage to threaten Nuvlet to be in lethal range. And of course, a lot of that came from Nuvlet's self-healing, was able to heal himself back up with the Source Water droplets out of lethal range of Farazan and out of lethal range of the Shenhe.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, for now, we have our raffle winners down below. If you see your UID there, congratulations, you have won the blessing of the Walken Moon. Every game, we will be having these Walken Moon raffles, so make sure you're heading on over to Astro Carnival's YouTube channel specifically, and going into game 2, we will be giving you instructions on how to enter. But returning to the discussion about that game, Sumi, I do agree. Dekdog just very heads up play, knowing that it was not going to be good if he overcommitted there and used those 2 Omni to actually go for the prepared normal, wanting to preserve that cryo aura and basically go into next round with the confirmed win.
And you know what? I think a large part of that was the fact of the Layla. Critically, Layla's shield put Ajda 1 HP out of breakpoint range of a Shenhe's Shatter. And if it wasn't for that, what would have happened was that Doom would have had 1 extra action on Shenhe, and that could have been the complete difference of a game. It may have been enough to threaten Nuvlet off early and that summons finish him off, or maybe enough to make it so Farazan could one-shot him with a King Squire skill.
Yeah, unfortunately, Doom playing the Where's the Unseen Razor very early on the Fruit of Fulfillment, that was a very interesting choice. Did end up drawing out his entire deck, burnt a card. It could have came up. It was that rhythm, right? We determined it was rhythm.
It was -1 dice for the rhythm.
So, I mean, it could have came up. It's just so unfortunate it ended that way, but the concede makes sense given the circumstances. Here is our deck selection actually going into game 2. So, of course, this is open decklist conquest format, which means Dekdog winning on Double Dragons means he can no longer play it, will be on this treasure delivery deck, affectionately labeled by me because it's, Kirara, who's a delivery person with treasure.
You can take credit for that deck. You can be happy about it, but I claim credit for Lear Armory. I said it on stream first. Mustafa could vouch for me.
It's a great game. But anyway, Doom gonna run it back actually with that Farazan deck. Farazan never took the stage. I wonder if it's gonna change this time.
I think it really all just depends on what weapons Doom draws early. In these equipped decks, typically which character comes off first really just depends on what you roll. If you get the King Squire, it'll be the Farazan. If you get the Boom Piercer, it will be the Shenhe. But I think if Farazan will come on field, it'll also be if Doom is able to get an early Hydro Ore, and with an Abuse Mona's free fast swap to get an early Swirl as well.
The unfortunate thing, Dekdog had such a tragic start in that first game and was able to really pull it back. I wonder how that's going to affect Doom's mental. I mean, here's a refresher, by the way, if you wanted for Doom's list here. Did take the aggressive tag. This is an aggressive deck.
It is. It's very much an aggro deck. It's all about pressuring your opponent and just keeping your foot on the gas pedal. Non-stop damage to hopefully overwhelm your opponent, but Treasure Delivery has a lot of tools to mitigate that. Kirara has a shield. Herald has double talent. Curse the Undercurrent is going to do a great job delaying it. And Kuki as well brings in a lot of self-healing, plus the Mausoleum to grief your opponent's hand to make sure they can't actually find anything important.
Yeah, I really honestly love how this deck plays out. Kirara, a character that doesn't see too much spotlight, but just fits so perfectly into this deck specifically. And this list is very optimized. You always want that one copy of I Haven't Lost Yet, because it's really hard to get the second energy point on Kuki. You go for her burst of talent and Sapwood, and it's kind of over, especially if you have Emblem and Adeptus against someone who's nice and beefy.
Yeah, but the thing is, Doom's deck isn't nice and beefy. All of his characters are just 10 HP damage sponges. They're all there to just start stabbing you from turn 1, and it doesn't matter if you get a death burst when they're 1 HP anyways, because like this deck has got no healing.
Well, with that being said, we are heading into round 2, Doom versus Deck Dog. This is the time to enter the Welkin Raffle over on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. So if you head on over there, you can type ! Pick the name of the player you want to win, or maybe you're personally rooting for, and your UID in the same message. You'll be entered into that raffle, and there will be 2 winners announced at the end of every match. So make sure you're making your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel specifically, and I mean, good luck on the Welkin raffles. Also, so this is just another reminder, there should be a QR code appearing once we get in game. Between these 2 players' profile pictures, you'll see it appear very periodically. It just make sure you're taking a, well, not a screenshot of it. You scan it. You scan it with your device, and then it sends you to a form, and you can fill it out and tell us your thoughts about how we're doing. And we definitely appreciate it. We love all forms of feedback, so make sure you are making your voice heard.
Be sure to let us know what you want to see, and please do say that you enjoy the raffles so we can have more of them. Do love giving away nice, juicy Primo Gems.
Deck Dog immediately starting out with Lumen Stone into
Mausoleum turn 1. Let's go.
Mausoleum turn 1 already has Cookie Talent and Emblem. That is, I mean, you don't want it this early, but it's huge.
Okay. Does just Cookie skill instead? I think this is fine. Not passing it over to Vanarana. I think either way is fine, but because we got that 1 extra dice from Lumenstone, if we played Mausoleum and then passed 2 over into Vanarana, we would have just been flooding 1 dice into the void, and we want a Cookie skill at some point anyway, so it is just more efficient to do it now. If Doom plays his Libin, oh no.
Doom did play Libin.
I was gonna go very bad.
The unfortunate thing, so I mean, Deck Dog, you really want Veterans Vision turn 1 for Cookie.
Yeah, like Veterans Vision on Cookie is just so good because she does self-piercing and will instantly refund a dice. And then, like, because her Sanctifying Ring will heal the character who's taken the most damage, when you do the swap on turn 2, it will also instantly refund you another dice as well.
Doom, with the heads-up play here, not going for that Milna summon because he knows that Deck Dog is just going to be swapping off of Cookie and denying the Hydro Swirl anyway. Just full ramping, taking turn Prio going into next round. The unfortunate thing, though, is turn Prio means that Deck Dog still swaps off, so...
Yeah, but, like, do you go Herald or Kirara here? I think... Oh, dice had the best, unfortunately.
And there's the Mausoleum proccing at the start of this round. Deck Dog waiting to play it.
Yeah, that's an issue. I mean, I think Deck Dog is thankful that he waited on the Mausoleum because Doom did play the Fruit of Fulfillment on Mona. If we played the Mausoleum early, the Fruit of Fulfillment plus the end phase draw would have actually triggered the Mausoleum early, and then Doom would have been in a lot less trouble than he is now.
Yeah, this way it's not doomed.
I mean, I think either way, when you're dealing Forbidden Knowledge, it's doomed, but this way it's less doomed for well, it's more doomed for Doomed and less doomed for Deck Dog.
There goes the Forbidden Knowledge, already drawing 1 out. Of course, when the Mausoleum procs, basically your opponent has to draw 4 cards cumulatively, carries over between rounds, and at that 4 counter, it puts 2 Forbidden Knowledge to the top of your opponent's deck. And then, for every card drawn for the rest of that round, it shuffles more into your deck.
Yep. And it stacks infinitely. And also, you could stack double Mausoleum, and both effects will actually take place simultaneously. So, if you want your opponent to not have fun at all, if you see them play Alive in an end turn early, play double Mausoleum, and your opponent will thank you, trust me.
Swap from Mona onto Shenhe, going for her skill here. And I mean, so you don't get the Hydro Swirl off on Cookie, but setting up the Cryo Aura on Kirara is going to be paving the way for a very brutal freeze in a later turn.
And it's not just that, it's also building towards Shenhe Burst. Shenhe Burst is probably one of the most powerful abilities in the game. She was like the most dominant character for 3 patches straight, and a large part of it was because of the burst. Amplifying your cryo damage, like being able to apply Cryo Aura on the end phase to react is just so valuable.
Wow, a Covenant already coming out. Wow. There is the Gilded. This is already going to be a Shenhe Burst.
We rolled Cryo as well. We rolled Cryo on Covenants. We didn't even need to tune.
I saw that. That is such a high roll. Revenge for last game.
Revenge for last game. Let's go.
Though, I
Double
mean,
summon is very scary.
it was Dick Dog that had the really bad start.
True. I mean, Doom lost, so it's revenge either way.
I think one more card would proc that Lumen Stone. I don't know if you go for it now.
I don't think you should. I don't want you to like tune Herald Talent or something. That feels really bad. Just feed it over to Vanarana and it'll proc the Lumen Stone later. Treasure Delivery is a deck that's erring on the slower side, so we are fine not rushing for the Lumen Stone value.
Yeah, Deck
I mean, we have 2 Herald
definitely
Talents. 2 Herald
thinking.
Talents also a fine play. I don't mind it.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so Treasure being shuffled into the deck. We're gonna play. Oh, it was 2 cards. Playing a fast swap, 2 proc that Lumen Stone, drawing Sapwood. Look at this setup in Deck Dog's hand. Just missing I haven't lost yet.
Yeah, Deck Dog is almost complete. As soon as Herald Revive gets popped, Curse the Undercurrent, and then now Doom will have to do with the Herald Abyss tax. And then if Herald falls, that's fine. I haven't lost yet. Burst on Kuki, equipped with the Emblem of Severed Fate as well, is going to do big damage. Not to mention the Sapwood Blade as well. Sapwood Blade Kuki with talent is a terrifying anchor.
Very interesting. Deck Dog choosing to use that fast swap now, going off of Herald onto Kuki, who's going to eat the end of turn summon damage, but will have turn prio going into next round. I wonder what the reasoning is for this.
It cleanses aura. It's the most efficient way to cleanse aura. Kuki
True.
is like Kuki has a lot of self-healing with her skill as well, and also talent makes her literally invulnerable for 1 attack. And this way as well, you don't get the reaction plus a Crow reapply if we end on either Herald or Kirara. Yeah, we do still tank a freeze and Shenhe's summon does hurt, but this way at least we end with no aura. Oh, hold on.
I don't
Wait,
know
did we
if
just
we're ending
die?
with no aura. I think we're gonna end with no Kuki.
Go here does 4. Oh wait, oh yeah, we're just dead.
This was definitely
wait.
a mistake. This is not great for Deck Dog. You have all this setup to go for Kuki Burst. I have an offset talent, and it's all for nothing.
That was skill, empowered with Icicles, empowered by Burst, empowered by Freeze. This Kuki is toast. I think we just lose.
I think this Kuki is the opposite of toast. This Kuki is frozen.
This Kuki has been... Oh, no!
No!
Oh, no! Oh, the timing! That's so bad! Ah, that's unfortunate.
Ow. I think the only way Deck Dog can really play around this is reviving Kuki with Egg and then using all the treasures ever.
But we still need to get Burst. We need to get Burst still. It's so bad.
Well, that's what I mean. So Deck Dog needs all those treasures in hand, so you can revive Kuki, and then there's Herald Talent. But you revive Kuki, and then you quick swap over to her and heal her up, and then skill, and then you swap off if you can.
No, but we don't want to heal her too much. We need to heal her below 6. Otherwise, she just self-piercings. It doesn't matter.
Wait, Deck Dog takes 2 copies of Leave It to Me, and not. There's no Catherine.
Yes. Wait.
So Deck Dog should only have 1 copy left, right? Or was that Doom that used fast swap?
It was no, it was it was Deck Dog that used it to proc Lumen Stone. It was Deck Dog that used it, yeah.
They both used fast swap.
Oh, Herald gets frozen here. Oh no.
Oh, this is
like
so tragic. What are we drawing? Another Forbidden Knowledge. Well, can't play it this turn. Can't tune it either.
Golden House is free right now, yeah.
There is the Golden House drawing more Forbidden Knowledge, but I don't think it matters. Doom is going to go for the skill anyway, leaving Herald at 1 HP and frozen, and that prepared skill is going to go to waste.
Oh, wait, and then we can Unseen Razor and then get a free King Squire equipped on Farzan to do another skill. Wait, and the other skill will be empowered too with Icicles and Shenhe Summon, which means Herald is going to get this revived popped off field.
This is definitely looking like game over for Deck Dog already. All of Doom's characters are so healthy, and Kuki falling. I think Kuki is your only savior up against this deck. You really need that I haven't lost yet Cookie Burst with talent, so you get that revive going every round, and it's just so unfortunate, Doom having the dice to go for that skill on Shenhe and bring Cookie down to lethal range for the summons.
What we should do here is swap Shenhe, then swap Farazan. With our current cards in hand, we always have the dice to play King Squire for free, and also do a skill. And this way we should swap Shenhe first to bait Deck Dog into committing all their dice onto Kirara. That way they cannot swap Herald and deny us the extra damage on Kirara, because Herald's going to fall anyways from the swirl. And this way we get more damage onto Deck Dog's more meaningful character. Oh, we have fast swap. It doesn't matter. Never mind.
There is the fast swap from Mona, her passive, onto Farazan, and this should definitely be where is the Unseen Razor into a free equip of King Squire.
Koyo, if you're listening, can we please add a status on Mona if she has her free fast swap? Sometimes it gets hard to track in the middle of games.
That would be really useful, honestly.
Just for clarity's sake, right? If she has it, just add a little status somewhere on her, please, because
that -3 from the Icy Quills and the Shenhe Burst Summon. This is why you play Shenhe in Swirl decks.
Yeah. Shenhe 3 damage swirls is a tale as old as time, although Shenhe 2 Nemo, the original version, has fallen out of favor. She does still appear in conjunction with other Animo characters as a supplementary thing you can do.
Kirara skill deploying on Deck Dog's side, giving her 2 shield points. This will sustain her just a little bit, but yeah, Doom just going for the strategize here, drawing one more Forbidden Knowledge in Wagner. It should just be ending.
Yeah, I think we should as well. No matter what character Deck Dog ends on, we can get an immediate Gambler's reset off of that, and then from that point forward, the game is as good as done.
This game is basically already under wraps, despite the curse of the undercurrent on Doom's side. He's definitely going to be able to play through it, especially with the Gambler's refresh. So, yeah, it's just so unfortunate.
You know what this means? It's finally time with Kuki. Let's go! New innovative deck we haven't seen in ages. I can't wait.
Oh yeah, the more aggressive one with Linny. Kind of like Finale.
Yeah, but we have Kuki in there, so it gets slightly less aggressive. We have more healing in there. I really want to know what the list looks like. I know Pilot played it earlier, but with so many new cards being added. Oh no!
The treasure getting burned to a crisp. Deck Dog overdrawing. I definitely feel like Deck Dog is playing a bit on tilt this game, just because of how that start went. Kuki falling at the worst time possible. Must be so frustrating.
I would not at all be surprised if Deck Dog is the slightest bit tilted right now. I mean, honestly, I would be too with how the game has been going so far. I cannot believe Doom from 0 dice was able to squeeze out another action on Shenhe. That is just something you cannot expect. Because this deck isn't a Magic deck, right? It doesn't have the same type of tools as Double Dragon Magic. It's kind of like a hybrid between that and Libra Armory, so just being able to squeeze out 3 dice from 0 is not something you expect.
That is just really unfortunate that this is how the cookie crumbles, but we will be going on to Game 3, which, at least for the audience, means another Welkin raffle.
That's true. And the more the raffles, the better. It might not be good for the mental of Deck Dog, but it is better for those watching.
There is the Forbidden Knowledge onto Farazan. Doom not really caring about taking that damage, just trying to draw out what is left of his deck to see what he gets. Gets another Rhythm. I don't think they stack, though.
No, they do not. Unlike Golden Houses, because it is a team status, you cannot stack both of them. It's just like how Libra Resonance works. You can only play one at a time.
I definitely think if you're Doom, you just equip Gamblers and go. It's just normal attack.
Gamblers NA and then you win. It's fine if Farazan falls after that to Kirara Burst. You just go Shenhe and you win anyways.
There is the Wagner discounted because of the seed box. No, because Dunyarzad. Doom playing Dunyarzad and drawing that Moon Piercer out. That is certainly for Shenhe.
Yep, should just Gambler's normal attack though. Gambler's normal attack wins games.
There's the Moon Piercer.
Oh, I guess it just triggered Lumenstone. All right.
Yeah, there's the Lumenstone proc. This is a bit of a dice fixer, but either way, I think you normal attack.
There's no reason to skill. A normal attack does enough damage to kill Herald one way or another, so there's no reason to expend an extra dice for the Curse the Undercurrent, especially considering you'll get refreshed when Herald dies anyways. And now, Kirara versus the world. Can she do it? I do not believe so, unfortunately.
Kirara will be able to snipe Flarzon here with a burst if Deckdog so wishes.
So Sapwood Blade Burst does do 6 damage with the Quicken. And then we could carry forward the dice refund from Sapwood with a normal attack after that, but Shenhe's skill kills us every single day of the week if we burst.
I think Deckdog burning that treasure is just so unfortunate. You really need those treasures to sustain if you're Deckdog.
Yeah, especially when you're left on a solo character with so little HP. And unlike Kuki, Kirara does not have that once per turn revive. Whatever you see is what you get. You can't do any funny revive shenanigans with Kirara. We do have Egg, though.
We do have Egg. Deckdog thinking really hard about what he wants to do here, knowing that the end is nigh. Surely he snipes out Flarzon with a burst, but how does he do it? There is the Adeptus.
I don't like this Adeptus. Sapwood Burst would have been enough either way. I think like committing this Adeptus is just dice that we could have used to just stack up Kirara more. I mean, yes, technically Sapwood Blade is one more dice, but if we normal attack after this, it will refund us the dice. And we also get to do extra damage on our normal attacks for the rest of the game. So I don't really like the Adeptus play here. Unless, of course, Deckdog is planning to go for a skill after this, in which case it's fine, because it will extend the game a little bit longer.
Doom going for a skill on Shenhe. It only does 4 damage right now. That burst summon not on the field. And Deckdog has one more chance to do anything at all. But what's it going to be?
Well, I mean, can Kirara eat an additional 8 damage? Because with 6 dice remaining for Doom's side, that is 2 Shenhe skills. And 2 Shenhe skills is 8 damage with Weapon and Icy Quills.
Probably not going to happen. But there is the I haven't lost yet. Here is the strategize. Oh, wait, there's stove! There's stove.
You need minimum 7 treasures. No, 6 treasures. Minimum 6 treasures. Oh, wait, no, and then Shenhe Burst as well. Minimum 8 treasures.
Heart of Cavarena equip, replacing the artifact on Kirara, and this should just be a stove. You need to draw out treasures and then skill.
You need to draw minimum 8 treasures. That is the napkin math to survive until next round. Unfortunately, I do not think we have it.
Yeah, that liar song. I mean, it's really unfortunate because Deckdog is not going to get out of this no matter what we say.
Oh, wait, hold on.
No matter what he tries. Wait, huh?
Hold on. Curse the Undercurrent is like 1 Shenhe skill. I miscalculated. We only need like 5 treasures. 7 HP and we can carry it forward to next round.
I think Doom can just normal attack.
Oh, yeah, normal.
There is the revive and there is the skill.
Normal only does 6 though, so we like as long as we can get Kirara over onto 7 effective HP, we kind. Oh wait, Egg carries Kuki over to the next round. I don't think this is enough though.
Deckdog noticeably did not heal above the breakpoint of Shenhe's skill.
That is true.
And that I haven't lost yet went on Kirara. I'm not sure how much I like that.
I think we should have played that 1 extra treasure. That way we could have swapped over into Kuki afterwards, and it would have brought Kirara out of the skill range.
Yeah, this is not.
Yeah.
This is not. Kirara definitely falls here, and even though Doom only has 2 dice left, I don't think there's any way for Deckdog to get out of this with Kuki solo. No talent, no anything on her right now. No real way to heal her up. Maybe this 1 treasure.
Mean, we could heal her up to 2 HP, but that doesn't matter. We need to heal her to 5 minimum, which means we need to find 4 treasures in the as our turn starts, which is just not feasible. Especially considering we overdrew 1 and already played 3. There's only 1 treasure left in the deck. 2. Never mind, I miscounted.
Yeah, there's the rest of the treasures, and it's not going to heal Kuki above that threshold. I'm really not sure what Deckdog is going to do here. Letting Kirara fall just feels so tragic. Lumenstone played at full price, playing Underwater Treasure.
This will help us draw a few treasures.
Yeah,
I mean,
it will. There's the other treasure.
Okay.
Oh, no!
Tragic.
That
No.
is not no. The
Okay, no, I think
are not there.
I think no matter what though, this was always losing because as long like Doom can always skill into burst on Mona no matter what. Deck Dog simply just doesn't have the damage to break through it, especially with no burst, no haven't lost it or anything like that. And then as soon as Mona Burst comes out, Kuki was going to get one shot next turn anyways, and also not to mention the freeze. So skill into burst on Mona, always a winning play. I mean, we can just swap over into Shenhe now and skill, and that's winning too because Deck Dog was not able to heal over the break point.
But you have to admire, Deck Dog trying to find a way out of this, not giving up.
Yeah, there was an attempt.
Yeah, there was an attempt. There definitely was an attempt, but alas, this is the end of Deck Dog's journey in Game 2. Doom is going to be taking this game. It's just, how is Doom going to do it? It will be a fast swap onto Shenhe. You just need to skill and perfect damage. Kuki falls. Doom's game to win here.
Yep, it's now even onto 1-1. Doom can no longer play this very aggressive Farazan deck. On the other hand, though, Deck Dog is still forced to play Treasure Delivery, and it's now Doom's turn to shine with this very interesting Finally-esque deck.
Yeah, very excited to see the next matchup. But before we talk about that, we do have our raffle winners here below. So if you see your UID there, congratulations, you have won a Blessing of the Welcome Moon. And make sure you're making your way on over to Astro Carnival's YouTube channel where you can enter our Wilkin raffles. We'll be having 2 winners each game. And we are going to Game 3 yet again. Every time we go to Game 3, that is an additional Wilkin raffle that we wouldn't otherwise have. So yeah, congratulations.
Quite fortunate today. I think this is like our second Game 3, so we already have an additional 2 raffles like, in comparison to a 2-0-2-0. So maybe this trend continues and we'll have more raffles for the viewers, although that will mean we're going to be here for just that extra little bit. But with how fast the games are going today, might not be that much of an extension.
It's really interesting you say that because, I mean, games were going pretty slowly before. We had very long days at the start of Pacific, but players have weaned off of the more mid-range decks in favor of these more aggressive decks like Liyue Armory and the Sayu Claymore deck. And I mean, Doom definitely bringing his share of aggressive decks here. I'm very excited to see this next matchup. So, I mean, what are your predictions going into this next game?
It's so hard to say. It's like predictions are so tough when you're looking at decks we don't see. Yes, Pilot has played a version of this deck before in the Prince Cup Atlantic, but we haven't seen this matchup against Treasure Delivery, and like this Kuki Finally mashup deck is just not very popular or prevalent in the meta, so I have basically no data to work off of. It's very hard to say what's going to happen.
I mean, it is pretty difficult to say what's going to happen. I do agree with you. I think this deck functions very similar to Finale. But yeah, we're just going to have to see. I do believe we're going to see a refresh of our decks here in a moment. Again, Doom stuck on that Kuki, Nahida, Linny deck. Very similar to Finale. It's just no official. And every time, the open deck with Conquest format, if you win on a deck, you can no longer play it. So, yeah, this is the last deck these players can play with Deck Dog once again on Treasure Delivery.
Yep, and honestly, I think Prince Cup Pacific has been the story, or at least in Group C and D, has been just the resurgence of aggro decks. Because ever since 4.1, when finally got that really big hit to its damage, aggro decks has kind of been quiet. We haven't been seeing them a lot. Players have been favoring these more stall-ish mid-range / combo decks, and then now here in Group C and Group D, we see these more aggressive decks pop up. Liyue Armory, and we see this interesting Farazan deck a lot more often, and then now this Finally variant. Perhaps in next patch, in the in-person events of both Atlantic and Pacific, we might see an aggro meta emerge, which is something we haven't had in a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, it's been going between more mid-range combo to faster, like, hyper magic combos. So seeing something like this, which is definitely more aggro, is very interesting to me, and I'm excited to see how this plays out. You have that cookie talent here. Is there anything that stands out to you?
Mausoleum. Like, Mausoleum is a card that is played in more slower mid-range decks because you don't really care to draw all your combo tools really fast. So you have the opportunity to play these slower cards that are more to hinder your opponent as opposed to further your own game plan. So bringing in faster, more aggressive decks like this Kuki Finally variation is a very interesting choice, and I'm not sure I'm fully on board with it.
Yeah, I really like the Fresh Wind of Freedom pick here, though. I agree. I don't like Mausoleum. I feel like it's very situational. It could just be tuning fodder, but the rest of the deck seems pretty good. And here is a reminder of Deck Dog's Kirara Treasure Delivery deck.
Yeah, I mean, this is about as stock standard as you can get for Treasure Delivery. 1 Adeptus, 1 Emblem, 1 Egg, 2 Mausoleum. I haven't lost yet. The one off, what is it? Sapwood Blade, the double Herald talent, and 1 Kuki, as opposed to the Kirara talent, which we did see earlier in the Prince Cup Atlantic, has been swapped out for the Herald talent. But yeah, this is like basically as cookie cutter as you can get for this deck, and this is the list that everyone has been running.
As a cookie cutter?
You and your puns.
Is it a Geniusification TCG stream without puns?
Yes, it is.
Anyway, so we are going to be getting into this game now. Deck Dog versus Doom. Very aggressive deck versus more mid-range combo-ish, but just a reminder, our welcome raffle has started over on Astro Carnival's YouTube channel, so make your way on over there and follow the instructions by the moderator there for how to enter. I believe it's ! Pick the player you want to win or you're personally rooting for and your UID. The same message in the YouTube channel chat specifically. The raffle should be open for the next 3 minutes, so good luck, have fun. We'll be announcing the winners at the end. Also, there should be a QR code appearing on your screen every so often, so if you scan it, it will send you to a feedback form and you can tell us your thoughts, tell us how we're doing. We would definitely love to hear from you guys.
Oh, great opening for Deck Dog. It's probably one of the better openings you can get. Like the instant Lumenstone plus the Veteran's Visage as well played on Kuki to just get that instant dice refund as well. Oh, and then we have the dice to swap over and then carry dice over to Vanarana, or we can just carry 3 dice over to Vanarana. Oh, and it's all 3 aligned dice that we can use next turn as well. This is about as good as it can get. Oh, yeah, Doom kind of bricked on dice a bit. Yikes.
Yeah, these dice are not what you want. Like, you have the veterans, you can go for that Kuki skill, but not with those dice. So, I mean, what do you do here then?
Liban, Timaeus, replace Dunyazard. Mausoleum, replace Dunyazard, pass. Ooh, okay, this works too.
I mean, yeah, leaving Mausoleum definitely seems like the play. I guess you replace one of those juniors odds, like you were saying, and just wait. Do you also play veterans? What if you played the second Timaeus and then veterans and then leave it? But then what if Deck Dog doesn't proc the veterans?
No, yeah, because Deck Dog could just not swap and not proc it, and then you kind of have a disadvantage. The more consistent play would be to play the Liban, and then because you just play the Treasure, don't play the second Timaeus, and just play the other Mausoleum to replace Dunyazard, and that way we can still play Timaeus next turn at 1 cost, and it would still give us a discount overall.
There's a Liban. Now the question is, okay, there's the Mausoleum using the second Dendro dice, and yeah, Doom should just be ending here. There we go.
Yep. And now I think Deck Dog can actually just stay here on Kuki. There's no reason to swap off, unless we are really thirsting for that extra Electro Aura. We are thirsting for the extra Electro Aura, okay. Because we're expecting Doom to just skill on Kuki in response, and that way we don't necessarily need to swap off our own Kuki, because it's not like she's in threat or anything, but I guess we do want the extra Electro Aura, and that way we could go apply the element we are lacking. Lots of Hydro, 2 hits of that on Herald, and lots of Dendro as well. Kirara is going to apply a lot on her Burst.
Doom's Mausoleum noticeably at 3 stacks, so this is going to be an awkward turn for Deck Dog. All of those Forbidden Knowledge gonna get feeded in starting this turn.
Yep, I mean, Deck Dog's in 100% proc Lumenstones. That's already one stack. And if we skill on Kirara, that is another stack going towards the Mausoleum as well. Not to mention the end phase draw or whatever we're going to get for our Veteran's Visage, assuming we do get the second activation of it.
Also, can I just point out, okay, look at Doom's hand. 2 Veteran's Visage, 3 to equip because of the Tamais, and 3 treasure already. This is going to be a round for Doom.
Yeah, I mean, Doom can go in. This is an aggro deck after all. Like, Nahida does a lot of damage, especially spreading the Seeds of Skanda around. Nahida is probably one of, like, the just more valuable baseline characters in the game, and we just haven't been seeing her often because aggro has fallen out of the meta, and she really fits in well with these aggressive decks where it's just all about damage and just getting as much value for your dice as possible early on.
Yeah, I mean, aggro falling out of the meta is basically because it's slower than Magic in some ways. Because you're still looking to end the game by turn 3, and if your opponent can just survive until then, and they're playing something like Hyper Magic, they're just gonna pop off turn 3, even if they're on 1 HP on their carry, right? So
Yep.
it was just a bit too slow, but with the resurgence of other aggro comes back some older versions of aggro.
And, like, these versions of aggro just have more baseline dice value. You're not as reliant on your equipment because your characters just do a lot of damage generally, and they're not reliant on setup from burst like Farazan or Shenhe, or weapons in the case of, once again, Farazan and Shenhe.
This is going to be so unfortunate for Deck Dog 2 because I believe that is the second Veterans on Hida, and I don't think it is procced yet. So, just staying on Kirara and skilling, that is a pretty heads-up play, not wanting to proc that Veterans.
That's fine. We have treasure.
That's fine. Exactly, we have treasure. Oh! Wait, no, yeah, that's Veterans, okay. I was like,
wait, we rolled that.
Oh. No, it wasn't Dendro. It was it was either
you rolled Pyro or Electron. Both are kind of high rolly in their own ways.
The Dendro was from Veterans.
Okay, so I mean the Pyro is still good because we can skill Nahida and then apply the prop arrow stack, which will be really nice. It should just be skill. Skill is good if the deck dog stays on Kirara, or skill swap skill is fine as well. Oh, 5 cost. Okay.
Ooh, that is definitely interesting because you're not going to get that second energy point for Nahida and going for the 5 cost, but this does do a lot of damage across the board.
Yeah, curious. At this point, though, there's no way Deck Dog stays on the Kirara, so we should swap Herald, I guess. I mean, passing here is okay as well. We only float 1 dice because Double Vonarana will catch 4 of the 5 dice we currently have. Mausoleum. Okay, yep. I mean, we're not giving Doom his Mausoleum value. Makes sense.
Yeah, this does counteract that a bit. However, Doom has enough treasures to go for another action on someone. Unfortunately, the dice are not there for it to be Nahida. I would have to tune.
We need to roll really well with the treasures. I don't think it's worth it. So I actually don't like the 5 cost here from Doom because we still have 2 dice remaining. I think I would have preferred it a lot more if we did skill swap skill just to apply more aura. And if Deck Dog swapped off of Kira to do something on either Kuki or Herald, it would have given the +1 draw from her, just built-in draw from her skill, and then would have filled the Deck Dog's deck with more Forbidden Knowledge plus the end phase draw. So I don't like the 5 cost. I think skill swap skill here was better.
I honestly agree with you. Either skill swap skill or double skill to spread the seeds.
Yeah, and it would have also applied an extra Dendro Aura as well. So just either way, skill or skill swap skill, 5 cost was not the play.
I guess Doom was just looking to get a lot of damage off and not really caring about going for Nikita's burst there. Because that's only why you would skill twice, other than applying the Dendro Aura.
No, but skill twice is just more damage overall. Because, like, it's not like we 5 cost and did something on Linny as well, right, to play an extra aura. Just if we just skill twice, it would have just been more damage flat.
Right, yeah.
And also applied a Dendro Aura as well.
I have to wonder what Doom was thinking there, but looks like Deck Dog will be swapping on to Herald, and this will be an instant quicken, a quick quicken, if you will.
Oh, Forbidden Knowledge. I mean, there's 2 at the top of Deck Dog's deck already, so just drew the first. It has such a dice advantage too. 8 to 11, that's huge.
Yeah, 8 to 11. I mean, carrying over those dice through Vanarana definitely gave Deck Dog an edge, though Doom has 2 more dice in hand, and if a character happens to go down, there is also the I haven't lost yet.
That is true. I have Velocity Burst on Nahida does do a lot of damage, especially when it's empowered by Quicken. Question is here, what do we do if we're Deck Dog? Do we want to prop arrow here on Lenny or perhaps do something else? Honestly, I'm down for the prop arrow play. My line of thinking here is that we prop arrow, we apply the Power Aura on Herald. If Herald goes for the skill, that's fine. We swap over onto Nahida and then overloads onto another character. We cancel the follow-up hit and also the Hedger application, and we can skill again to reset seeds and also apply the Danger Aura for Lenny arrow to react with end phase. And then
So we know that Doom is playing a very aggressive type deck, but how does Deck Dog need to play into it?
Classic stall stuff. It's just absorb damage. You want to spread out the damage evenly across your 3 characters. That way, what makes it so Doom isn't able to get a clean one-shot on any of them, and you want to just grind the game down to a halt and wait for Doom to burn all of his resources. Because once again, this is an aggro deck, right? You're not playing cards like Barbara, which have infinite healing thanks to her skill. We're not playing Tenacity and Millilith and stuff like that, which will generate us shield points throughout the course of the game to absorb damage. All of our damage comes out honestly and upfront. And as long as Deck Dog is able to withstand that opening barrage, it will be smooth sailing from there.
Yeah, I mean, that treasure in hand is definitely going to be part of it. Also, that egg. So, and having Cookie Town already, you just really need that I haven't lost yet, and do not sacrifice Cookie this game. that is an important step.
I don't know if I agree too much with the Herald swap here. I think I would have preferred if he prop arrowed instead, and we could have just swapped Nahida tuned a few cards in order to skill. Because here. Now Deck Dog just swaps back over to Kirara, and if we skill, we apply the aura, we do reset seeds, but I think it's just not as good as if we apply the Pyro Aura and also got the Power Summon down as well.
There is the seeds spreading yet again, refreshing 2 on each character with that skill, and he just burst is ready to go. Fortunately, Doom didn't have great dice rolls this time, and there is the burst from Kirara. The Veteran's Visage generating a Dendro die. Yeah, I wonder if we actually draw a card with the second proc of Veterans.
Ooh, more treasure. Okay.
More treasure.
The scary thing here is, though, if we draw too many cards from Lumenstone and our second Veteran's Visage over onto Cookie, that Mausoleum is going to activate, and we're going to have to deal with a lot of cards in the end phase.
Yeah, that is an issue. It's at
Burstier kills Kirara.
Hold on. Now.
Burstier is enough to lethal.
This should go for it. Lumenstone. Heart onto Linny. What are we drawing?
That's Mausoleum.
It's a quick swap. Yeah, Mausoleum did procs. Now for the rest of this turn, every card that Doom draws, an additional Forbidden Knowledge will be shuffled into his deck. There's also 2 right on top that will be drawn soon.
What do we do here for Doom?
What do we do here?
Yeah, I think this is the correct play. We threaten the burning as well as the prop arrow over onto Kirara, and Deck Dog doesn't want to stay on Kirara at this point. We've already used our burst, and so it's like not the best if we go for again. Skill is still okay. It will generate the shield again as well. And Kirara's skill status does stack up to 2, so it's not like we're wasting damage in that regard either. Unfortunately, we do have to tune for it though, and I think we'd much rather. I mean, no, skill is good, because it's all about withstanding the barrage. We don't really care about threatening the opponent as well. Ooh. This is fine as well, though.
Swap onto Herald, drawing an Adeptus for Deck Dog. And what does Doom draw? Of course, it's the Forbidden Knowledge at the top of this deck. Another one getting shuffled back in. So, honestly, if you're Doom, your dice are doomed. All right, yep. Forbidden Knowledge just to draw another. You have to tune.
Yeah, I got a tune.
Eating up the last status. Of the Kirara. Yeah, the burst status. Taking a Dendro damage. I think that was very intentional. But you really have to tune and go in. You have to do something here. I wonder if... Swap. There's the overload onto Kirara, rocking the Herald revive. Wonder why Doom didn't play Boar.
It's not like Deck Dog has enough damage to do 4 damage to a single attack, so we can preserve the Boar for later. It's not like Kuki's going to get lethal this round. So Linny going to get lethal this round, so there's no reason to play it just yet. And then coming in next turn as well, we're going to have a free equip with the Tamaze for Art Gilded, and we can combo off of it from there.
Yeah, that's true. Deck Dog's deck doesn't really output a lot of damage unless you have those bursts ready to go. But there's the Underwater Treasure Hunt going into his deck, pulling back the Veterans, Visage, and drawing out Stove. That could come into play. There is the Stove. And, ooh, there's the I Haven't Lost Yet Veterans. This is going to be huge up against Doom's deck. Now you have everything ready to go for Kuki's Burst.
Yep. Like, as soon as the I Haven't Lost Yet Burst on Kuki comes out, it's going to be devastating for Doom. All of his characters, with the exception of his own Kuki, are within lethal range of that big burst damage. And I mean, with the Adeptus plus Sapwood as well, yeah, all 3 of his characters are within one-shot range of that, and Doom is going to be playing very carefully from now on.
Very carefully indeed. Timer ticking down, but it will be a Kirara skill, and I'm sure the rest of those dice will be fed into Vana.
I don't think there's anything else Deck Dog can really do right now. Kirara is kind of your sacrifice. Ideally, you want her to live in the end phase with 1 HP, so you can sacrifice her for the I Haven't Lost Yet later. Or if you don't, if Doom doesn't fall for the bait, she can generate her burst again and pop that off as well.
Just a normal attack from Doom on Linny. I think this basically guarantees Deck Dog is safe to end.
Yeah, I mean, Kirara end phase will live on 1 HP, and then Doom doesn't have any more dice to work with. I mean, unless he has a Lyre Song, but if Doom has a Lyre Song, I think he would have played it earlier to do another prop error on Linny. That way, Kirara would have just fallen now, and we could have gotten an extra Pyro or Dendro application or whatever onto one of Deck Dog's other characters.
Veterans on Kirara, knowing that the Grim Malkin is going to hit her, trigger that burning, but then another Dendro dice is going to be generated and pass through those Vana. Deck ending his turn. Now the question is, what does Doom do?
Yeah, we have another dice to swap off, which is what we're going to do. Go over onto our healthiest character, being that Kuki Shinobu. And this is also, as well, makes it so that we eat the least amount of aura, because Kuki's Sanctifying Ring will hit before Kirara's Urgent Neko Parcel. And that we will cleanse Kuki of any auras as well, to give Deck Dog less fuel to react with.
Deck Dog with a full hand here, 10 cards. I really feel like this is Deck Dog's game to win.
Yep, Deck Dog, this is his time to shine. Is ahead so much in dice and in HP as well. Doom, unfortunately, didn't roll enough usable dice to be able to really pressure Deck Dog early, and this is kind of the flaw with aggro decks. If you don't roll enough usable dice, if you don't roll well enough, you simply do not have the damage. And especially because nowadays decks are taking out dice fixers, if you don't roll good, there's not a lot you can do about it.
Yeah, that is definitely true. If you're playing an aggro deck, you really need to be outputting that damage in the first 3 rounds, especially if you are up against a deck like Deck Dogs, which is more mid-range combo. You're trying to get those resources for a later game around, round 4, even round 3 or 4, and just go on Kuki for the rest of the game with that revive that procs every round. And Deck Dog looks like he's going to be able to pull it off. Like, the HP difference is pretty huge, but I really like Deck Dog's position here. Maybe we're being a bit too hasty in calling that, but
I think Deck Dog's position is very, very healthy. Like, an I Haven't Lost Yet Burst on Kuki will even out whatever HP disparity is currently on his side. And at this point, like, Doom has run out of the majority of his resources and also now has to deal with the Curse the Undercurrent. Deck Dog is in a very healthy state to turn the game around.
There is the bait, normal attacking on Kirara, even playing the Treasure as sort of baits, knowing that it doesn't actually bring her above any meaningful breakpoint, other than basically it would force a normal attack from Kuki. But now the burst is ready to go, so I think Doom is going to be forced to go for
So the reason we play the treasure is so that Kuki's Sanctifying Ring won't kill Kirara
Yeah,
if we
yeah,
swap
exactly.
off. Right?
Exactly.
We want to burst on Kuki because this is Doom's late game insurance policy.
Exactly. But I think this is a bait. Like, Deck Dog
100%.
did bring Kirara above the Sanctifying Ring breakpoint, but not above normal attack breakpoint. There's like no effort
fast
to.
swap. Hold on, that could change things maybe.
Both these players do have a fast swap in hand. Both have I haven't lost yet. There is the fast swap from Doom actually going and playing it. Draws a Liar Song. Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. Unfortunately, all of the Seeds of Skanda were burned earlier. All of them activated already, so what can we do with this? Unfortunately, Sanctifying Ring with no Quicken isn't enough to actually do 2 damage to kill Kirara, which means she will be able to absorb another big hit after that. But we do not want Kuki to fall so early because we have talent in hand right now. We want to leverage that as much as possible. But that will be we need to sacrifice either Linny or Nahida.
Might be Linny. It might be a quick swap over to Linny Burst. Because I feel like you want to burst and skill on Nahida if you can. Maybe it's just Nahida Burst though.
I think it is the Nahida Burst because we have the burning already end phase. We do not need to Linny Burst. Linny Burst also does a lot of damage as well, and he also has 1 stack of the prop surplus. I think it should be the Nahida Burst. That way we get the +1 damage on reactions as well, which will help us narrow down the difference of HP between their Kuki and our Kuki, and then we could also already use the burning in the end phase. But no, I guess the dice works out better for Linny.
It would also trigger Quicken, but yeah, here we go. Doom deciding on Linny. Deck Dog drawing a treasure from that second Veteran's Visage proc, but it doesn't matter. Doom is going to take out Kirara here. Don't know how just yet. Could be a burst, could be a skill. There is the burst, but this is playing right into Deck Dog's hands.
No, absolutely. This will be an I haven't lost yet burst on Kuki coming out very, very shortly to even out the HP differential. Although, the thing is, though, Linny is also now in 1 HP, so the burst from Kuki kind of goes wasted here.
Ooh.
That doesn't matter.
It could have been a Boar Princess stack.
It could have, but I don't think it matters too much.
So here's the problem for Deck Dog. Despite being able to go for this play, the I haven't lost yet burst with Kuki talent, it is a huge hit on Linny, who's only a 1 HP.
Oh, wait, we didn't play Boar Princess.
It's already
Dude didn't play Boar Princess. Why?
Oh, interesting. Actually, it's a good point. I'm not sure why. That should have definitely been something played. But however, Doom is also going to be able to play I haven't lost yet Kuki Burst.
That's true. The thing is, though, Kuki will have her talent up, and as long as it hasn't been procced in the current round, Kuki Shinobu will live no matter what on 1 HP.
This is actually closer than it seems. Like, Deck Dog definitely having a lot of resources to work with right now. Gonna go for this burst with talent to basically have that revive that procs every round, but Doom is gonna be in the same situation.
Yeah. Surprisingly going for the Sapo normal attack instead. I think if we were going for the Sapo normal attack, we shouldn't have played the Ivan Lost It, because then we could burst on Kuki and then play the Ivan Lost It to charge her extra energy. So that's like -1 energy on the side of Deck Dog. I think it's a little bit wasted.
I agree completely. Especially, you should really be hiding that I haven't lost yet if you're not intending on bursting right then. It is definitely a waste of energy. But it's not a waste of damage, I guess. And there is the refresh of Electro from that Sapwood. This should just be Nahida Burst. There's the Boar Princess, finally. I think it's... So yeah, we're not going to play the I haven't lost yet just yet. That we're saving that for Kuki. I think this is a good play, because you already have Nahida's Burst ready to go.
Yeah. I'm also fairly certain Deck Dog just has the dice to win this round. Oh, there it is, coming out.
Yeah, there it is. So, Doom, 8 through the Curse of the Undercurrent stacks.
True.
I haven't lost yet.
Not enough dice to burst, I don't think.
Gilded.
Oh, wait, no, yeah, he does. He does.
Gilded, Boar Princess, and Liar Song. I think there is enough dice to burst with Kuki talent. And then the end phase summons should take out Deck Dog, unless Deck Dog wins before that.
The issue here, though, is that Herald is still alive, which means that Dagda can reapply another 2 stacks of Curse the Undercurrent if we sacrifice Herald at some point.
Or just put talent on right now.
True. If we put talent on right now, Doom should still have 1 more action remaining.
Yeah, so Nihida should fall from this burst because of Sapwood.
Yes.
And Quicken. So there's no going on that. It's 1 dice, plus 2 from Gilded, plus another 1 from Bora Place, plus I haven't lost yet this. You're definitely going to get Cookie Burst off.
Unless, also, another thing as well for Deck Dog, unless we are playing Herald talent, swap Herald, we should 100% play the Kooky talent now, because the Kooky talent of Doom will actually do enough damage to kill her. So, should be playing it now, unless we want to swap Herald. If we want to swap Herald, then it's okay.
Wait, what would do enough damage to take out Cookie?
Doom's Kooky Burst. It's 4 base, plus 1 from Quicken, plus 1 from Shrine of Maya. So yeah, we are swapping to Herald. This will reapply the Curse the Undercurrent, and if Doom doesn't fall for the bait and just ends turn here, that's fine. Herald is enough to... Herald by himself, Herald skill is enough to do 6 damage, and we have to worry about the Curse the Undercurrent next turn. So we should use our Lyre Song now in order to kill Herald, and then we could... Manage normal attack. It's fine. Oh wait, no, we don't have Quicken. We need skill. But yeah. Summon's end phase will do quite a lot of damage to narrow down the HP between our Kooky and their Kooky. The issue comes there and after of, are we able to get off Kooky Burst of our own?
This is a very, very heads-up play by Deck Dog, I think, swapping to that Herald and basically keeping Doom from swapping over himself onto Kooky. Doom having to commit the Lyre Song and everything here, and still keeping that I haven't lost it in hand. Deck Dog probably knowing that Doom has all these things and just baiting out the kill on Herald. Curse the Undercurrent reapplying right now, but unfortunately, Doom still has that I haven't lost yet. Is still going to be able to get that Cookie Burst off, even with this play. There we go. Nihida falling to
wait, Cookie Burst does 6 damage and the summons will finish it off. Hold on.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
Unless Deck Dog can get 2 more actions.
Boom!
If Deck Dog can get 2 more... If Deck Dog can get, like, an extra action here, he actually wins. No, he doesn't, because Kooky now has talent. Wait, Doom wins this!
Yep. Yeah, Doom will be taking the win here, actually.
The clutch...
Even with the Curse of the Undercurrent, this egg is not going to do anything. I feel like...
If we
maybe
can
that was a mistake.
Maybe. If we can egg heal Kirara, no, then we use all our healing resources.
So this isn't going to do anything. So the quick swap over to Kirara is not going to do anything at all. You need 1 treasure. You need exactly 1 treasure to survive these breakpoints.
But it doesn't matter, because if we already played all our treasure, we will not be able to heal Kooky out of range of our opponent's damage.
Exactly. That's the problem. So no treasure, fast swap onto Kirara, but this isn't going to do anything. The ends of summons are definitely going to be taking the win here for Doom. Here comes the first one. Kirara falls, and here comes the second. Kooky falls as well. Doom is the victor, making it through the lower bracket, and Deck Dog unfortunately falls out of the tournament. Congratulations to Doom.
And I think it's just a perfect series of plays from Doom on turn 3. First, we go Linny to trade Linny for Kirara, and we get that end phase summon to win us the game. And then we go Nihida to burst, we get that +1 damage from the Shrine of Maya, and that +1 damage is what gave our Kooky just barely enough damage to break through Deck Dog's breakpoint on their own, triggering the revive early and letting our summons win the game for us.
Yeah, that was honestly really close. I didn't know how I felt about the Herald swap. I first thought it was a really good decision, and then it just went south. But here we have our raffle winners from this game. If you see your UID there, congratulations, you've won a Blessing of the Welkin Moon. And there will be another raffle when we go into our next set of matches. So make sure you stay tuned. Head on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel where you can enter the next raffle. There's always 2 winners per game. So we have many more games coming up today. Just a heads up for that. But getting back to that game. So
yeah, I mean, Raffles aside, I think Swap Herald play was good because if he bursted on Kuki, it would have also done 6 damage, taking out the Nahida of Doom, which would have allowed Doom to either lost a burst on his Kuki anyways, and then the double summons probably would have finished off from there. So no matter what, I think Doom was in a winning position there, but I think it's just how he made use of whatever remaining cards he had in hand, hiding it until the very last moment, and surprising deck dog.
I actually feel like swapping a Herald was maybe a misplay. I thought it was a good decision, but I don't know. I feel like I need to go rewatch that to understand what happened.
No. From that position, Doom was always winning. I think swapping Herald was the correct play there.
It was so tense, but here we go, our updated bracket for Group D. So, I mean, this is the final day of the online group stage for the Pacific Prince Cup tournament. The top 32 will be decided today. Deck Dog falling out of the tournament, unfortunately, after such a really fun to watch showing. And Doom will be advancing to the lower bracket third round. Seru versus Kisa will be up next. The winner will be going on to face Doom.
But that is how it went for the lower bracket round 2. That part has now been concluded. Moving on forward, though, I mean, I really did like the decks Deck Dog brought, but the innovation from Doom as well, bringing a more aggro list from Atlantic, from like a bygone era, really did pay off, and I hope we do see more innovations like this.
Yeah, for sure. But I think for now, we're going to be going to a break really quickly. So stay tuned. We'll see you soon. Hello, travelers, and welcome back to the Astro Carnival Pacific Prince Cup Tournament. Once again, I am one of your casters today, Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and with me here is Sumi.
As you said, we're back once again. This is going to be the final game you and I are going to be casting together before we throw it over onto Staffa and Kojo. Unluckily for us, though, we're not going to be casting any of the matches that decide who actually gets promoted into the live event.
I mean, I'm sure both of us are going to be watching the outcomes very closely, though, because, I mean, what a journey this has been, this top of 32. I believe we're going to be seeing the updated bracket here very shortly, but this is the last group. This is Group D. The last two players who will be qualifying for the live event will be decided here and now today. But, I mean, before we get to those final matches, we do have some lower bracket things to go through, so Sumi and I are going to be casting over Seru versus Kisa, and the winner of that will go on to face Doom. The loser of that will unfortunately be knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Seru and Kisa are very strong in their own right. Seru is a content creator, knows like a lot about the unorthodox decks, and plays a lot of them as well, so has a very broad knowledge on different decks and matchups, while Kisa is a very strong player in his own right, qualifying to the second seed in Prince Cup Japan of last year, just losing out against the eventual champion of Chikuwa. But here are their decks.
Yeah, here is the deck selection. Wow, so Conwell banned on both sides. This is very common story. Double Dragons for Seru, picking that Sayu Herald deck first off, and Kisa also running with the Sayu Herald deck, not picking for the first game, but going with the Liyue Armory. So this is all stuff we have seen throughout Group D. There's no surprises here whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I feel about Seru bringing back the Herald Claymore deck. In his previous matchup, he had pacing issues. He really struggled to find the right timing on when to go in and when to ramp. He's bringing the same list we saw last time, though, the one parametric transformer as opposed to the Ancient Court, as is more common. I bring in a extra Golden House, I believe, instead of the Underwater Treasure.
Yeah, no Underwater Treasure Hunt. Seru bringing double Golden House, double Seed Dispensary, and that parametric there.
Yeah, I think both of these decks are pretty standard. There's not much to really talk about. This deck is basically as cookie cutter as it gets, except for those two very minor changes. This does mean Seru will be forced to play a lot slower because you do not have that instant equipped gravestone, but we do have more dice to work with when we actually do combo. And here's Kisa, the aggressive deck, bringing Liyue Armory. I think this is the more standard version with a Tendori and one egg.
The Tendori is not too standard. I know some players have been bringing Tendori, but it really depends. Like, there are some alterations here and there. I know Kisa really likes treasure-seeking Sealy in this deck, and I mean, against Forbidden Knowledge, it's not the best pick, but not many people are running Forbidden Knowledge anymore, though we did see it in the earlier set. But I think, I still remember the game where, despite Salty running into a bunch of Forbidden Knowledge, just played through it and took a bunch of Forbidden Knowledge into his deck and managed to win.
Them?
So yeah, he didn't care. It's basically did not care about the Forbidden Knowledge and still won with Liyue Armory. So maybe Sealy could be the correct choice here.
We'll have to see, though. Here is Seru's player stats. Average runs 4, meaning he does prefer the faster decks. Average dice 15, that is on the lower end. Average normal attacks 3.5. That does lean to his preference of the Double Dragon Magic, which has been falling out of favor for some players. Elemental Burst 1.5, kind of in the middle, and the strongest single strike of a very respectable 7.
Yeah, so I mean, here is the pre-match data for Kisa. Look how small the graph is, actually. Not maxing out the ends on either way.
I mean, I guess this kind of leans towards Kisa playing decks that are kind of middle of the pack, but jack of all trades, right? There's not a deck that's exceptional at burst damage or exceptional at stalling or does a lot of normal attacks like Double Dragon Magic. Just playing decks that are able to do a little bit of everything. And consistency in tournaments like this against players of this caliber is what you're after.
Definitely. I mean, average rounds being 3, though, tells me that Kisa is sticking to his aggressive tag there. Of course, these are tags that players are choosing for themselves, or not like labels that anyone that like we're giving them, we're not assigning them. They are choosing for themselves. So Kisa designates himself as an aggressive player. Of course, Kisa taking second place in the Japan Prince Cup tournament last year, only getting knocked out by Chikoa, who already qualified for the live tournament later. But here we go, Seru versus Kirisa. Once again, a reminder, there are welcome raffles going on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. Make your way on over there. They just started. Make sure you type in exclamation mark, pick the player you want to win or you think is going to win, and your UID to enter into the raffle. We'll be announcing 2 winners at the end of this match, as well as there should be a QR code appearing on your screen periodically on the left-hand side. If you scan it, it will send you into a survey feedback form. Please tell us your thoughts about how we're doing and what we're doing. We would definitely appreciate hearing from all of you guys, even if you've already done it in previous stream.
If you like the raffles, be sure to let us know so we can have more of them, or just anything else you want us to be doing more on the stream. Be sure to let us know. We're here to make the experience the best we possibly can for you, so your feedback helps us achieve that.
Yes, for sure. But I did not catch what these players started on.
Neither did I. They're still in the rolling phase. We'll figure it out soon. I mean, I'm expecting Seru to just go for a Herald Ramp 8 anyways. Probably as a countdown in hand somewhere, maybe like a double Liban or something. This is the more typical play, although it could be risky against a deck like Lieber Armory, where there is just a lot of turn 1 damage, especially with Shenhe, especially with Mood Piercer, although I'm not actually sure if Kirisa managed to draw it. I know it's not the King Square, because King Square has the handle poking out from the top. So this could either be a Moon Piercer or double Lithic Sphere. If it's double Lithic Sphere, that's actually really unfortunate. Looks like Seiryu didn't manage to get the countdown, which you really do want turn 1 if you are playing the ramp 8. Drawing into... Oh no, drawing into this artifact turn 1, that's not what you want. Although we do have the live and the bail is out, so we are still able to ramp a little bit.
Herald's skill, I mean, so Seiryu has Levin, as you said, so Levin should definitely be fine enough for passing this turn, but Kirisa, I can't catch the weapons. So when the cards are on the bottom side, I have no idea what weapons they are.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, Shenhe just did a skill without like equipping of the Moon Piercer, so I'm going to assume it's double Lithic Spear, in which case, give your salutes to Kirisa. That is not what you want.
That is not what you want, but it will be a swap onto Shao. This tells me that there is a Moon Piercer, because you have 3 Hydro Dice. I don't see a world where you ever swap to Shao if you're not going to equip Moon Piercer for 3 and then skill for 1.
Alright, I can see it, I can see it.
Nope!
Never mind.
That's wrong!
Nope.
Okay, we're swapping on the Elon. Gonna use those 3 Hydros. Just a swap stall. No, actually, so it might have been a Moon Piercer, but considering Seru swapped away from Herald, it is avoiding the swirl.
Yeah, denied the swirls. There's no reason to skill on Zhao. And we had 3 Hydro anyway, so we can just skill on Yelan anyways. That's just more efficient overall for our dice.
And also setting up the free swirl going into later turns.
Yeah, that's true. That could be what Kisa is going for. I mean, either way, at this point, we already committed over onto Yelan. 3 dice remaining. It's not like we have a live or anything to pass our dice to anyway, so it should just be going for the skill. There's no need to think too much. Oh, it is double Lithic Spear. Alright.
Okay, so not even going for the skill on Yelan, very interesting. Wagner, though, and King Squire, so I guess you can play Wagner and, for sure, get a Moon Pierce.
Absolutely. The Moon Piercers are the only weapons left in our deck. Like, if we do not get it, it is actually a legitimate miracle.
Seru's turn to go. 10 dice in hand. Lots of Omni and Cryo.
Ooh, Gravestone! There's Gravestone!
Yeah, there is Gravestone. I wonder if we're going to see Tongyun's skill first.
Gravestone, our Lord and Savior.
Double Golden House as well.
That's true. 1 cost Gravestone. Oh, and the Lumen Stone. Ooh, we're ballin' today. I think this is like a really interesting play where we play Lumen Stone, and the Parametric, and like we just full ramp. and then we can carry over for like a parametric at 2 stacks for next turn, and just really combo off on Sayu.
There is the Lumen Stone. This should be double Golden House. There is one. There's two.
Gravestone?
Gravestone? On who? On Sayu, right?
Chong. Chong.
Oh,
We just go Chong this turn. I am in favor of just equipping Gravestone on Chong, and we just go off this turn. Or not.
Looks like no Gravestone for now, at least. The parametric is in play, though, and I'm not sure how much I like this. I mean, I guess you could use the Golden House for the Gilded if Kirisa avoids proccing the parametric.
This is... No, because we put the parametric, we need to go off this turn. Because Kirisa will guarantee trigger if we end first, without utilizing the dice gained from it. So we actually have to just go off this turn, which means I really don't like how we didn't play our Gravestone. We could have gone 2 empowered attacks off with it, and then Yelan would have been within Gravestone range right now, forcing Kirisa to swap off. I don't like that we did not play the Gravestone.
Well, there is the parametric proc, 3 skills with elemental application having been executed, and now Kirisa is gonna have to decide what to do here. I don't think you stay on Yelan.
Should be swap Sayu here.
It should be, but will it be?
Swap Sayu. If Kirisa goes Xiao, we swap Herald and we play Talent, Gravestone, Pass. If Kirisa swaps onto either Yelan or Shenhe, we just tune 1 in skill on Sayu with Talent. Or actually, we don't even need to tune. We just play the Gilded Dreams and we skill with Talent on Sayu.
There could be some swap stalling happening here at this point. Yep, swap to Shenhe. Now the question is, how does Seru respond? Shenhe not within Gravestone range.
We could consider a normal attack to freeze the Shenhe. I mean, Shenhe is a huge threat, right? Especially with her burst being nearly up. Freezing her is okay. It also put her within Gravestone range as well, but if we are expecting Shenhe to do a skill, I would prefer if we go over onto Sayu, perhaps, and get our talent off. We can also consider just playing the Gravestone on Sayu now and passing.
It could definitely be the case. I don't know. You wouldn't pass, though, because you have 3 more dice
I think
to work
swap
with.
Herald, Gravestone, Talent, Pass is fine as a play, I think.
Swap on the Sayu. This is what I thought would happen. I think there's gonna be some swap stalling. So Seru swaps from Chongyun onto Sayu, and now Kisa with Shenhe out in the open probably won't stay here. Probably swap on the Xiao. Yep.
Okay. Now that Kisa has done this, it should just be the full equip on Sayu and Herald when we pass our turn. Because the next thing we can do Xiao doesn't apply any aura, right? So it's not like he can insta-freeze us or threaten a freeze even. So next turn we normal attack and we have aura on all 3 characters, assuming Kirisa ends on Xiao. And then after that we can skill on Sayu, and it's going to get our swirls. It's going to freeze one of the characters of Kirisa, either Yelan or the Shenhe. And after that, we're just profiting.
There is the Gravestone on the Sayu and a talent. Okay, I am not sure what the plan is here for Seru.
Yeah. Why did talent only cost 2 dice there? Hold on, what am I missing? What was I unaware of? Because there's... Seru only had 3 dice. Gravestone cost 1 to equip, leaving just 1 Omni, 1 Animo. So how were we able to play talent? What discount was going on here?
I'm actually trying to figure that out as well.
Or no. Unless we had
It was 2 cost.
It was 2 cost. Yeah, so how do we do it? Huh.
What artifact was on Sayu before? Was there Golden Troop?
Oh wait, was it Golden Troop? If it was Golden Troop, makes perfect sense.
Yeah, if Golden Troop was on Sayu, then it costs 2, so that's probably what it was. That's why we're on the caster's seat and not playing the game.
I mean, we also can't click on the characters to double check, so in my defense, Your Honor, in my defense, I cannot click on the character to check.
There is more Princess, and with the Chongyun Frost Field just going for normal attack onto Sayu. And honestly, look at this. This is really scary for Kirisa.
Yeah. I mean, either Yeon's going to get frozen or Shenhe's going to get frozen. And also, swapping to Shenhe is always the incorrect play because then Xiao and Yeon get...
Ooh,
Wait.
The Tandori. This is the first time I've seen the Tandori actually show up in this sector.
Wait, comes up.
Tandori, there is the fresh wind of freedom, and that is going to be Sayu falling. This is so bad for Seru. Moon Piercer. Oh,
Wait,
no.
Gamblers. We can get Gamblers off with this now.
Yeah. This should be Gamblers.
Oh, that's horrible.
This is not what you want if you're Seru.
This is so bad.
There's the Gamblers on to Xiao. And goodbye, Sayu.
Oh no.
War Princess was active though, so Seru got 2 Omni from that. Now the question is, where do you go? With that Wolf's Gravestone, you could go to Chongyun.
No, if we go Chongyun, we eat the 5 damage burst, but like, if we go Herald, Chongyun gets frozen, we have to Herald solo.
You don't. You just normal attack with Gravestone.
Oh yeah, you're right. Because Xiao just dies after that. Wait, and then Kirisa will have no dice after this. Hold on, Chung solo could just win this. And we have Gamblers too!
The only problem is, so it's going to be free swap onto Shenhe, so Shenhe's going to skill.
Yeah, no, but then Kirisa has no dice, so it doesn't matter. Because Xiao is 3 dice to burst here. No dice. Yeah, Kirisa has no dice.
Oh, wait. Yeah, because it was Kirisa's turn. So use the dice to tune into Xiao Burst. Now, definitely, there's no dice. Herald is frozen, but that's okay. This is going to be a Wolf's Gravestone equipped into a Gamblers. Literally, Lumenstone proc. Gamblers. What are we drawing? Countdown. Okay, we don't care about that. But a normal attack will take out Xiao.
We get burst. Shenhe dies the burst, and then Yeon dies to normal attack.
That's it. That's literally Seru's going to take game 1. This game went by so fast.
Oh, the Dendori play looks so good, but it was such a heavy dice investment, giving Seru the opportunity to fully equip Chongyun, and because we pre-played the Boar Prince on Sayu, maybe the Boar Princess was a bait. Because, like, we didn't instantly play an artifact to replace anything, right?
That's true. And honestly, you're right. But I mean, the thing is, I think Kirisa was forced to do something about that Sayu because Sayu would have swept house.
If we stayed on Xiao, Sayu would have killed him. If we go Yelan dies and swirls onto Shenhe, and then she gets frozen. If we go Shenhe, both Xiao and Yelan get frozen. So we're forced to lethal the Sayu, but when we lethal the Sayu, it gives Seru 2 extra dice to fully equip Chongyun with the Gamblers, and then now we're put in this lose-lose situation. Last series, we criticized Seru on not being able to find the correct timing to go in, and it appears that after taking a break, he's been able to solve that issue, and coming in here, game number 1, puts up an absolute clinic with Herald Claymore.
There is the first -9 taking out that Shenhe. The Gambler's refresh means that it's just a skill that will take down Yelan, and game 1 goes to Seru. Congratulations.
The last game against... look, last match against Dio, we criticized him on not being able to find the correct timings to go in. He's taken a break, and now he's fixed it. And this is the hallmark of a top player. This is what you need to be if you want to participate, if you want to, actually compete in the Prince Cup Pacific, especially in the in-person event. Just being able to reset your mental and just find these openings.
Yeah, but for now, we have I know we are flabbergasted, but we have our raffle winners down below. If you see your UID there, you have won a Blessing of the Welcome Moon. Congratulations, and there will be another welcome raffle going into next round. If you join us on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, you can enter the next one. We'll be giving instructions how to do that very soon, but congratulations, to Seru for coming back and taking that first match. Kirisa making it 2nd place in the Japan Prince Cup tournament last year. Definitely one of the players most favored to make it out of Group D, and it's just really stumbling. But what can you do in the face of such a high roll? And Seru knew exactly how to play. We were doubting him at first, thought he was overcommitting on Sayu yet again, but it was all a bait. It was all a bait.
It was all a bait, but it was a forced bait. Kisa had to go for it, because if not, Sayu would have swept his team anyways. So was just forced to commit the Tendori, forced to commit the extra dice, and it costed him. But if he didn't do it, it would have cost him it anyways. And just, great play from Seru to just find that angle. find the correct timing that he just wasn't able to find in his earlier series.
All it takes is double Golden House and double Gravestone, I guess, because, I mean, that is how Seru won that. The Gravestone was already on Sayu, drew the other one for Chongyun. It was such a high roll, and Seru knew he had everything. Just needed to sacrifice Sayu. I mean, even like, again, like, if Kirisa didn't take out Sayu would have swept his entire team. So that is just a consequence, I guess, of,
but
you know.
Even so, right, the heads-up play of playing the Boar Princess. If it wasn't for the 2 extra dice because Sayu was double equipped, he would not have enough dice to combo off on Chongyun. So just heads-up play to play the Boar Princess early, knowing that Kirisa could have Tendori's skill as a very real threat to take care of Sayu. And even if it wasn't something that Kirisa had in hand at the moment, you were going to replace the artifact on her with the Gilded Dreams anyway, so just a heads-up play, pre-playing the card to prepare for the worst eventuality, and it pays off big time.
Yeah, definitely. But, I mean, that game went by in the blink of an eye. So, I don't know. What are we expecting going into Game 2 here? Of course, this is open deckless conquest format, so Seru cannot play that same deck again, but Kirisa has access to both of his decks. So what do you think Kirisa is going to pick, knowing that he's playing into Seru's other deck?
Oh, hard to say. I mean, first things first, though, Seru will be forced onto Double Dragon Magic. So that is the first thing we need to be aware of, and it'll all be about which deck Kirisa believes will be the better matchup to try to bring us into a Game 3. I know they played Lever Armory, and I think their other deck was Sayu Claymore of their own. I think both have a decent matchup. Both have the early aggression advantage over Double Dragon Magic. But as long as Seru is able to withstand the opening barrage, he should be favored. It's just all about which deck Kirisa is more comfortable with, because both, I think, have an even matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so 2 aggro decks into a Hyper Magic deck. I would definitely favor the aggro decks, just if purely going based off archetype, but I mean, all these decks have freeze. There is a common reaction, and it's always freeze. Freeze all the time. So I think it's going to depend on who can leverage their freezes the best. Because, I mean, even if Seru's deck is a bit slower, then, I mean, that's just... If you freeze out your opponent, then what can they do, even if you're slower to ramp up, right?
Yeah, you can have 16 dice, infinite dice, like a character that does a bajillion damage, but why does it matter if they're frozen? It's not like they can make use of it. And this is why freeze has quickly become the premier reaction in the Prince Cup. I mean, everyone is running Magic, right? Everyone has effectively unlimited dice, and just being able to put characters on lockdown so they can't use that dice becomes that much more valuable, because when no one is hungering for extra damage, utility becomes that much more valuable.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know. I'm really impressed by Seru coming back from having such a rough set earlier, you know, getting knocked down into the lower bracket by, I believe it was
Dio.
It was Dio, yeah. And just making it back after stumbling. There were quite a few mistakes on Seru's side, but not this game. I mean, you could attribute it to his high roll maybe, but yeah.
It's also it's how impressive he was able to mentally reset, right? Coming off such a series that was so close, and being able to just reset your mental, not playing on tilt, is impressive in its own right. And it looks like Kirisa will be running it back with Leeward Armory.
Yeah, Kirisa choosing the Leeward Army. So the thing is, this is open deckless conquest format. Even if Kirisa were to switch it up and go to the Sayu deck, he still has to get a win off on the Leeward Army. I guess he has faith. Like, normally players will go for the deck that they think favors the most into their matchup, even if they know they have to play against it twice. So who knows what strategy Kirisa is employing here, but it will be Leeward Armory up against Double Dragons with Cryo Cube specifically, not Layla.
Yeah, I think the Cryo Cube is the premier version of this deck. I'm going to say it here. I like the Cryo Cube version better. The meta right now is a lot faster than it was in the Prince Cup Atlantic, and being able to apply more Cryo Aura faster and also snipe characters with Cryo Cubers is just so much more valuable than Layla's shielding and also her potential on-demand freezes with her stars.
Here is Seru's Double Dragons deck. I don't think anything has changed from earlier. Double Parametric, only one copy of Treasure. This looks like the same list he was running before.
Yeah.
I do believe the players can resubmit lists every time, so. They
can, yeah, but most players typically don't resubmit their list because the ones they submit is the ones that they're practiced with, the one that they're more comfortable with, so you will very rarely see a player change up their list from game 1 to 2, or just in their entire group in general, I think whatever list of a deck we saw player first spring is the one they brought for the rest of the tournament, because that's the one they're practiced with, and changing even up the smallest cards could really mess up the flow of players.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of this, like I said earlier, is going to depend on how well these players manage their freezes, manage those elemental auras, because even though this deck is slower into both of Kirisa's, like if he can basically get the freezes off at the right time and lock Kirisa down, then that will enable him to take the win in the end with Nuvolet. Ideally equipped with Tula, right?
Yeah, but like Nuvolet does not need it. But here is Kirisa's Lever Armory deck. It's a very fast, aggressive deck that we have seen perform time and time again. But it does have very noticeable weaknesses. If we're not able to draw our weapons early or on time, it can fall behind in the damage department. And of course, it is running very little sustain, only having the Lithic Spears to work off of. So if it isn't able to get an advantage early, it will quickly fall behind.
And that was the first time I saw the Tandori play, and I really thought it was going to do something, but I just think that Seru high rolled way too hard. There was no way back from that. Like, if Seru didn't have that gravestone, maybe Kisa would have
there was a
taken
chance
advantage there. Yeah, there was a chance. But yeah, that was my first time seeing that Tandori come into play.
Yeah, I mean, I really do like the Tandori here for the breakpoints, but the thing is, the Armory doesn't run magic cards, right? It doesn't run a lot of dice generation, so when you play the Tandori, it is a huge investment, and it's not sometimes something you can't afford.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. So, what do you think Kirisa needs to draw out going into this next game to take an advantage?
Find Moonpiercer early, profit. And that is, I think that's always been the strategy for Lever Armory. If you're able to find a Moonpiercer early, you kind of just win. And the times that Lever Armory has lost are the times that it wasn't able to leverage Moonpiercer early and roll good enough dice in order to profit from it.
Yeah, but here we go. Seru versus Kirisa, round 2. The raffle has begun over on Astro Carnival's YouTube channel, so make your way on over to there for the next 3 minutes. If you type ! Pick the player name you are personally rooting for or you think is going to win, and your UID in the same message in YouTube channel, you will be entered into a raffle for Plus Year the Welcome Moon. There will be 2 winners each match, so good luck, have fun. Also, there is a QR code that periodically cycles through on the left side of the screen. If you scan it with your device, it will send you to a feedback form where you can tell us your thoughts. We definitely appreciate hearing back from all of you watching at home. So if you like a raffles, come and tell us. But thank you so much. We definitely appreciate hearing from you. Good luck on the raffles.
Yep, wish you the best of luck. I mean, there was that one player who rolled 3 raffle wins in a single stream. That could be you. You never know.
You never know. But
Rip, no Moonpiercer.
Yeah, not Moonpiercer. It is King Squire. You do not want to be starting Elan, but Wagner into Master Zhang.
You know, something that's... we don't have Moonpiercer. Okay,
Moonpiercer.
All right, easy. We win these. But yeah, something I would like to point out, though, is that when Lever Armory first appeared, it was actually with double Master Zhang and also double Lotus Flower Crisp. And now moving into all the way in Group D, now it is now double Wagner and no Lotus Crisp. So, like, even this deck, which is rather streamlined already, has had huge changes throughout the course of the Prince Cup Pacific.
Well, that's kind of what happens, and I feel like it's something that's really interesting to track, because even though the meta kind of gets defined by objective things like who is a very strong character, who players think is a very strong character, what synergies go well together.
Which deck has a 92% ban rating and players really don't want to fight?
But, like, despite that, I feel like the meta still changes within a patch because players are starting to play something and then other players try to figure out a counter to it, and then, the other players have to change up what they're doing, etc., etc.
No, absolutely. Like, at the start of the patch, Mew and Mess was extremely popular because Mew and Mess are just staple baseline strong decks that are very easy to learn. And when players are trying to figure out an unfamiliar meta, they tend to fall back on these types of decks. But as the meta progressed and as players learn what was good, we see these types of decks falling out of favor, right? Mew and Mess out of Group A after the first week, never seen again for the rest of the tournament. I don't think a single person outside of Group A brought either of those 2 decks. And the decks that we thought were strong and we thought are strong were underperforming. Those also get filtered out, right? Yunjin after Group A, I think it was a single appearance in Group B, never seen again, and neither was for Riesly until, of course, CJRS brought it back. So even within a single patch and a meta we think we've already solved, there are a lot of meta shifts.
There are very many meta shifts, and right now we are in an aggro meta, so I anticipate this game is going to go by very fast. Of course, Kisa drawing that lithic spear, and it is free to equip right now when it is his turn, of course.
Oh wait, are we going to combo off this turn?
For Seru or Kirisa?
For Seru, we have the parametric transformer. We just played it. We're going off this turn, 100%.
Yeah, I was about to say, second Lumen Stone into parametric and H-Taha talent. This is going to be a big turn for Seru, but there is Shenhe's Burst summon taking the field and buffing cryo and physical damage by 1 each.
The one unfortunate thing is that Seru drew the seed box after he played the parametric transformers, so we don't get that extra discount on it. Oh, we just drew our second parametric.
The swap on the Aisha, undoubtedly to use Aisha talent, and Kirisa is going to reply by going to Yelan. Of course, there's no Hydro dice in hand for Kirisa, but that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, we have King Squire. We can play that for free because we have Master Zhang discounting out by 2, and then Wagner at 1 stack giving us that final discount to play for free. And after that, all we need to do is tune 1 additional card. What we tune, though, is probably the Egg. Egg is the card that comes up least in your armory, so that should be the one going first. Although Rhythm of the Great Dream could also be going as well, because Master Zhang is already going to give us our discount every turn with Wagner anyways, so we don't really need that, unless we want to keep it in hand to play a Gambler's Earrings for free.
I actually think Kirisa might swap again, just to, well, so there's a parametric on Seru's side, it's definitely about to pop, and I guess we're tuning Rhythm and going to rock it ourselves, but not gonna delay it. Interesting.
Yeah, we're just going for it. Parametric proc as well. If we want, Seru could play Seed Box into second. What?
Look at the dice share you just got from that parametric.
Yeah.
It's one Hydro, 1 Cryo, 1
Oh,
heal.
wait. Wait, what a high roller. What? That's not fair.
The second parametric's gonna come down.
Yeah, it's discounted to 1 because we just top decked that seed box. 1 extra Omni from the Board Princess.
From the Board Princess. Yes, this is definitely Seru's pop-off run. This is only round 2.
What a high roller.
What a high roller. So you're thinking carefully about how to use all these dice that he's just collected in this turn. Does he play the parametric now? The thing is, you don't have anything to absorb as a shot, but you could apply some Hydro if you wanted.
You could tune 1 to do a normal attack, but the thing is, like, if we're going to tune there, we're getting rid of some very valuable cards, and also stacking up the parametric transform from Seiryu, so we might not want to do that. Also, the card, the weapon in hand right now is actually a Moon Piercer. I don't know if you can tell, but you can see like the little triangle part, the orange triangle pointing out a little bit. Just trust me on that one. That is a Moon Piercer. Wow. Unless that's the arcane part of the Freshman of Freedom messing with me.
The Freshman of Freedom. But I do believe it's Lithic Spear, Moon Piercer already on Shenhe, and King Squire. Yes.
We'll swap over onto Xiao, though. We'll not give Seiryu that extra free parametric activation. Not that it matters. Yeah, we're popping off this turn.
Yeah, a burst from H-Taha is not going to lethal any of Kirisa's characters, but it will proc that parametric. Still has Golden House into Liar Song, into Gilded.
So, burst on H-Taha only does 6 damage now. Only 6. And that does include the Crystallize. So all of Kirisa's characters will live on 1 HP.
Now the question is, I mean, I think Seru has to go for it. You go for the burst. But you're going to run out of steam.
You played your parametric. You're lying in this bet. Unless strategize top deck Libin. That's the one reason you don't go for it. If you strategize and top deck a Libin.
There is the Wire Song pulling back veterans, and this will be a free gilded on top of Aisha, eating up that last War Princess stack. And here's the burst on Yalan, leaving her at 1 HP. The breakpoints aren't quite there, but we don't care. And there's another war! Are you serious?
Wait, Parametric just activated again. Oh no. Oh
At least
no.
2 actions. This is definitely going to be a Geo skill.
Yep. Cryo Absorb. Hold on, that gives us enough dice to do another skill after that. Because we got 2 Cryo earlier from the Parametric Transformers. What a high roller, by the way.
This is incredible. Kisa having to end here. No dice left to swap stall. And Shenhe is going to fall. Unfortunately, well, can't really say it's unfortunate. Seru is definitely having a high roll game. But Seru does not have gamblers. Gonna look for it. Oh, nope. A-Shot talent. It's not gamblers, but
Ajda talent puts us to 5 dice, which isn't enough for another action, so no, we should not be playing it right now. It should just be the cryo skill pass.
Yes. It should be cryo skill pass, I agree.
Importantly, if we cryo skill here, I mean, that means Shenhe dies and there's no one that could actually freeze Ajda, because end phase he's going to eat the cryo summon and get cleansed as well. Oh, yeah. Kisa is in a lot of trouble because Seiryu high rolled really, really, really hard.
Really hard. I mean, so something greedy Seiryu could think about doing is playing that countdown. You could A-Shot talent.
No, you're gonna overdraw so much if you do that.
No, you A-Shot talent first. Okay, anyway.
No, but you're still gonna overdraw because end phase you draw 2, and there's no way you have enough dice to play whatever you drew.
Yeah, that's true. But here we go. Shenhe falls to a cryo skill from Asaha, and Kisa probably doesn't know what to do here. This is such a high roll.
Yelan on 1 HP is going to fall to a Cryo Cube normal attack with the 1 piercing damage with its funny little status. Unfortunately, it will fall if Zhao decides to do a swirl and just, swirl a cryo. Actually, no, Ashta gets cleansed end phase, so it doesn't even matter.
I think Seru honestly just stays. Oh, it is going to be a swap onto Cryo Cube. I guess this is going to. I don't know.
No,
you get a free swap onto whoever you want at this point.
No, this makes sense, right? We get to, Yelan always dies to 1 attack no matter what, so we might as well get some piercing damage from Xiao. This way as well, Ajda doesn't, get an extra -1 HP because of the, because of the freeze. And the 2 shield, because Ajda was able to do 2 crystallize, makes it so Cryo Cube lives on 1 HP, forcing Kisa to spend a lot of dice.
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe you wanted to eat up the elemental application on Asaha from the Shenhe summon, but
oh, we just rolled 6 Omni. What a high roller.
Wait, what? It is 6 Omni, 2 Geo. What? Literally the perfect dice for Seru. This is the high roll of all time. Seru took the tag Mastermind. It's because he obviously knew he would be high rolling in this game.
Oh yeah, another thing to consider, Ajda burst right up to 6 damage base, and then the 1 crystallize from Xiao does do 7, so if Kisa swaps over to Xiao with no Lithic Sphere, he's just dead. Straight up.
That is a Lithic Spear in hand, I believe, because there's not a weapon on Xiao just yet. But the board princess will give another Omni die for Kisa, but without any sustain here, I don't know what you're supposed to do.
We need to play the weapon before Yelan falls, because if we don't, Master Zhang won't actually discount it to be free with a Wagner stack. Because right now, Master Zhang discounting it to 2, and then Wagner has 1 stack, making it free. But if Yelan falls, Master Zhang will only discount it by 1, making it cost 2 dice, because Wagner only has 1 stack. So if we want to play the weapon, we have to play it now.
Master Zhang kind of works the way that the old Yayoi did, but with weapons, right?
Yes. It will discount 1 base, and then also an additional 1 dice for every weapon currently on your characters.
So, yeah, you don't want to lose Yelan before. Ooh, it's going to be an egg on Shenhe. The Lithic Spear should definitely go down. The question is, do you put on Shenhe or Xiao?
A good question. Who knows? Okay, so first things first, though, you need to, because you played the egg, you're, even more incentivized to lethal the Cryo Cube, because if not, normal attack is going to kill your Shenhe as well with the piercing damage, so because we went for the egg, we have to commit for the crowd cube here.
There's the Lithic Spear. It's going on to Xiao. Xiao effectively at 10 HP with the 3 shield points. 1 for each Leo character in the deck. But there goes the Cryo Cube, not playing the Fresh Wind.
Yeah, I mean, Kisa does not have enough dice to actually benefit from it. And right now, with just 2 cards remaining, there's no threat really for Seru. The only thing we did draw 1. Oh, right, because normal attack on Yalen. Okay.
Yeah, breakthrough stacks, but it's
the only thing we're worried about right now is fast swap over onto Shenhe and then a Unseen Razor into Moon Piercer skill. That is the only thing that could actually threaten us this round, because without that, we can combo off on Ajda, and seeing as how Kisa just played a Lithic Spear onto Xiao, very unlikely to have that exact combination of cards.
Yeah, I mean, 3 cards left, and I think you just named 3 cards, so it is very unlikely. Seru, you're just going to play Ashtaha Talent, feeling more than happy to do this now at 11 dice, and still no gamblers, but there is a Timaeus there, which could be discounted by Seed Dispensary, so I think Seru is in a very good position this game.
I think the only artifact Seru has in his deck right now is the one of Gamblers, and I think another Heart of Cavarina, so it's basically a 50-50 whether or not we top deck it.
Tuning the Lumen Stone. I mean, what else are you going to do?
I'm pretty sure we always lose here no matter what. It's not even close.
This is so unfortunate. Kirisa, second place, only to Chikawa, who's already qualified in the Japan Prince Cup tournament. Qualified for the live event in the Pacific Prince Cup tournament already.
Oh, wait.
He's going to be knocked out here.
Ajda's Cryo Absorb, and he just played Talent. This just gives Seru 1 extra dice to work with. That's unfortunate.
I mean, not that Seru needs it.
No, realistically he doesn't.
Letting that timer tick down, just trying to think of anything he could do, but only 1 action left. It's just going to be a skill on to Asaha. There is the Hydro dice from the Hydro Absorption. Now 4 actions, not even counting all of the dice in hand for Seru. This is going to be game over. Very decisive match here. The Seed Dispensary going down. Should be into that Timaeus. Looking for the Gamblers.
Expecting it. I mean, nothing else that is being discounted by the Seed Dispensary right now. Timaeus will either draw us a Gamblers or something else.
There it is!
Oh, there it is.
Even the Too Late. You don't need it. You're just gonna sweep on Ashtaha.
Timaeus is still nice to play because it will give us a free Gilded Dream, so it's just an extra discount to work with.
It is true.
And after that, Lyra Song with the other Timaeus will give us another 2 dice to work with. And we do have Boar Princess already played as well. So, I mean, it's not like we need this. We kind of already were in a winning position regardless. And Kisa literally is 0 dice 1 cards. It's impossible to do another action.
What?
Oh, we're going to show off. We're going to combo off on Nouvelette instead.
What is this?
We're comboing on Nouvelette instead.
This is the BM of the century. This is so unnecessary.
Yeah.
Okay, swap back on Aisha. We're just swap soloing, making sure Kirisa's actually ending his turn.
Okay,
now that it's over.
0 dice, 1 card in hand. It's literally impossible for Kirisa to have another action to lethal Ajdaha.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, but okay, with how tight these games are, and this is the Prince Cup, I can understand the nerves a little bit, and 1 dice isn't the end of the world. We're still winning here regardless.
Well, it's 2 dice because you swap back and forth, but
true. Okay, but yeah,
there's the Lyre Song taking back that Gilded. Still have 2 Boar Princess stacks. I mean, I don't know how you lose from here. You would have to just end your turn right now. There's the Gilded, and this should just be the free Gambler's Equip.
Oh, okay, well that's fine. We could have Timaeus and then Gilded again for free, but we already have more than enough dice to win. There's no point getting even more.
Yeah, Kirisa just going to Shenhe, but does it matter? Normal attack to take out Shenhe, and you have 10 Omni to work with. This is just going to be a burst. Leaving Xiao at 3 HP, purely because of the Lithic Spear stacks, and a skill to finish it off. Seru taking game 2 and advancing through the lower bracket. Unfortunately, Kisa falling out 0-2 of the Prince Cup Pacific tournament. So it was a very good showing from Kisa, but unfortunately, it is his time to drop.
Not even close. The Seru was never even in threat of anything. Both of the games were an absolute stomp, helped quite a lot by his rather ridiculous high roll both games.
Yeah, I mean, especially that last game, there was just no way coming back from that. Like, he just really tried, let the timer tick down to the final second. There was nothing that he could do. Seru just had everything he needed by turn 2 and just basically wrecked house. And that is sometimes what happens. It's not always what happens, but
yeah, I mean, Lever Armory's win con is to abuse its earlier pressure advantage. It's being able to dish out damage earlier and abuse the fact that Double Dragon Magic needs to set up before it's able to do its thing. But when you high roll that hard, who needs setup? Just go for it.
Yeah, who needs setup? Just go for it, indeed. But we have our raffle winners here below. If you see your UID there, congratulations! You've won a blessing of the Welkin Moon, and we will be having more Welkin raffles coming up very shortly. But this is going to be it for Sumi and I. Make sure you make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, by the way, for those raffles. That is where they are taking place. But yeah, I think we're gonna get one last look at the bracket before Sumi and I pass off here. But that was it for us today and for all of the online group stage of the top 32.
Yeah, and what a series it was. The first two were down to the wire, right? 2-1s where a player was just barely able to drag it over the finish line, and in come the third series, and high roll's a high roll. 2 games straight. What can I say?
A high roll is a high roll, and I mean, there's nothing really to be said. Like, that game, like, Seru did play it very well, but it's impossible to not play it well when you're given all of these resources. So that is all she wrote for this set. Kisa, unfortunately, getting knocked out into, well, out of the lower bracket, out of the tournament, and Seru going on to face Doom in the lower bracket third round. And we are going to be wrapping up all of Group D, all of the top 32 of the Pacific Prince Cup today, as Kojo and Sumi come on to cast the rest of these matches. So first
I'm leaving.
Oh, sorry, you're here with me. Sorry, Kojo and Stafa will be on. Sumi's here with me right now. My bad. It's been a day. So it'll be CJRS versus Dio, and the winner of that will be promoting to the live event with 2 lives. The loser will be getting knocked down to the lower brackets and will face off against the winner between Zoom and Seru. And then the winner of that in the lower 4th round will be promoting to the live event as well with only 1 life. So lots of exciting matches coming up here. The finals are always so much fun to witness, and good luck to Kojo and Stafa for casting the rest of this and sending it home.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna need it with how intense the games have already been. And now the competition is gonna be even tougher because these are the best 4 players in Group D, and only half of them will actually be able to move on.
Only half of them will be able to move on, indeed. But we're going to have to find out what happens. Of course, Sumi and I could be watching later on as our co-casters come on and take over. This is going to be it for me, Leah, aka Windflower, Leah, and Sumi here. This has been great casting for you for the online groups. Throwing the break now. See you guys later.
The final chapter of the Prince Cup Pacific 2024 regular season approaches, ladies and gentlemen, and we are down to our final 3 matches of Group D to determine our final 2 players who will be moving on to the live event. My name is Dafa, I'll be one of your commentators for today, and today I'll be joined by Kocho.
Hello everybody, and like Stafa said, it is Kojo Creations here, and it is the final day of the Prince Cup Pacific online regular season. It has been an incredible journey despite this being a total of 10 to 11 days, I believe, on stream. This has been across an entire month. Can you believe we have made it to the end, Stafa?
Of the end of week 5 here. It really just feels like it was just yesterday where everything began. But over the weeks, we've seen so many changes in the meta, so many changes in the strategies, and how different players have been pushing their way forward to make sure that they are able to move on into that next stage. There's only 2 slots remaining. We're down to our final group, so there's still plenty of action to catch though, so don't you worry here, my fellow travelers. And I'm sure you guys know there's gonna be raffles happening today as well, so keep your eyes peeled.
Yes, absolutely. It is the final of the finals because we are not only going to be seeing the top side bracket and the last match of that, but also the bottom 2 last matches, which are going to be the losers thirds and the losers fourth, and then those 2 will move on into the Prince Cup.
Ooh, we've already had 6 very qualified players move on from groups A through C, and we are actually down to our top 4 here from Group D, but unfortunately we will have to cut this pool in half. It's gonna be between CJRS, Dio, Doom, and Seru who will get those coveted slots.
Absolutely, yeah. And these players, definitely they all have some form of history, inside the tournament and inside the tournament scene. And in general, all of these players are, quite strong. They all have made a name for themselves in any way, shape, or form. And this is going to be some pretty tense matches, especially the first one, which is going to be CJR versus Dio, followed by Doom versus Seru. And I'm very excited because CJR and Dio, Dio not only has many accomplishments, but also CJR, I've gotten to see inside the community and their tournament performance. They really know their stuff.
I think every single player who has made it this far has shown all of us that they really do know their stuff. The competition has heated up so much ever since the beginning of the regular season. We've been witnessing veterans with accolades as well as new names alike just demonstrating their capacities and capabilities in the art of genius invocation TCG. I think it's also very interesting that up until now, all of the groups have had little trends here and there. Some groups play slower decks, some groups play faster decks. In Group D though, I think the trend has kind of been like, if you ask me, I feel like the dice has been having bias.
Are you saying that Dice of Cringe has cursed Group D? Well, let's hope that is not the case because, of course, every single match today will be a life on the line. Only 2 players will move on, like we said earlier. So hopefully that does not continue, but we shall see once we get into our matches.
I'll be really excited to see what happens today. Hopefully the Dice of Cringe doesn't end up hitting our players today. But for now, we're gonna start things off with CJRs, the mathematician, versus Dio, the underdog. And here are their decks.
Yep, and the classic Conwhale out of the gate. No playing that allowed. And otherwise, on Dio's side, we're seeing pretty standard options. We're seeing both the Herald Claymore and the Liyue Armory. But on the side of CGRs, we've got something very different. Farina, Herald, and Risley, which is something we haven't seen since Group A and B. And then Layla, Nuvilet, Barbara. That is quite the curveball.
Yeah, looks like CJRS is leaning towards stall decks here, which haven't been particularly meta for a little while, but the fact that they're bringing 2 different versions of stall speaks to their confidence. I hope it does work out, because unfortunately I do think stall is in a rough spot. CJRS only ended up winning with Risley yesterday because their opponent just got the worst dice ever.
Mm, yes, that is something to consider. And you are right that Stall has been struggling, during this patch, and that's totally, just the reason that the other decks kind of are able to build up so much value within the first 3 rounds. But here we go. We can take a closer look at the CJR's deck. Layla, Nuvilet, Barbara, and so that means that this is a Resonance deck. No magic dice to speak of. You are going to be stuck with that Hydro Res.
Yeah, we will have that Hydro Res, which is obviously going to be a very important card to have in order to make sure that you are topped up. We've also got both Passing of Judgment and Fortress of Merupede here, so depending on the circumstances, CJRs would be able to limit a lot of actions from their opponent. But it's been a very long time since we've seen Barbara, right?
Yes, absolutely. Barbara, especially, since Stall isn't super relevant right now, she, of course, is a tried and true Stall character. Heals on skill, heals on burst for a ton. So, it's going to be all healing. And in this meta, we don't do that much. So it's very interesting to see CJR pick this. Now, it is interesting. It is important to note, right, that this is, of course, it's a Stall deck, but this is even slightly outside the curve of Stall because, typically speaking, with the Nuvilet Layla core, even Barbara would not typically be the partner to go in this case because both Layla and Barbara do not give a lot of pressure.
Basically zero pressure at all. That's the reason you usually have Azdaha, so you have some kind of secondary carry. And he even brought a Barbara's talent, which I noticed earlier. So a lot of stall there versus a very aggressive deck here. Dio gonna be fielding the Lear Armory deck, which I think we've all grown very familiar with recently.
Oh yes, absolutely. We got to see this the other day with Liyue Armory. I'd say doing pretty well. Covers the matchups that it needs to, and if not, just runs into the mirror. And from there, we'll just have to see where the match goes. Now, Dio still has that sneaky Senjata, and I don't think it's been able to be used to full effect. But hey, if they want to keep it all the way through the tournament, then that is their call.
It's also not particularly common for this deck to run the Tevat Fried Egg, because usually you want to play quick, so you would want to devote most of your cards into full aggro. Even Countdown isn't particularly common in this deck, so Dio definitely pulling out some slightly different strategies here up against CJRs.
Yeah, absolutely. The egg, while it has been able to be drawn during Dio's matches, has not really been able to save them from a losing position. And that makes a lot of sense because as much as there is something like Lithic Spear, outside of that, there isn't really much defensive utility for this deck. So if you're trying to survive that end game, you unfortunately do not get to go very far with only 3 extra HP. But we'll see. Maybe, the light will finally shine on the Tevat Fried Egg, and we'll see Dio, live up to their name as the underdog.
Let's have a look at the pre-match data before we jump into game number 1, with CJRs having one of the higher average round counts among all the players up until 6. Definitely leans into them playing more of a stall style.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, say pretty average, effective dice for the first 3 rounds, being 16, because everyone is going for, a ramp turn, round 1 or some sort of value. They're not really moving too much, so this is pretty in line with what we have. 7 damage for a single strongest dice playing stall. That is very interesting.
We can see that in comparison, Dio definitely doesn't have quite as high stats overall, but in this case, that does mean that he prefers going for slightly faster games, and it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. This is a very classic aggro versus stall matchup, and as per usual, guys, there is a raffle ongoing every single round on this stream, so make sure you guys type in chat right now, ! Pick the player's name that you think will win. That's important, as well as your UID, because if you are selected as one of our winners after this round, you will get a blessing of the Welkin Moon to your account in the next 10 business days.
Yep, absolutely. That raffle goes fast, so make sure you get in there and type in ! Pick your player that you want to, that you believe is going to take this match, and your UID, and go fast because, like I said, 3 minutes. That time is very short. Looks like players are taking a little bit of a moment on the mulligan, really thinking about what they want to get.
All right, looking. Oh wow, Dio having double Lumenstone in hand right from the get-go. Though I do wonder if they will want to commit all of their dice into this straight away, considering that in aggro versus stall, you really got to get going right off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially since CJR is playing such a negative pressure deck, and what we mean by that is, of course, Layla only cannot actually attack unless she uses her normal attack or burst, which neither is optimal or available at the moment. And on the side of Barbara, also only can attack with her skill and normal attack, which both do 1 damage. So you're kind of just like lightly tapping your opponent. It's not really anything important.
One interesting bit of synergy, though, with Layla and Barbara is that Barbara does a very similar thing in that she is able to on-demand freeze with Layla's skill just with her normal attack because of the fact that she is a catalyst. So CJRs does have additional options for freezing the opponent if they're able to time things well.
hmm Yes, absolutely. That is one of the things to consider because as much as I would not be a fan of this negative pressure, being able to have both of your other characters be able freeze capable, being able to feed off of Layla's passive is a pretty strong ability, especially since CJR does have fast swaps in their deck.
Let's kick things off here. Looking at the dice, CJRs will have enough just to skill once, and then a good amount to actually pass the Lumenstone and Vanarana. Dio, unfortunately, rolling quite a lot of Animo, but here's where we see whether they do decide to play double Lumenstone right off the bat.
hmm Yeah, look at that, going for that double Lumenstone. And I have a feeling they're going to go for that magic countdown because, of course, if you're fighting a solid deck, you don't really need to go, crazy the first round because they're probably not going to do much either.
Well, speak of the devil, Dio gonna go for the full ramp around 1, and that's a very valuable countdown as well, being able to pull 3 weapons right off the bat. So Dio, understanding that they are against a stall deck, and also thinking, I can probably afford to commit 1 round to full ramping so that I can match momentum and play even stronger aggro the next turn.
Absolutely, and this is an incredibly optimal ramp turn. Of course, you don't have weapon reduction, but that's not the biggest deal in the world because you have, the card that's going to be able to generate you the most amount of dice and draw, being Lumenstone. Of course, you quite literally just pulled the whole armory. You're only missing 1 bow for Yelan. But yes, that is nearly every weapon in Dio's deck: 2 Lithics and 2 Moon Piercers.
Can't quite remember if Dio was running something like Golden House in this deck, because we have to know that he is running 2 copies of Opera Epic Place, which also isn't really something you see too often anymore. But it doesn't really have any way of discounting these weapons, which is unfortunate, because if he did, then the way that you have King Squire working is you would be able to just get a skill out for cheap.
Yeah, absolutely. We did actually see them get punished for using Opera Epic Place the other day. So, let's see, if they want to maintain that confidence now. Flipping over to CJR side, this is really interesting, of course. Things like Marisha, say Hunter, make a lot of sense to go in a deck like this, especially with tons of healing, and of course, Nuvola being able to do piercing to himself. But the really interesting thing that I want to note here is that there's only 1 Tenacity of the Millilith on CJR side, and they put that on top of Barbara.
It's very interesting that they would put that on Barbara, because you would usually expect it to go onto New Valette instead. This will instantly lead you to believe that Barbara is actually the character that may take the most field time, at least based on what CJR's ideal line is going to be.
Yeah, and that is definitely feasible with the fact that they are running Barbara talent. Hopefully they actually pull it in the first place. But that is going to make all their swaps be decreased by 1 dice. And of course, swapping only costs 1 dice. So hey, free swaps as long as Barbara's summon is on the field. I wonder if CJR strategy is that get to tank on Barbara and then have as much value as possible and simply make it so that she can never die. And Dio is going to have to struggle past those breakpoints.
Well, in this game in particular, it would actually make a lot of sense for CJRs to stay on Barbara and tank damage, because against something like Leah Armory, there's a very clear point where this deck will lose steam, right? That's why aggro used to be the weak point on the trifecta against stall. You know exactly when it's time for you to go, because you know when your opponent is going to run out of resources, as compared to Herald decks, for example, that have a lot of magic and ways to generate value.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's the aggro / combo, especially combo, which effectively speaking, I would consider Dio's deck to be fielding into that combo range of archetypes because you're using your other characters. You were mostly getting value off of weapons, but all your characters just kind of can deal a ton of damage out the gate immediately. You don't really need to build up to anything besides your weapons.
That is actually an interesting point because we've seen Leo Armory has more of an aggro deck recently, but you have to remember that one of the main enablers of combo decks is in here, Yelan. Dio actually started on her, so I was wondering for a moment, maybe we might see a Yelan OTK setup where you go for Yelan Burst. But looks like Dio will still go and play that typical line with Shenhe instead.
Mhm. Yeah, made sense to, stick on Yelan for a little bit, especially since they were playing on ramping, so they could eat up any elemental application. But of course, this is a certified stall moment. Nothing actually happened within those 2 turns. So, no elements are applied on the side of Dio, and now they're simply just hanging out on Shenhe, getting some value off of that Moon Piercer.
Dio definitely getting a lot of value from that excellent ramp that they got on round 1. Double Lumen Stone, Seed Box, Opera, lots of weapons being drawn right off the bat. Means that they are able to generate a good amount of dice for themselves right now and a very full hand. So the next couple of turns are where CJRS needs to make sure they survive so that they can operate the stall deck they're playing.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. Considering their hand right now, you can definitely play out that golden troop, which we've seen actually throughout the entire tournament, but very rarely has anyone actually been able to play it. But outside of that, definitely Barbara's skill. Get that cryo off of you, get it cleansed, and also, get ready for if you ever get talent later, you can definitely make use of that.
Dio now going to need to make sure they can apply as much pressure as possible. As we already mentioned, if Lear Armory runs out of steam, if they run out of cards and utility to play, then CJRs will just auto win the game if they're able to drag it out long enough. So basically what we are going to see in the next couple of rounds is how much aggression we will actually see from Lear Armory.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm definitely foreseeing at least a good amount because right now Dio has Master Zhang, who works off of the fact that if your characters already have weapons equipped, he can reduce it by additional cost. So he should be able to reduce the current weapons available in their hand all the way down to just 1 dice. And they also did use up that Rhythm of the Great Dream, so that's also something they already have. But yeah, 3 spears in hand. But like you said, there is a resource limit to it because you only have 2 Moon Piercers and you only have 2 Lithics. You can pull them back maybe once or twice with Unseen Razor, but that's going to be the extent of it.
That's why Dio has to be very intelligent with the way they go about this. And knowing that their characters need to basically remain active to deal out as much damage per turn as possible, that does make this Layla Barbara combo a little bit more dangerous because if a key character gets frozen on a pop-off turn, you're just not able to use them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can see here, Dio actually went for the Lithic Spear equip. Now, it's not untypical to put Lithic on Zhao. Makes a lot of sense because Zhao is the one who can dish out the most damage. But, they had a full chance to charge up that Shenhe burst, with a skill or a normal attack. So I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah, I did wonder about when I saw the Lithic Spear being played onto Xiao, I was thinking that maybe they wanted to switch over to him so that he would be able to start attacking the next turn over. But they didn't decide to do that. Even gonna be rolling the cryo dice here specifically for Shenhe to potentially get her burst. So I guess it was mainly just to avoid overdraw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that definitely is something that can be noted because Dio's hand is quite full. Alternatively on the side of CJR, once again, it is the stall game plan. Not much is happening, which of course is not necessarily a bad thing, but I would have expected at least Barbara skill Melody Loop to come out and cleanse that cryo because you don't really want to keep that on you for too long because you know that Dio is going for aggressive plays like swap into Zhao with a fast swap and going for the skill, getting cryo swirl all over your teammates. And here we go.
Literally happening the moment you say it. A quick swap coming out from Dio will most likely go to Xiao here. So this somewhat explains the reason why you went for the Lithic. The dice count just didn't quite add up for Dio to be able to switch to Xiao within the last turn. But now they're going to be able to start swirling, and that is always something you want to avoid against Lear Armory.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, nice. Got Wagner's, which is decent. You're going to be able to combine other cards to reduce your weapon cost, and you could also draw out that King's Squire for Yelan for later. But regardless, your hand's very full, so you need to start getting rid of some cards. What else are they trying to do here? Because they played their fast swap. They showed their hand. Really, Tuna Lithic. That's risky.
Yeah, you usually want to preserve that a little bit, but I guess like you mentioned, this deck is negative pressure, so I don't think they're gonna be too worried about tanking too much damage here. A single Lithic should be more than enough, and I think they did end up playing the quick swap and everything purely to avoid overdraw here. Like, I don't think they're actually planning the swap to Xiao. I think they intend to still go for the full Shenhe line.
Hmm. Yeah, and I would say that's definitely a better line because make sure you get Shenhe out with as much value as possible. Even the Kings. Okay, now throw whatever I just said away because King squiring on Yelan looks like they're gonna freeze Barbara right now.
Ordinarily, you wouldn't prioritize freezing Barbara in this position because she exerts no pressure. She can honestly do whatever she wants, and you're not going to worry too much about it. But I think Dio is taking this line because he knows that CJRS wants to play a lot of actions on Barbara, keep that talent, the healing on basically on demand. And by freezing her, he's basically saying you have to do something with the other two characters instead. And if you decide to go on New Ballet, then well, we get to hit him real hard.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, this is definitely where me seeing the barber skill not being put into play yet definitely starts to hurt a little bit because it gives you so much value off field. Of course, you need to be careful with it because it does apply Hydra to you. So if you accidentally get the application on the wrong spot, you will just basically give Dio a free freeze. But that was a chance where you could have had that not happen.
We just still have to be somewhat wary on Dio's side because Layla does actually do a surprising amount of damage here and there with her basic attacks, and if she's able to get her burst out, then that applies quite a lot of cryo, especially when you have two Hydro characters as opposed to the usual Azdaha who you want to absorb like cryo so that you have another source of freeze. In this case, having an extra Layla burst out would actually benefit two Hydro characters.
Yeah, most definitely, because right here, the line that Layla can go for is skill, and then she will simply, shoot out at least one Night Star passive onto Yelan, and then also have an extra stack going over. And then, like you said, probably could go for the burst if CJR is feeling really ambitious. And then, that's not only going to charge the Night Star passive faster, but also have off-field cryo applications. So, regardless of what Dio tries to do, they're going to be stuck in the freezer.
Now we will see what Dio is able to do, because this deck is very good at producing dice, producing cards, healing up the characters. We already see Treasure and Hydro Resonance being played to basically negate a lot of the DPS that Dio has been able to put out thus far, and Dio has less dice left over as well. So it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to inflict any meaningful damage this turn.
Yeah, this is really interesting that Dio is going for the Yelan burst. Of course, not the worst thing in the world. You're still doing a good amount of damage, but realistically, Xiao without burst and not a lot of cryo applied for Shenhe, you're not really going to be able to take too big advantage of this burst.
And we know that Yelan OTK is a very common combo set up in the past. But now that her ult damage has been reduced a little bit, Xiao not really having the best synergy overall with Yelan Burst means that this still isn't exactly the best recipe for taking down CJRs. They are still in a very comfortable position right now.
Yeah, I do suppose at the minimum, of course, with Yelan, you should be able to throw out, technically 3 damage normals because it's going to be 1 coordinated from the Death Claire and Dice. However, it's still playing pretty slow to the extent that you may be handing CJR a little too much value.
That's what you want to avoid. But at the same time, it's going to be quite difficult for Dio to avoid doing that. Because in the first place, right, the reason why we see aggro being not the most favorite against stall is because the cards in this deck are usually just designed to inflict as much pressure as possible early, and once you run out of that value, you just kind of lose steam. Which, unfortunately for Dio, despite having a very strong start, I feel like is already starting to happen.
Yep, absolutely. Just as you call it, because right now in the situation, Dio only has 1 dice left. There's no more Lumen Stones, so you're not going to be able to generate anything. That Opera Ebby Clace is effectively doing nothing because CJR is also out equipping you, so you cannot get any bonus dice from that. And CJR literally just had 10 dice and is using it all to ramp even harder with all their characters still being, basically at max HP.
Dio going to need to make something happen within these next 2 turns with the Yelan burst, because if they're not able to end the game by then, CJRs will basically just take it from that point. And like we mentioned, we are going to see that Layla burst come out, so plenty of options for freeze coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. Ironically enough, like you said, it's going to be a little bit of a rolling snowball for CJR because it's already starting to tip over the mountain, and Dio is really starting to lose a lot of life, especially losing that Lithic earlier. They intentionally tuned it because they believed they didn't need it, but personally, again, I wouldn't have done that because now that Lithic is already equipped on Xiao, that's your last one left. You cannot add 3 HP to any other character through the form of shield points.
Well, they do still have both unseen razors, so I don't think they mind that all too much. I still personally think it's okay to tune the Lithic in that position, but I agree that it could come back to bite them later on once the game lasts a little bit longer. CJR is gonna have one more dice left to make an action. Actually has enough for one more actually if he does play double treasure, but I don't think he needs to. You can't just pass this to Bannerana, get that turn priority, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yep, they're just going to gobble it up, and look at how much value, CJR has been able to generate off the fact they have veterans and Marisho Hunter equipped on all of the characters on the side, except for Barbara, of course. She has tenacity in the middle, but it doesn't matter because they just simply used, their healing resources and their treasures, to draw them tons of cards and generate, that 10 dice to draw even more cards. So they really are maxing the value of the veterans and healing.
Absolutely. CJR is unfortunately getting hit with a little bit of the Group D dice luck here. The dice that they're getting this round are not the best. Dio still looking pretty good there in terms of his rolls, but the thing with a stall deck, you usually don't worry too much if your dice aren't favorable.
Yeah, and of course CGR can generate at least 2 more dice thanks to that undersea treasure. And now I'm really worried because we haven't touched on it too much, but there it is, arcane card, Passing of Judgment. That will negate Dio from using Unseen Razor because it counts as an event card. There it is.
Passing of Judgment going to be used on a very crucial round as well. And we can see that CJRs is setting up in a position where Shenhe will get frozen before she is able to get that burst out if she is left exposed right here. But at the same time, freezing anyone else on this turn means that you lose a lot of pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as it sucks to happen, definitely slow swap to Yelan. Yelan has done her job. Anything necessary. You've already used King Squire. Its passive is gone. It would have been gone, in a round anyway. But she's at the lowest HP. Let her take the freeze and give Shenhe and Xiao a chance to shine.
My problem with this, though, is that if Dio switches slow swaps over to Yelan, he is basically being forced to play reactively to CJRs, which normally you don't want to be in that position against a stall deck. You want to be the one forcing them to react to you. You want to be the one dictating the momentum. And I think that Dio has fallen into the trap of trying to respond and deny options from CJRs instead of just going for the pressure lines.
Yeah, absolutely. CJR even going, once again with the swap stall strategy, of stall decks is that simply move to Layla, which most people would clock as unoptimal, but this is definitely the good move. Dio can't really generate any dice, especially since you put down the Passing of Judgment. There's not going to be any Moon Piercer for 1-cost skills here, so CJR is ready to play the long game, and Dio is starting to fall behind.
The dreaded swap stalling from a stall deck. You gotta be really smart to figure out how you're able to overcome this. And that's even in situations where you have a favorable deck to match up against it, which Dio does not have in this first game of the series. I'm already seeing control of this game slip out of his fingers. And I'm really trying to figure out, like, what does Dio do here to try and reclaim this?
Yeah, they've effectively pulled out everything that they need, in their deck. Even the gamblers, which is so essential to making sure that they can extend their turn. But of course, you can't extend your turn if the character is not lethal, and that's not happening anytime soon.
CJR is gonna be very comfortable to just keep this swap stalling going. Dio cannot afford to leave Shenhe exposed against Barbara currently. So they just always have to go to Yelan if Barbara does take the field. And now we do see that talent card being applied. We're going to be able to get the melody loop out and use the Layla stack. So finally, Dio will get a chance to actually do something on Shenhe, but CJRS has waited until he didn't have enough dice to skill and burst on the same turn.
Absolutely. Now, I do believe Dio has at least one Moonpiercer in their hand, so it's not the end of the world, because I was going to mention that their breakpoints are looking pretty rough. Only 5 dice means you can only do one action because there's no other means to generate that dice. So, of course, Moonpiercer is going to throw that out of the window.
Ooh, the switch over to New Valette, opposite of Xiao here. We have to note, Xiao right now is actually capable of doing on-demand freezes because, wait, hold on. That is
Not
Icy
yet.
Quills. My bad. I mistook it with Chung Yun's skill for some reason.
It's
But
okay. I mean, they are related after all. She is her aunt,
you know,
and
you
the
are
icon
right.
is quite similar.
It's very similar. I got confused for a moment when I said it. I was like, wait, Chung Yun isn't here.
No, he's hiding in the corner. He's cheering him on.
So no on-demand freeze, which is why Dio doesn't go for that attack there.
Yes.
And we are just gonna keep seeing the
Swap
stall
stall.
dance here.
Yeah, it was definitely an optimal chance for both CJR and Dio to do actions. Wow, okay. I mean, makes sense. You know, you already have all the weapons that you need, and you can't draw anymore. But yeah, still, like both players had the chance to do at least one action. They both had 3 dice, but they're just gonna decide against it, of course. And like we said earlier, you're giving agency to CJR here. You don't want to have to, you know, play reacting to what they do. You know, they're the kind of player who should have stuff that they can react to do when you're trying to combo them.
I think anyone who has watched me since I start casting the Aza Invitational knows that I don't really like stall decks. I know that a lot of players love stall decks, but I personally don't like stall decks. I am an aggro deck like fan here, so seeing this happen is very very saddening to me.
Yes, it is a little tough to weed through the stall gameplay, but for me, you know, I don't really mind it that much because, you know, it's this whole entire patch has been, you know, pretty much anti-stall. You know, the thing about Freezely is that, you know, as much as it had, you know, pretty valuable cards like the Herald, like Farina, like Risley, you know, it still had a little bit of negative pressure, surprisingly enough, because I guess Risley does seem to come in a little too late, and you know, Sayu and Chongyun were being able to take way more advantage over those freezes.
In this matchup specifically, though, we may be seeing a little bit of that the tournament meta development, right? We were seeing Lear Armory get picked up more often to deal with more of the mid-range decks that were becoming popular, and now that Lear Armory has become popular, perhaps players are starting to bring stall back in order to respond to it, because as you can see, it is working out very well currently.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I would be quite interested because, you know, a lot of players are just sort of signing themselves away, you know, from ever playing this archetype during this patch. But, you know, CJR is really making it work, you know, and that's really a testament to the player they are because, you know, while, you know, we are doing a little bit of swap style gameplay before I quickly talk about that, QR code is available for any feedback that you would like to give us. So be sure to scan that, you know, on your device and then let us know. Excuse me, what you like about the tournament. And of course, you can leave feedbacks about things like, oh, the raffles. I sure love the raffles.
I'm sure all of us love the raffles. We have been giving out plenty of Welkins thus far, so congratulations to everyone who has been winning them throughout this week. For now, though, we can see CJRs, no problem at all. They took a Hydro application onto New Valette, but the amount of healing that they're taking means that their characters are never truly at any risk, especially since Lear Armory as a deck doesn't have any of those big one-shot mechanics like we see from Serpent Burst, from Cookie Burst, with Adeptus. So it's very easy to figure out the breakpoints you need to keep your characters at to make sure they don't die.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like you know, checked just now, is that Nuvalet does have Hydra on them from Xiao, dropping in a normal attack with the Death Claire and Dice from Yelan's support. Which is not ideal because that means Nuvolet is fully exposed to fast swap Shenhe, and then she's just gonna totally wreck him. But this is where my opinion is starting to change. On the deck that CJR brought because that Barbara is completely clean, no elemental auras, and tenacity of the mill. That she's gonna have a ton of health, and make it really difficult for Dio to ever capitalize on trying to lethal Barbara.
It's been so effective thus far, even though she's a character that we really don't see anymore, showing that CJRS is on top of the meta currently. And we've also noticed there, Dio has officially decked out. So remember what we mentioned about aggro decks running out of steam, running out of utility and cards? That has happened for Dio. They need to make something happen with the cards they have left. And honestly, I don't see the line for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I am looking through it. It is thankful that Passing of Judgment is gone, so there's no stopping of the Unseen Razor, Sunyata, or Boar Princess. But even things like Boar Princess, realistically, the only thing it's going to afford you is effectively free Gamblers, which they're even playing it right now, which I'm not so sure about that. You are not going to be pre-equipping that second Gamblers for no reason.
Yeah, very unlikely. CJRS has played quite masterfully throughout this entire game, managing to dodge out very important attacks and forcing Dio to actually react to them, despite them being on the slower deck. Not to mention that without any cryo application on their side of the field, the Xiao can never take advantage of icy quills.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and this is honestly, if it was a different matchup, it would be incredibly dangerous. But Yelan's, wait, it is dangerous because she has cryo applied. I was gonna say that Nuvilet possibly could have had the weapon, but Nuvilet could have simply lethaled Yelan right then and there.
Yeah, surprised that Dio would decide to move her out, maybe to try and force the sacrifice so that they could get a free swap back. But Xiao is already frozen this round as well. I think Dio is just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Mm-hmm, yep, they're biding their time between it. Don't want to lose any value out of the cards they currently have in their hand, which thankfully also, they don't have anything else to draw, so they won't burn anything, but, they're really trying to figure out that chance to pop off, but, you can't outstall the stall deck, and it is starting to get to a dangerous spot because Barbara is also very close to getting her elemental burst.
And we all know how much healing Barbara's Elemental Burst has. CJR still has so many tools in their own armory here. Whereas Lear Armory running dangerously low on supplies. With no Xiao to apply pressure this turn. They haven't really been able to do too much on Shenhe as well throughout the entire game. It's just a no-win situation where CJRS has not permitted Dio to get any progress towards their win condition.
Absolutely. The barracks are looking quite dry, and Dio finally swaps onto Shenhe, definitely looking for a skill here. Of course, they have been playing the swap style game, and CJR, really only has one dice left. They could make more, but it may be, quite unnecessary, but Dio should absolutely at least go for a skill here, because that way, you can get, charged up to your burst and, get some off-field cryo application.
CJR is even putting Nuvolet out here so that the whatever attack Shenhe comes out with will just end up removing the Hydro application on him instead. Not even minding the damage that it may end up doing because CJR is confident that there is no way Dio can one-shot his main anchor right now. So he's just biding his time. He's just inviting Dio into his home and showing him how much more he has.
Absolutely. CGR absolutely will probably respond. Oh, that's right. They even do have the Veteran's Visage and also the Macaroons to heal them up, generate a dice, and draw a card. So I was thinking they need to play Treasure, but nope, they're going to re-equip it, and then they're going to draw another card, and they're probably going to do it all over again. Oh my goodness.
They still got treasures in their deck. Their characters are mostly still healthy. Barbara is just waiting for a chance to get her burst out. They've still got cards waiting to be drawn as compared to Dio. This game has gone very one-sidedly from the beginning, even though from a third-person perspective, it may seem like not much has happened, but CJRS has very effectively manipulated Dio in such a way that they have basically only been able to get one action out per round the entire game.
Hmm. Yeah, and surprisingly, Dio is replaying the Moon Piercer, which, the thing about Moon Piercer, as much as it is a really cool card, you can only use elemental skills if you want to actually make use of that reduction. I was definitely thinking that Dio could have gone for the elemental burst instead, because that's going to give you that off-field cryo application. But, of course, you are a little worried about Barbara feeding and dies. Huh? Interesting.
And her burst finally going to get played here. I think Dio is just trying to accelerate the timeline a little bit. He knows he's run out of resources, so all he can do is try to bet it on a final push. The next round is where Dio is going to try and get as much damage out as possible, and then if it doesn't inflict any meaningful effect, it's just CJR's game after that.
Absolutely, yeah. CJR even pushes over to Layla once again to force Dio, to take the turn and just end it. And I would actually expect here, honestly, I would see CJR moving over to Barbara and going for a normal attack or a skill, which is fine too. Skill to refresh the melody loop, but that's gonna make it so Barbara has all 3 energy that she needs, and she's gonna be able to drop in a burst and heal Nuvilet back to full.
Dio gonna be able to get one more piece of damage out, which is actually quite a lot. 6 damage there. That is the value of having cards that are able to discount those abilities. And I do honestly wish that we saw this a little bit earlier from Dio. I do still think that their early rounds were a little bit too reactive to make sure CJRS couldn't play his game. But if Dio just forced out as much damage as possible right from the beginning, it could have been a different game.
Yeah, no, honestly, like we said, the whole idea of negative pressure on Barbara and Layla only exists in, those early rounds. Now, they've got all the equipment they could ask for, healing out the wazoo. It's going to be a struggle. And look at that. Even right now, Barbara is going to cleanse the cryo. Yeah, let's see, because the action order goes that Dio's summon will go first, and then Barbara's summon will cleanse the cryo. So that's even worse, for this situation.
It would mean that going into this next round where Dio needs to make something happen or he just loses on the spot, he will have no elemental application on CJR's side to actually look to swirl or freeze with. So the odds are stacked up against him.
Yeah, absolutely. See here. There's even a second treasure generation to play on CJR's side, and they decked out.
Actually decking out, but for a stall deck, doesn't matter too much. There's so much value in both Layla and Barbara alone that they're not gonna mind not having cards to play around with. We have to note as well, I believe Fortress of Meripede just hit 4 stacks, so that's gonna be one card cancelled from Dio here when they already don't have a lot of cards to play.
Yep, it's been a bit of a minute since we've seen the Fortress of Meripede, but of course very in line with the Judge Nuvilet, his area residing right over the prison. But yes, Dio's action cards are now, or at least one of them is disabled, and that's quite bad because, of course, burning past these restrictions is a pretty typical strategy, but Dio only has 3 action cards left, and they're all super high value. Fresh Wind and Freedom, Leave It to Me Fast Swap, and the Unseen Razor. You need all 3 of these if you want to make sure you can eke out a win.
Yeah, so Fortress of Meripede popping there. Really opportune timing on top of everything else that is allowing CJRs to just very easily control the state this game is going. Even gonna play that second treasure. We knew he decked out earlier, so it's all treasure right there for CJRs. Plenty of healing. He's got Barbara Burst ready to go whenever it's necessary. Even will switch to Nuvilet here to finish off Yelan. And I think we are not going to see Dio come out on top in this one.
Nope, very unlikely. That cryo reaction with the freeze was enough to get the breakpoint because Nuvilet does not do a lot of damage, on his skill, by itself. But now, even CJR is so confident because, of course, it makes a lot of sense. Nuvilet is a nice, healthy 7 HP, macaroons, well fed. Doesn't even play that extra treasure to make sure they pass any certain breakpoint.
And CJRs has even successfully taken out Yelan and frozen Shenhe, which means that there is absolutely no element for Xiaoda's world this turn where Dio needs to do some damage. So CJR has just been having everything dance to his tune this entire game.
Absolutely. Optimally speaking, assuming Dio should just be attacking into Barbara, and most likely CGR can just attack back. Since they have, maybe they are even in dice, but it is optimal to go for the Barbara attack. But if CGR is feeling a little silly, they could Barbara burst.
I don't think they need to really. Barbara Burst does a lot of healing, and
Oh
CJRS is
yeah,
not really in a position where they need that healing.
yeah,
So
definitely
they're
unnecessary.
completely fine.
Yeah. Swab stalls on the Shenhe. I don't know how I feel about that. You really need to get some damage out. Oh my goodness, look at that
Yeah, it's
lightning
just
fast swaps.
because no matter what CJRS does in position, I don't think there's any way for Dio to punish him anymore. The fact that he's still trying to respond to the swap stall at this point, I can't even blame him because if he does decide to attack, he runs out of dice anyway. So there is just no way back into the situation. CJRS is 100% the winner of game one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be interesting to see Dio at least get in Iron Tongue Tien, who is quite useful. In my opinion, anyway, he gives you one energy in the end phase. Of course, him being 2 dice cost is quite unfortunate. Other cards like Lee Su who generate energy, give you a little more, but that is only for early round gameplay. But this guy's more in the end phase. Could be used to charge up, an extra Zhao burst, extra Shenhe burst.
I feel like everything CJRS is doing right now is just adding insult to injury. I don't even
Pretty
think
much.
he's trying to do it. He's just like, yeah, I'm just playing my game. It's like you can do whatever you want. I'm not going to mind. Tula gonna finally get equipped, able to play enough treasures so that we can get another action out on New Valette. Fortress going to have enough stacks to activate next turn as well. Like this is just hard to watch, honestly.
Absolutely. Lucky that CJR does not have another action outside of their current prepared skill because 1 dice, no treasure. Lumenstone has been procced already, and no, 1 cost food, so they can't heal past with like a Mari Shosei Hunter or something. So this would be the end of their turn, but after that, once again, Dio is going to have to climb against that mountain. Really,
Oh,
really, that's pretty crazy.
wow. Sacrificing fresh wind to reapply Lithic Spear. Man.
It is a beautiful yet tragic effect to see the full size of the arcane scroll being burned away, by card restrictions. So, and even they hit back and look at that, Nuvalet's back up to full HP. Oh my goodness.
This isn't even bullying anymore, I feel like. This is systematically removing a man's will to live.
Yeah,
That is what we are
bit.
witnessing right now.
Yeah, a little bit. Hey, look at that even jitter. Oh, again, perfect aura management. CJR is nice and squeaky clean. No auras to speak of. And of course, Yelan being gone means no Hydro could ever be deployed during this match. It's just going to be Shenhe's Cryo.
Is a mathematician for a reason, and we are seeing that right now. I don't think the dice rolls even matter anymore at this point. Group D has had a trend of people rolling cringe dice. Cringe dice don't hold a candle to what we are seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long and uneventful game number 1, and that's exactly how CJRs wants it.
Yes, definitely. As we're, to an extent, we're probably going to see maybe Xiao go for a burst here. Oh, once again. Wait, nope, you can't do it. There is the Teyvat fried egg that we talked about during the deck showcase section, but Fortress of Meripede Strictly Forbidden is back once again, and if you want to revive Yelan, you cannot.
You're gonna have to sacrifice a quick swap for it. Honestly, you could even consider doing that at this point because CJRs isn't going to be attacking you anyway. So if you want to revive your land and maybe get some application back out, you could. But I think having application from Shenhe is a little bit more valuable.
Yeah, most definitely. Of course, without that fast swap, you can't just jump over to Yelan because she'll be on 1 HP. I do wonder if Dio will go for at least an attack here. Oh, but their dice, not what they need right now.
Yeah, at this point, you just tune the egg.
Yeah,
Get
tune the
an
egg. It's
attack
never,
out.
it'll never come up. It is definitely not the time because it would really just be a waste of days. No, they're gonna stick to their guns. They're gonna swap stall.
Why? Just tune the egg. Skill on Shenhe. Quick swap the Xiao. Try to get some damage out. Keep the gamblers for something. I don't know. Man. There really is no way back in this video.
Yeah, there is well, there wouldn't be any tuning of egg into that because it still has streaks forbidden, so you have to watch out for that. Xiao getting a little scary though, but I believe Nuvilet is able to deal 3 damage with a simple whack of his cane.
Neverlet just looks at Xiao and tells him to sit down in the court.
Yes, absolutely. It seems to be the karmic debt has built up, and Nuvilet is ready to pass judgment.
Neverlet has some things to say to Zhongli, but he'll say them to his son first.
Oh no, the lore! Oh my goodness! There it is. 3 damage.
There
off
he
of the
goes.
skull.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think we all knew this was coming a little while ago, but we had to witness it all unfold. Dio going to lose game 1. CJRS has mapped it all out perfectly, and they will easily claim game 1 with a stall, a deck of Layla, Nuvalet, and Barbara.
Very impressive to pull something like this off because of how many players have really spoken against running this archetype, in this meta, and it is quite sensible, of course. You have things like Conwill, you have, Leeway Army. Of course, Leeway Army seemed to not do too well that time around, but, there is a reason.
There is a reason indeed, and CJRS has demonstrated to it. Just like we're demonstrating that you can be one of our raffle winners today if you are lucky enough. We've got 2 UIDs at the bottom of the screen right now, and if one of those is your UID, congratulations, you have just won a blessing of the Welkin Moon. Look forward to receiving it in your account within the next 10 business days.
Yep, absolutely. Enjoy that Welcome Moon and stay tuned because we've got more to come. I know that was definitely, a bit of a longer round, but it is what it is with stall, and it is not a bad thing to see it, especially, as much as there are players who may dislike it, we have not seen an archetype like this for the entire month or the entire patch. That's 6 weeks to 4 weeks. That's a very long time to not have, a very crucial archetype, I would say, in the meta.
I personally think we could have waited a little bit longer.
What, are you saying you want to stall out stall?
I do want to stall out stall a little bit, Maybe just a little bit more, It was pretty nice when we didn't have any stall decks in the meta, but I digress. They are, as you mentioned, a very important archetype of deck that we haven't seen in a while. So CJR is showing we may see a resurgence once again. And with their win there, it means that they are going to switch over to Freesley after this.
Yep. Definitely a little more combo heavy because you need to go, pretty in on Risley lest you lose all your value, especially because Risley needs to work off of his own chip damage and healing to make sure that he can get maximum value out of his infused normal attacks. But outside of that, it does still kind of lean towards stall because it does have Hydro Resonance and 2 Hydro characters who, one of them is capable of healing. The other one's just going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah. My personal question is whether or not we are going to see the Lear Armory deck being played for a second time. It is like we mentioned, aggro decks do have a bit of difficulty versus stall, but I do also feel like Dio made some mistakes early on by not taking advantage of a really good ramp on round 1 to just output pressure, right? Instead, he played a little bit too respectfully, trying to freeze Barbara, not allowing for the healing to come out, and that just ended up playing into CJR's clutches.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, what's it called? Dio, I think it's, like you said, they need to play just a little faster. Definitely on round 2, they definitely could have started going off because, as much as it does, hamper on your damage a little bit without weapons, you'll still do perfectly fine because Shenhe and can go for 2 skills and then drop that elemental burst, getting you cryo application, boost to cryo, and also a physical damage.
Well, let's have a look. CJRs, because they were able to win with the new Bullet deck, will now have to go over to Fariesly, as this is a Conquest format. As for Dio, looks like they will be sticking with Lear Armory. I do think on paper it will have a slightly better chance against Fariesly, because the Fariesly deck has been having a little bit of trouble this meta due to how long it takes for Fariesly to get started.
Mm-hmm. It will be really interesting to see, because clearly CJR is well versed in stall decks, right? So, you can explore some stall tactics inside, using a character like Farina, because she can swap over to the Singer of Many Waters and heal up all of her characters, very similar to Barbara, and without that negative hydro application, inflicted on yourself.
An interesting thing as well is that recently the few Fariesly players that we have seen have actually switched to having Risley be the opening character so that he can skill immediately and start dishing out pressure. So whether or not CJRs decides to go for that line this game will remain to be seen, but I do think that those 2 copies of Mausoleum aren't going to be particularly effective in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless Dio starts playing a little faster and or makes sure to avoid the draw on crucial turns, which shouldn't be too bad. They're only running Lumenstone. Of course, there is Magic Countdown, but I imagine you would not play that into Mausoleum unless you are wanting that forbidden knowledge.
Yeah, that would kind of just be asking for it at that point, and I doubt any of these players are that masochistic here. But it was a very good opening from Dio. Having double Lumenstone into a countdown meant that their hand in turn 2 was already so strong. They just needed to play off of that pressure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And, maybe the mentality has readapted for this matchup. I think I can definitely see Dio, sailing in and going, much faster this round. Because, Fariesly, is a, stall-ish, combo-ish deck. But, I think you can take even harsher advantage of it because, you have characters like Herald who only have 6 HP. Of course, you have to deal with the revive and talent, but, cutting off someone's HP early is the best thing that you can do.
Yeah, if they don't have HP, then they have less tools to work with, and I think the characters on the new Bullet deck were just allowed to remain healthy for a little bit too long. So hopefully Dio will adjust their strategy going into this next game, because I do think it's going to be a little bit easier to punish now that they don't have the ease of access to healing that Barbara provides.
Yep, absolutely. And here we go. Fariesly versus Liyue Armory. Who will win between these two players?
I really want to see who will win between CJRs and Dio. And I also really want to see who will win the raffle for round number 2 here, ladies and gentlemen. You guys know the drill. Type out !pick, as well as the player's name you think will win the second game, and your UID, so that if you are selected as a winner, you will receive a blessing of the Welkin Moon right to your account.
Yep. Do it quick. That raffle is super duper fast. Only 3 minutes on the clock, so get in there and get typing. Here we go.
Alright, at the same time as well, if you have a bit of spare time, there's a QR code right there between CJRs and Dio. This is the feedback form that has been going around the entire regular season. So if you guys have anything to say, anything at all, good or bad, we want to hear it so that we can use any constructive criticism you have to improve on our future events.
Absolutely. Yeah, see the mulligan go through for both players. CJR threw out their entire hand, but basically got the exact same thing back, which is the worst thing in the world. Wow. Whoa. All right.
That's a good hand to me. Dio,
Oh,
that's not
I
so
think
good.
it happened. I think it happened. The rainbow dice.
Honestly, I've seen worse, actually.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. Especially if that is Moon Piercer in Dio's hand. It actually isn't the end of the world. I would consider going for that strategize. Of course, play Lumenstone first, because you could draw Magic Countdown and then just draw out the rest of your hand. Let's see if they...
Countdown would be really good for spending those remaining dice. Unfortunately, that is not Countdown. That is Fresh Wind, which Dio had thrown back into the deck initially because he doesn't need it so early. So definitely not as good as opening as we saw in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely not. Only having one Lumen Stone doesn't mean you can get as much dice or card draw. But Dio still should be okay. From here, you do have to do a little bit of gambling on that Wagner's weapon banner because you can play it out and then add that weapon on top of someone like you can't. There's not enough dice reduction to allow a weapon to be played this turn.
Hmm. Yeah, you're right. There's no discount cards for Dio in hand here. What weapon are they holding on to currently? Do you remember?
It is definitely a polearm because you can't see the protrusion of the bow from King's Squire. However, we don't know which one it is. So,
They
well,
just got a Lithic.
mhm,
Not too sure if the other one was a Lithic.
mhm,
Okay. They do have a Moon Piercer, so they are
mhm,
going to be able to get a skill out at least.
mhm. Yep, and thank goodness Dio was counting, but it's incredibly risky to play a Moon Piercer unless you're counting how many times you've procced something like Lumen Stone, because without that Omni Dice, it would actually lose all value because Moon Piercer, abilities or just the Sumeru weapon series, only lasts during this turn. It does not carry over.
So it's very important that Dio was able to calculate that out, because if they played Moon Piercer and they didn't get the dice from the Lumen Stone, this would be a very awkward situation. They also use it to get Opera Epiclase set up for next turn, so that is some nice play there. A bit of ramp for Dio.
Mhm.
Now it's CJR's turn.
Hmm. Yeah, and thankfully, since they're not fighting against the very high cost Nuvilet deck, they're not going to be having to worry about Opera being shut down super duper early. I wonder why Farina's trying to shut down that Opera. What is she thinking?
Playing the Farina card right off the bat there without the summon on the field initially. So
Mhm,
interesting play. Most likely just to proc the Lumen Stone, which unfortunately ended up drawing Stove, which isn't what CJRs is going to be looking for at this round. So
mhm.
I think we will just see a Farina skill. It does unfortunately make it a bit awkward because Vanarana will only catch 2 of the remaining 3 dice.
Hmm. Now, as much as Stove is unfortunate to be drawn now because you want to save that for massive treasure draw later in the turn, I could actually see this as a very interesting angle in that you play it now to use that extra effect it has that if you play on the first turn, you will draw out the talent card and you'll get Herald talent early.
Yeah, it is a possibility if CJRs wants to go for it for now. I do think it's fine to just get Purina summon on the
Mhm.
field first, though. I don't think Dio will be out putting too much pressure for now.
Hmm. Yeah, no, most likely not. Of course, not having enough weapons to actually work through them. There we go. The Singer of Many Waters comes out. All the healing in the world that you could ask for. It is very interesting to look at Freesley once again because, of course, I have not been able to cast many Freesley matches since Group A and Group B. But there's been quite the debate that most people believe in running the healing side of Farina over the damage side.
I have been mainly seeing the healing version of Urina. Like, literally, we only saw the damage version once, I think yesterday, and that was to apply some pressure onto an already winning game. So, healing is usually prioritized because you do want to survive a bit longer on this deck. And something we discussed earlier as well, CJRs did not decide to go for the Risley opening here, most likely to avoid him taking too much damage since this is an aggro deck.
Yes, absolutely. That is very interesting going for the macaroons. Of course, it's not, totally out the window, but I don't imagine Farina is going to be on field for too much longer because you've done a majority of your ramp turn, and now you need to start watching out for Dio. Assuming they play, more aggressively this time around, we'll start dishing out a good amount of damage.
And I do hope we get to see that damage here. Not dishing out the damage when he had the chance was what ended up costing Dio a potential victory in game number 1. So that needs to be used as a learning experience, especially now that you don't have a Barbara to worry about. You should absolutely be hitting the ground running.
Yep, absolutely. We go through the dice roll once more, a little better. Don't like those two Geo, but hey, you can use it for Lumenstone.
Not bad at all. 2 Geo for Lumenstone is exactly what Dio would like to have here, and then the rest is Cryo. So it should be just about enough for Shenhe to get skill and then burst out this turn to start setting up for it later.
Absolutely. Yeah, full opportunity, especially since the alternative lines that CJR can be going for is, I mean, very unlikely to stay on Farina, but should just be going for the Herald, and that gives you enough time to skill into Shenhe Burst, and use up all your dice. And from outside of that, honestly, don't really foresee any other moves they can make. Their cards are a little too costly right now.
Yeah, I agree here. Hmm. Let's see. You do probably just want to go for the Shenhe line here. Maybe, yeah, pop out that Lumen Stone for now, since it will be able to feed into the other. Get the Moon Piercer reset, and that'll allow you to get both Shenhe's skill and burst out without needing to tune an extra card.
Mm-hmm.
And even leave you with with enough dice for one more action after that.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. Tabat Fried Egg comes out a little too early. Definitely not what you want to see. Would be hoping for more weapon support cards to make sure you can keep this momentum rolling. CJR, as much as we've been talking about Dio, is actually having a pretty rough time. None of these cards are really going to be able to help you draw out the rest of your deck.
Yeah, looks like they will actually just go for the Singer reset here on Farina, but I've been staying on her long enough for Shenhe to actually apply quite a lot of damage right away. It will, however, mean that Farina is eating all of the cryo application at this stage, which will allow Risley to quite safely come out and start putting some punches on the table.
Absolutely. We see Dio play out the fast swap, probably to actually I wouldn't even really consider it overdraw. They don't really have that much draw to begin with, to the point where they would burn. That fast swap seemed a little unnecessary.
I think they could have definitely saved that as a surprise here, considering that one hit from Shenhe is already dropping Risley to a very low range. If you had kept the quick swap as a surprise, then CJRS would have to consider the possibility of a quick swap into weapon here. Though, with only 2 dice left over, it seems like they're still quite okay with allowing Risley to get some hits in despite the damage he's already taken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially with the unseen Razor being played, you can't refresh cards like those. So, CJR is willing to take the 50-50 and just skill on Risley. It does seem incredibly risky, but in reality, not so much.
CJRs, they have the mathematician tagline for a reason. They've already shown that they're fully capable of calculating how much damage they may potentially receive from their opponent. A very important skill to have when you're playing on a deck archetype like Stall, and that's why they're very okay with allowing Risley to take the field.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am interested to see who CJR swaps to for the end phase, because you do not want all your characters to be applied with cryo, and then Dio even recognizes this and puts Yelan on the field to scare them away from doing something like that. But if you swap to Farina or stay on Risley, they're going to take 2 damage and get a pretty bad breakpoint, honestly.
Yeah, you would. In this position, you'd usually want one of the characters that already have cryo to eat the damage from the Shenhe summon. But because they're both already on pretty low HP, it's pretty dangerous for either of them to take it. CJRs does have a Hydro Resonance in hand, so that could potentially negate the damage taken from one character. But because they haven't been able to get the cards they want to start drawing out their deck, we're definitely seeing a much lower start here in game 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I personally would definitely go for Farina into Hydro Res, because Hydro Res will push you up to 6, and then Shenhe Summon will put you back down to 4, and then you will have the proc of Macaroons and also the Singer of Many Waters, which if you're at 5 HP or lower will have a bonus healing effect, so you'll essentially be able to break even and go back to 6.
Looks like Farina will be the one taking that damage here, and even potentially gonna be sacrificed if there was a King Squire on Dio's side of the board. Luckily for CJRs, Dio does not have that yet, and they are actually generating a good amount of forbidden knowledge for themselves, which could make the following rounds a little bit more difficult.
Most definitely. Thankfully, the curse should be gone, but Farina is about to occur in her own curse, because, maybe this is why people stopped playing for Risley. It's because they kept sacrificing Farina.
Yeah, we all don't want to see Farina have to deal with even more than she already has, but that is kind of how this deck ends up working. Dio gonna play a countdown straight away, still doesn't manage to draw the King Squire. That's the second Lithic Spear, so a little bit unlucky there. That extra damage would have been enough for Yolanda to really threaten Farina.
Yep. With the King Squire, would have lethal Farina, and now Farina's going to be able to weave past that breakpoint Y1. Of course, not too worried because we do have Xiao. So as long as Dio simply swaps onto them with, someone who has elemental application, they will simply just knock Farina out off field. Assuming CJR does not respond with a Hydra res.
Theo not able to get the card he wanted, but still in a very comfortable spot overall because we are seeing some actual good damage and pressure from Lear Armory this game. Gonna play a Forbidden Knowledge as well. Will they be lucky enough to get the weapon? No, unfortunately not.
Yeah, they really want that King Squire, but they're drawing basically everything and not a single bow in sight. The armory is failing them a little bit. Fast swap is definitely good though. Swapping over to Xiao, you won't, or actually, you could just swap to Shenhe. There's no need.
Senyata actually ended up pulling out a Vanarana and Mausoleum, which is a
Mm.
very interesting combo of cards that genuinely have value for Dio in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Mausoleum is huge because it prevents CGR from playing Magic Countdown, at least not right away. And if they end up letting it sit there, Stove is going to be quite useless, in those later rounds because it'll draw them, near to that 4 count that they don't want to see.
You're gonna need to make some choices. He has the opportunity of doing a lot of damage this round. Considering that most of the characters on CJR's side are already dropping kinda low on HP. And if he's able to take someone out now, it would really limit CJR's options going forward.
Yeah, I personally would definitely go for the fast swap onto Shenhe and then, also drop the Mausoleum and add Fresh Wind as well. Put the Gamblers on top, and then that way, you can just totally demolish, CJR's Farina, and then, with the Fresh Wind, they won't be able, to take instant advantage of the fact that you just knocked out one of their characters.
They do decide to commit for the attack on Yalan. No King Squire means that Farina does not go down. But as you mentioned, she is now within range of being lethal by a single swirl, which also means that Dio has indirectly disallowed CJRs from going back to Risley. Thereby, he knows exactly what character is going to be switched onto.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, CGR should be able to just instantly prevent this because, like you said, Herald is, the only option really that's safe for CJR to go to. I'm kind of wondering in this game state, it is basically, a miniature back and forth. There's not really any character that has fallen yet. It will happen very soon, trust me. To really swing the momentum.
We will see the Herald come out. CJR's decided to use Hydra Resonance, so Farina is no longer at risk of being lethal by Swirl, even with the Icy Quills buff. But the Hydra Resonance ended up being slightly less efficient because Herald was already at max HP.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Going for a ramp turn. Or actually, I guess Treasure did go in, so you can play one more action. But that is quite risky. Even if you drawn, a good, I'd say at least half of CJR's hand is out and available. That was quite, yeah, they're still ramping. Huh.
Yeah, that is potentially risky, but we already know that the Lear Armory deck doesn't run a lot of ramp overall, so basically the number of dice they have is what you can expect they're going to have left to use that round. So CJRs knows it's only maximum 1 hit coming out, and even if they're able to take out the revive on Herald, they have talent out to prevent anything else, so getting turn priority here is going to give them a bit more control into the next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Dio is very lucky in the fact that CJR is not equipped too many, high cost equipment. Their total is going to be 4 because Farina should just have, even if it's veterans, I believe Dio should be out equipping because it's 2, spears, which is equal to 6 total. If let's see here, CJR 3 plus 1 on top of Herald, and then Farina if it was veterans plus 2. Let's see here, that would just make it break even.
That is an early gambler's equip onto Xiao by Dio there. So CJRS knows that that's the character he needs to avoid. But we do see that the Mausoleum already coming into play. The forbidden knowledge being generated and immediately drawn to fill out CJR's hand, making life even more difficult for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It is quite interesting here to see the fact that Gamblers has been consistently being played early for the dice efficiency because Leeway Armory does not actually generate that much dice to make sure it can save itself in the end game. But at this rate, I wonder if anyone's actually going to get punished for playing that card so early because it's been a pretty common tactic amongst top players. Never reveal your gamblers.
It's usually something you want to avoid. But I think Dio is in a comfortable enough spot right now that they're okay with just playing it really early to get even more dice efficiency overall. Since Yao is at 13 effective HP, Shenhe and Yalan are both still healthy. CJR is unfortunately drawing even more forbidden knowledge, thereby diluting his potential hand utility. Things are looking kind of difficult.
Yeah, honestly, really good pull, on the side of Dio from that Zenyatta. That Zenyatta finally paid off, and gave them another friend from the desert, who is now infecting CJR's hand, which, is pretty bad, actually. Really gonna force proc it.
Ooh. I mean, it's honestly not too bad. You'd usually want to preserve that a little bit because it would force Dio to have to spend extra dice just to take it out. But in this way, CJRS is able to get rid of a forbidden knowledge, proc the talent instead of allowing Dio the chance to dance around it, and that will limit him to a maximum of like 2 actions this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the fact that, unless you start adding Herald on top or Treasure on top of Herald, Herald is lethal by Xiao by 1 skill. Do not give Dio that free kill because that will lead into not only Gamblers but probably Fresh Wind as well. And then Risey will also take 2 damage from Swirl. So he's going to be pushed down to 6 HP. That is not where you want to be.
Absolutely not. It's not a threshold you want to have to play around. So this is going to be a very important point of the game for both these players. If CJRs is able to survive this particular onslaught, they actually have a very good chance of turning around the tempo that Dio has so far controlled.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving over to Farina, but Icy Quill. Oh, no, they can't. Shenhe's summon is gone. No more cryo damage boost. So Shenhe cannot do 5 damage, like she was doing earlier. So Farina's once again right below that breakpoint.
CJR is really living up to that mathematician title right now, knowing the breakpoints, having a very clear idea of what moves they can afford to take. And that is making things a bit difficult here for Dio. Like this aggro deck should normally be able to do a lot more against a deck like Furiously, but CJR is piloting it like a master.
Yes, but once again, Dio puts them in a difficult position, even just using a normal attack to be efficient with their dice. And now CJR, if they choose to swap without using any fast swap or healing, Farina will be, done by collateral. That Swirl Freeze boosted by the Icy Quills is going to do 2 damage.
So ideally, CJS wants to pull her out of that threshold. He's got 2 treasures in hand, so it shouldn't be too difficult for him to achieve that as of current. But they're gonna take their time with it as well. Think about what are the potential options they can go for.
Honestly, it's a really rough line. Even if you play the 2 treasures, Farina will still be lethal by a Xiao burst and a Xiao skill because of the weapon. So you need to not only play those 2 treasures, but also fast swap. Honestly, is it worth it? To me, the answer is yes, because Dio, has Freshman and Freedom, has Gamblers. You do not want to give them an inch; they will take it to a mile. But it still feels like a little bit of a waste of resources to do it. Oh, they're gonna go for it.
Ooh, Farina burst. So they are actually looking to potentially sacrifice her here, which is quite risky because Xiao literally has Gamblers. It was pre-equipped very early on. They could have avoided giving Dio more dice to work with this turn. Let's see whether this pays off.
If they needed any assurance, my goodness.
Well, they don't need it, but that is some very interesting timing for the gamblers to pop out, definitely. Ooh, the fresh wind as well, yeah. CJRs could get punished for this.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe. Oh, actually, no. You are getting punished for it because yeah, Xiao isn't intentionally only going to do a normal attack here, and then Xiao can go for the burst and lethal herald once again.
Ooh, the choice to go over to Risley instead, so to not give another gambler's reset. I think CJRs had previously set up the sacrifice Farina so that they could get a free switch over to Risley and insta freeze Xiao, but that's forgetting about the Fresh Wind of Freedom. That's a very important card in the Lear Armory in order to enable further aggression.
Yeah, absolutely. Dio, you can see even slows down here. Recognizes the line that you just mentioned. They can absolutely just fast swap to Yelan and freeze Risley.
And then once that happens, it's basically done. Like CJRs needed to survive this turn, and they will most likely live it, but they're not going to be any fighting state once that is done. The choice to leave Farina out there within lethal range, probably a bit too much of a dangerous one, but also kind of understandable.
Yeah, starting to backfire a little bit. There's the fast swap, of course, like you said. They will not be lethal this turn, but this is so much, pushback, on the side of CJR because they only have 2 treasures and they need to draw more if they want to get out of this breakpoint. There's the King Squire.
It's taken a long time for that to show up here. Dio definitely looking at that card right now and thinking, where were you when I needed you earlier? But it's fine. It's still within range because, as you mentioned, Risley has already been frozen. Even though CJRs has more dice to work with this round in comparison, the character that would be the most dangerous with it is not going to be able to use it.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. The cavalry has arrived, but unfortunately, they forgot the supplies. So, Yelan's actually going to be a little bit of a sitting duck here. CJR, very smart, holds on to at least one more undersea treasure, because Herald would take, let's see here, Yelan right now does 3, and then we add 1 from Freeze, so it'll also do an additional, wait, Herald is going to get lethal here.
It would lethal, and they have gamblers to reset. I think Dio wins this turn.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Or not this turn, right? Oh wait, no, they do have, it is the reset. Because it only, oh no. Curse of the Undercurrent, it's holding them back.
King Squire has already been used. Yeah, they would need 1 more dice in order to basic attack here. I don't think they have it. So CJRs can survive this turn, yes. Oh, egg play. Hold on. Can CJRs do something with this?
Ooh, this is quite good. I'm a big fan of this because that is the big advantage of the Singer of Many Waters is an AoE healing ability. Herald will be able to be brought up to 3 HP at the end of the turn.
Yeah, forgot about the egg. It's not completely over yet for CJRs, but it's still going to be a very difficult position to try and come back from. Having Herald again, it means that he will still have someone who can use the remaining dice here, since Risley is still frozen, but ooh. Gonna feed 4 dice into Vanarana and then float 3, because he doesn't feel safe enough to let Herald take the field.
Herald absolutely should not take the field. Don't give Dio any chance for that free action. There's that extra healing that I mentioned. There, like you said, there's absolutely a way they pull this back, but they really need to make sure they avoid any form of freeze. And thankfully the fast swap has been dried up, but Dio may have 1 more up their sleeve.
Let's see what happens this next turn. CJR, their dice, not too bad. Would ideally want a little bit more cryo, maybe some hydro if Herald is intended to take the field somewhat. Dio, yep, their dice are looking pretty good as well. Really nice.
Yeah, look at the Opera once again giving them a little bit more value because, none of the characters have enough equipment to out-equip the Liyue Armory, who is currently dominating with 4 total equips on both sides. So that's 8 total cost versus Risley's measly 3.
CJRS did preserve the Electro Dice so that he could play the Tule Tula, which he's currently holding in his hand, and will equip it straight away. Unfortunately, Elan no Hydro, so you won't be able to freeze her right off the bat here, and that could be worrying because all Yelan needs to do is hit Risley one time, and then after that, her job is done.
Yeah, absolutely. I was gonna say that CJR may be a little worried about the piercing damage, but honestly, excuse me, they said they don't care. They're going to push Risley down to 6 HP, which is around, where he's gonna stop receiving that healing boost from his Ice Fang Rush, and then being swapped over damage boost, and then being swapped over to the healing instead.
I just played Treasure. He does have Countdown in hand. There's an opportunity to pull quite a lot of them out of the deck this turn. Even gonna Liar Song the Veteran. So CJR is gonna get a lot of value here, which is important because this could be the last turn for him if he does not just go all in.
Yeah, and he definitely is max valuing that veterans, making sure that every single number can be procced on that one. They got the extra dice, the card draw, and then made sure to pierce themselves with their self damage from Ice Fang Rush. So does super duper optimal damage.
My main question now is whether or not Dio has another quick swap in the deck. I know they've already used one. I can't remember if they've used a second. That is the only thing that CJRS needs to be worried about right now, basically. Or chance for Dio to just insta-switch and freeze Risley.
Yeah, no. Considering how CJR has been playing, they're very willing to fight back against those 50-50s. By 50-50s, of course, I mean all cards in the game only 2 of them can exist. Of course, card generators exist, but they aren't something that's going to be dramatically shifting the game like fast swap. So yeah, CJR playing fully into it. I do not care. I am going to fight your Yelan head on.
Actually, just gonna go for the direct damage here. Trying to bait out, trying to test the waters a little bit, see whether Dio does have a quick swap.
Absolutely. And, this is something that we don't typically get to see, but Farina Burst and the fanfare stacks from Let My People Rejoice is stacking up significantly because, typically we don't really get to see players go super duper high, with this status. They usually run out by the time they make it to Risley's combo turn, but not only is the ability to generate available, you can see a little 1 icon, but you can see Risley already has 10 fanfare and more to come.
It's honestly impressive what CJRS has been able to do thus far, especially when you consider Dio has been putting them kind of on the back foot right from the very beginning. So it's clear that CJRS decided to bring 2 stall decks for a reason. There's a confidence here in the way he is approaching the game. He still has to be wary. A quick swap could end it all for him right now, and if he's not able to pull out more healing, Risley is still at risk of being taken out.
Absolutely. He drops a Moon Piercer onto Shenhe. That would have me quaking in my boots because, of course, I don't need a fast swap. I am my own fast swap.
Oh my god! No way!
Very smart, because I was checking the statuses. I'm like, they haven't played Forbidden Knowledge, but would they really do that? But I guess they would. 5 damage onto Risley.
I did not even consider that possibility. That is actually so smart of Dio. Using the Forbidden Knowledge to take out Yelan himself so that he gets a free switch into Shenhe. Risley has now been officially frozen, and with that, the chances of CJR's winning game 2 have just plummeted.
Yep. They're plunging them into the icy abyss. CJR, the next move that they have available has to be at least, first off, yes, you can do Magic Countdown, but you really need to fast swap to Herald and free Shenhe, stop her from doing any more absence. Do not let them get an inch of cryo application on you.
Yeah, the one thing that CJRs has right now is that because Dio was forced to sacrifice Yelan to switch to Shenhe, it's pretty safe to say that he does not have a quick swap available in hand. So going the Herald to free Shenhe is actually perfectly fine. But honestly, after that, they have no way of stopping Xiao from just wiping the rest of the board.
Yeah, no, realistically, they really don't. The line that I'm looking at here would be the Leave It To Me fast swap and then, play the 2 treasures. It's too bad that the artifact is not decosted because CGR could get even more draw and fanfare off of that. Yeah, there we go. One thing definitely though, I would definitely put in that Herald talent. Dio is currently free from the curse, but it should come right back at them.
Yeah, reapply the talent is a for sure thing to do here. And then use the macarons as well, get the Herald back up to full HP. The problem is the Herald needs to survive 2 actions worth of Xiao.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thankfully, the breakpoints are pretty nice. Even if that's a Moon Piercer sitting in Dio's hand, you cannot do much with 5 dice, in this game. So there we go. Only 1 action left on Xiao, and it's only going to do 4 damage.
Ooh, yeah, you're right. I forgot about that fact here. Xiao only actually has 1 action out. It is not over yet for CJRS as long as they can keep this Hydro on Xiao.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most definitely. There's no means to generate dice. It's too bad. There's not really even a means for Xiao to swap into a plunge attack. Because that would make it so that he can do something super efficient, but it's still not even an option. So here, Dio probably should just go for the burst to get maximum damage.
Yeah, I agree. Going for maximum damage here. To try and debilitate CJRs as much as possible would be ideal. It also sets up Xiao for doing more damage going forward.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that will indeed drop Herald down to 1, heals back up to 2 with the macarons.
Mm-hmm.
CJRs, what can they do with the remaining time? They really do ideally want turn priority, but without a quick swap now, there is no way of bringing Risley safely back onto the field.
Yeah, unless they have another one hiding in their deck, this is going to be, they may even have to do their own version of sacrificing their Hydro character with the remaining Forbidden Knowledge. Right now, CJR is calculating between if they are confident enough to pull out another treasure, but no, they're just going to push all those Omni into Vanarana.
It's a risk, but it's a risk that CJRs has to take right now. He has to give himself as much dice to work with. He needs to 100% make sure he has turn priority. Because if he doesn't have turn priority, he just loses on the spot.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Dio looking at their hand, looking at their dice, seeing what they can do. Probably thinking of the egg as well. Probably not going to come in, though. It's a little bit too late for something like that to happen. Not what you want.
Yeah, and CJRs drew 2 treasures as well, but no quick swap. So Risley is still not in a comfortable enough spot. At the very least, he knows he doesn't have to worry about Fresh Wind of Freedom anymore, but sacrificing Herald is still going to end up proccing Gamblers. Oh, and wait, if Dio normal attacks as well, the follow-up from Yelan would lethal Risley, so he needs to make sure that... Oh, Hydro Resonance, though. That's pretty nice. That's a good time.
Yeah. Hydro Resonance is huge. Oh, no, this would have been a way better play. CJR could have played Timaeus, gotten, a free Marishose Hunter onto Herald, and then when they go for the Hydro Resonance and multiple treasures, they would be able to generate both dice and cards. I would have definitely gone for that.
I think it's a bit hard to see lines like that under the current circumstances. And while it is true that it would offer a little bit more dice and cards, I think the forefront of CJI's mind right now is keeping your characters alive long enough to actually use the dice and cards that they have to begin with.
Yeah, no, most definitely. It is a lot of pressure, especially, hanging by a thread on 2 on 1 MP. There's the curse reapply. Exactly what you should do when you bring Herald back to life.
Okay. So Curse will limit Dio to maximum 2 moves this turn. Which is going to be very valuable for making sure that Risley can actually even see the light of day at all.
Yeah, let's see here. So, skill 1, thankfully they have Depth Clear and Dice, so they can actually... Oh. No, they can. They can match their damage because they have weapons on. So Xiao's normal does 3, add 1, so it's going to be 4. But that's still... that's only 3. That's only 3 actions. Would be enough to, knock CJR, out. But, oh, wow. Perfect move, setting them up. so that if Xiao goes to the lethal, Risley comes in, freezes Xiao, and then they can heal all the way to full.
CJRS has been continuing to impress with how well he is piloting this stall deck right now. This should be exactly enough, as you mentioned, to make sure that Herald eats also the Yelan Burst proc. The goal is to make sure that Risley has as much healing as possible. That's why he saves all the treasure for him later. And if he's able to avoid any Hydro application from this final hit of Yelan's Burst, then Risley is still actually able to be a threat here.
Yeah, the endgame sealer of Fresh Wind and Freedom has already been expended, and you cannot use Fresh Wind and Freedom twice. That egg is really being a pesky thorn in your side, making sure that Herald, CJR masterfully managing those breakpoints so that it'll be either a bait or just above the lethal.
Easily one of the most effective uses of egg we have seen so far here in the Prince Cup Pacific. Dio does have one as well, though, right? So that could also be a concern for CJRs. They're gonna go ahead for it. Okay,
I would
actually, not quite enough to avoid the Yelan Burst. I feel like that could have been a mistake. Like, I get that CJRs wanted to save all the treasure for Risley, but I think they really needed to heal Herald just enough so they would eat that Hydro app as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually, because I didn't even think, because of course, Xiao has Yaksha's mask available, evil conquering, but with that, they're not only going to do boosted normal attacks, but also animo damage, and have the follow-up come down. And yeah, no, I do not like this Hydro on Risley, because if Xiao gets frozen, oh well, I guess you are out of breakpoint range, so you're not too worried about Shenhe slow swapping.
He's not using treasure yet.
No, it happened again! Ah! You're crazy! There's no way!
Not like this! CJRs! He saved the treasure! He saved the treasure because he knew Dio didn't have a quick swap! But a second time! Oh no! The treasure could have actually kept Risley alive there. No, not like this.
Yeah, no, that absolutely would have saved, Risley the game. Even through that, of course, getting that Hydro application on, did probably spell the end for them in later rounds, but not expecting that Forbidden Knowledge in the slightest.
Yeah, actually using it for his own benefit there. Dio is showing that he is just as high caliber a player right here. And yeah, after an amazing game like that, we got amazing prizes for you as well. If your UID is one of the two at the bottom of the screen right now, congratulations, you are a raffle winner for round 2. So look forward to getting that blessing of a Welkin Moon within the next 10 business days.
Yeah, can you believe that was the match we just witnessed? 2 instances of Forbidden Knowledge playing to your benefit, which, usually it is a detriment. That was incredible, skill display by Dio.
Yeah, I think even CJRs was caught off guard. They had been doing such a good job of calculating everything up until that point, even risking it all by saving the treasure because he knew that Dio would have the slow swap. But literally not considering the possibility of a second Forbidden Knowledge play the same way it happened initially. I can't even believe that. That's insane.
Yeah, you can usually, take the tricks once, but never twice. But Xiao was content to eat up all that karmic that the Forbidden Knowledge and Shenhe could cleanse it all away and finish the job. So that was a really interesting match. And now they're going to be forced over to the last deck. So it's going to be one-on-one for Risley versus, I believe we'll see the other deck in a moment. We're so caught up in the matches that I'm like, all right, we got one more. There is one more deck that should be coming in.
Yeah, we wouldn't have expected it to go this far. And honestly, we have to give props to both players that last game. Dio for figuring out such a creative way of going through the quick swap. And CJRs for being able to survive that long under the pressure from the Lear Armory. It is going to come down to a final game. And whoever wins this one will automatically claim a slot to the live event.
Absolutely, yeah. We definitely, I'm not afraid to admit that we definitely gave, a lot of flack in the first round, especially, with the stall deck with Nuvilet, Barbara, and Layla. But Dio brought it back, and they came in swinging. This is really incredible. And I'm just clocking in that, of course, the final deck on the side of Dio is going to be the Herald Claymore. So not only is this going to have, a bit more safety nets involved, may be able to outbeat, a similar ramp 8 strategy.
Herald Claymore should, on paper, be a much better matchup into Farisley as compared to Leah Armory as well. So Dio looking to be in a very comfortable spot here, especially being able to eke out that victory in game number 2, and in probably the most interesting way we have ever seen as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This is honestly coming full circle, right? In Group A, we saw the introduction of Farisley, and everyone's like, "Oh man, they got so much combo potential. They're so strong." And then it's like, but what if we put an Animo unit in here? So then we tried Venti, and then we tried Sayu. It's like, wait a minute, I know a better, Cryo Anchor. Let's just go back to Chongyun with Wolf's Greystone, and now we're coming full circle. We're going to see the final mutation of Farisley in the form of Herald Claymore, and then on the other side, the traditional Farisley from the first week of the patch.
One thing's for sure though, these two players are putting up a match worthy of the Group D upper bracket finals. There's a reason that these two players have come this far, and they are not intending to go down without a fight. It is basically now a best of one. For the easiest path they could have gotten to the live event, being able to keep both lives intact as well, that's a very important factor.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and while we're waiting for these players, take a breather. That was a very intense match. So they're just making sure straighten out their decks and everything. But something that I've been waiting to bring up is, of course, their accomplishments, because we've been putting a lot of pride on these players. But again, there is reason. So both of these characters are not characters. I'm sure we are unfolding a beautiful narrative here. But these are real people. Of course, CJR and Dio are from the Series Showdown, which is the harder set of tournaments to qualify into the Prince Cup. CJR, respectively, second place in Asia CTG in Season 3, top 8 in CTG Season 2, and top 16 in Seasons 4 and 5. So that must have been the previous year. And then on the other side of Dio, fourth place Asia CTG 2024 Season 1, and top 16 Asia CTG Season 4 and Seasons 5. So that is quite the amount of accomplishments under the belt.
And we can really see it. We can see the experience in these players because they are coming up with big brain plays that no one else would even consider. We are seeing CJRs really live up to that mathematician title of figuring out different breakpoints here and there. And then Dio coming out of nowhere to surprise us. I have no idea what Game 3 is going to look like, but I am really excited to see what is going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, being a caster on the side of the Asia side for CTG, I have been able to see Dio play quite a few games, and the meta has been very shifty around, so I haven't been able to establish, any sort of pattern. But, based on those games alone, I'd say they're pretty big brain when it comes to their strats. Now, on the side of CJR, like the mathematician tag says, I do definitely put a lot of stock in that. They're definitely someone who studies the matchups between decks and, is very willing to experiment and see every angle that this can go at, and having the confidence to play two slower decks in the meta that we see before us and masterfully pilot them is incredible.
It really is. Like I have already mentioned, I'm not a really big fan of stall decks, but a lot of that also comes down to the fact that I really don't know how to pilot them. And watching the way these players are using them is really a masterclass in what they are capable of. But I also think that after this game, right, we already saw that Mausoleum was having a bit of a declining use rate. You think it's gonna drop even further after this?
I mean, who knows, honestly. Maybe, I don't know. Our player's gonna really put stock in Mausoleum at any rate. I don't know. I feel like maybe these players will keep it, but the other players probably not.
Maybe. Well, we'll find out what happens here. We'll be able to have a look at the decks for the final game between CJRs and Dio. And like we mentioned, it is going to be Freesley versus that Herald Claymore deck.
Yep, absolutely. The battle between the original and the evolution, Herald versus Herald and their partners. This should be a really interesting match.
Will they be able to herald the end of a very exciting series here? Between two very worthy rivals. And not that you mentioned before this, Kojo, that like both CJRs and Dio were players that had a lot of accolades and experience, but watching this match is really like kicking that in, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think round two really solidified the power of these players. We can even see, people cheering in the live YouTube chat right now. It's like two tournament, gods, as they say, going at it. So this is quite the exciting match, not only for us to cast, but also for the audience at home. And here we go, a review of the decks one more time in case you needed a refresher.
This is CJR's Freesley deck here. He piloted it masterfully previously in a game where it seemed like he was all but guaranteed to lose initially. Was able to turn things around with that egg play and use the Herald to its maximum benefit. Unfortunately, the Mausoleum ended up playing against him.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing that I think was the most interesting about CJR's plays is the way they use macaroons. Now, typically, you would love to use macarons with the veterans and or Mari Shosei Hunter. You can see the two differences. You can also distinct it 4 and 5 star, artifacts. But, they ended up using it without the artifact support in the slightest. They simply used it to pass those breakpoints that we saw them dodging and weaving, on 1 HP.
It's a deck list that has definitely been practiced, that has been very meticulously figured out over the course of many games here. So let's have a look at what Dio is bringing to the table.
Very interesting, of course. We've seen dozens of Herald Claymore lists throughout, this patch's tournament. And, I would say this is definitely more on the consistency side of things. They're running the Ancient Arcane Legends, Ancient Courtyard to make both Gilded and Wolf's Greystone equips for free, but also that 1 copy of Underwater Treasure Hunt instead of 2, which would be the full consistency package.
Yeah, running the single copy of Treasure here means that they are going to have less access to it overall, but I think that is actually fine because compared to other decks, this deck has a lot more opportunity to be aggressive because Sayu and Chongyun are both going to be able to do quite a lot of damage. So it's going to be a similar case here for Dio where they want to be able to apply as much pressure onto CJRs as possible before they're able to get Risley up and going.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 fast swap, once again, because we only saw 1 pop up last match. I wonder, maybe they feed a little bit of forbidden knowledge to have some silly plays,
Yeah, we will see here. Because forbidden knowledge can definitely be generated by this deck. They've got Liven, they've got ways to draw cards with the Lumen Stone. So considering how effective they were for him previously with only 1 quick swap, Dio might have found a newfound appreciation for this card.
Yes, indeed, of course. Herald is the only one that would really dabble in forbidden knowledge. I don't know if Sayu and Chongyun would take too nicely to it, of course, not being characters who dabble in the abyss, but more importantly, not really characters you want to sacrifice so quickly, without having full preparations.
That is true, that is true. Well, it's a new game, and you know what that means, guys. It's a new raffle. You guys can type in the comments, !pick, the player's name you think will win this last game and the series, as well as your own UID to stand a chance to win a Blessing of the Welkin Moon.
Absolutely. Go. 3 minutes on the clock. Get in there and get rolling. ! Pick your name or declare you think who's going to win and your UID. But here we go. Let's see the mulligan.
What are they going to keep here? Not really the cards you're looking to keep here. Yeah, Dio gonna only keep that Lumen Stone. I don't think they really got what you were looking for.
Yeah, but something I think we can keep checking out, right, stuff. I see a little QR code in between our 2 players here.
Yep, I think you guys already know what that means, but we can go ahead and explain it one more time for them, right, Kojo?
Yep, indeed. Scan the QR code to give us any of your feedback, and if you've already done some, do it again. Maybe some things are different between the many shows that we've done, through this month. But yes, go ahead and scan it. Leave your feedback, and let us know what you like. I really like raffles.
I think we all do, especially those people who have been winning thus far. We've had 2 winners every single round. So I'm sure everyone's happy that this is going into a game number 3 as well, so that we can have even more. Let's have a look at what kind of dice they're going to be able to roll.
Yeah, earlier I had some comments on their mulligan, but they tossed it all out, so never mind.
Yep. Let's see. Only 3 usable cryo on both sides. Actually, Dio doesn't have any hydro for his Herald at all.
Yep, and this is the thing that you talked about earlier is the Risley start, and this makes a ton of sense on the side of CJR. Of course, something that we've always talked about in discussions over, with the freeze meta is that you need to start with an alternative character that isn't the character you typically go for starting, so that way you can avoid early freeze. Because, if you just simply do what you always do, your opponent's going to say, hey, I have turn advantage, I'm going to apply Hydro, and then freeze you in the next turn, and now your whole game plan is ruined.
It's usually a very safe way for Risley to get a chilling penalty stack as well, because we've seen in the past where you wait for Risley to get equipped before he comes onto the field, and then that takes too long to happen. So he's able to skill right away to get those available and potentially eat any elemental applications you may be worried about initially.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, even if the dice weren't too kind to them outside of that 3 align, they make perfect use of it with the magic countdown. And here we go. Herald Ramp 8 strategy is starting to, make itself known.
Dio gonna be very comfortable with doing this here, even equipping that Herald talent right off the bat, just in case CJR fully commits to taking out Herald Revive in round 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Be maximally dice efficient. To be honest, of course, this is really, micromanaging, really trying to nitpick your cards. But you could have gone for the Golden House play to proc that second piece of Lumenstone. And then, of course, Dio ended up drawing Treasure. But I guess ultimately it would not really be that worth it because you do not play Treasure now in the slightest.
Let's see what's going to happen here. Dio gonna take his time, think about what he wants to do with this final dice, whether he wants to maybe switch to another character, but I personally don't think so. I think you can afford to just float it.
Yeah, most definitely. Of course, Risley does 2 pretty scary damage early on, even without weapons or any form of healing. But yeah, they don't plan to stay on there for long. They're gonna now continue with their game plan, move on to Farina, and push those dice into the next turn.
Things are gonna start off about as expected here for a Risley versus Herald Claymore start. Unfortunately, I think CJRs wasn't able to really find as much ramp as they wanted to, nor were they able to scale on Farina to get things going. So their momentum's gonna be a little bit slower.
Absolutely. Dice rolls looking pretty nice for CJR. Hopefully Dio throws away all those dendros. We don't have plants here. We use freeze. Now, I would say, as much as Dio has implored the ramp 8 or float 8 strategy, their support cards are just kind of okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at their hands right now, and they unfortunately have a lot of pieces of combos, but not really like full combos here, other than maybe the Gilded Liar song. They also ended up drawing a lot of cryo dice this round, so unless they intend for Chung Yun to do something, that's not going to be the most useful.
Yeah, absolutely. Extremely unlikely considering they have the combination of Fast Swap and Sayu talent, so really unnecessary. Wow, they even play it on top of Sayu. That is interesting.
Ooh. The top deck Will's Gravestone at a pretty nice timing as well when you've got plenty of dice to use it with. So already a pretty nice round 2 for Dio. Actually going to go over to Chungyun.
That is quite strange. Not getting any Hydro application out the gate. Pushing Chongyun forward. You know what? Maybe Dio is going for the full aggressive play that we've seen in Group C. Equip Wolf's Gravestone and go ham.
One thing that CJRs may need to be a little bit worried about is that his deck is very built around Risley alone, and decks like that will oftentimes be weak to decks that have a singular source of big burst. In this case, the Chongyun burst. So maybe Dio might want to build up for that so that it's always looming as a threat.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow, they even respond in kind and go to Risley. I do not know how I feel about this. You should not be getting early damage onto Risley.
Yeah, especially not giving them a free cryo application onto Risley as well. But we've already seen in the past that CJR's mind operates on a very different dimension from the rest of us. So clearly there is a plan here.
Yeah, most of us, honestly, I'm always thinking in the two-dimensional space, but CJR is on the fourth plane of existence.
Yep.
They are calculating some lines that I really would not expect.
The mathematics that this mathematician is practicing are very different from the one that we know already. So let's see how that calculation ends up working out for him. Dio now going to have the turn to decide what they want to do. They do have a Wolf's Gravestone. We've seen people apply that very early on the character that they want to start dishing damage, but there's also been cases in the past where if it's equipped onto Sayu or Chongyun a little bit too early, the second Wolf's Gravestone doesn't come out until much later, and by that time it could be too late.
Yeah, the Curse of the Gravestone, perhaps putting itself in the grave early instead of rising into your hand. Of course, that's not actually how the card works. It won't do that, but sometimes things just happen, right?
Things do just happen sometimes. That's why you always have to be a little bit wary. But let's see what's happening right now. Dio definitely choosing to be as wary as possible here, taking a good amount of time. Will decide to actually go back to Herald here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel that the Chongyun was a very interesting threat play, but I don't think it changed too much. Of course, it does change the momentum a little bit for the later rounds because CGR deciding to tank on Risley. We'll see, if that is a good thing or a bad thing later on. But yes, Herald's fine. You're at 6 dice. Definitely go for a skill. And you do have the Lyre Song to regenerate that guild, and you've already revealed it as well. So Herald skill into fast swap into Lyre Song into Gilded End. Sorry, that is a mouthful. My apologies. But yeah, that would be a pretty logical line.
It's something that we see a lot these days. The magic engine still surviving even after the nerfs to Gilded Dreams overall. CJR is gonna finally get that Furina summon out onto the board. We'll see whether he decides to switch over to the healing version here, because honestly that does make the most sense now that Risley has already tanked some damage. But yeah, my biggest question is how they are going to be able to cleanse this cryo at some point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Farina is not Barbara, so we're not really going to see that at any point. Hopefully, funnily enough, if Dio does go for the Hydro Swirl, they will be able to cleanse Risley off field unintentionally, of course. And he isn't likely to come out during that round. But Dio could clock this to their advantage and notice that, hey, Risley's not going to be able to make much initiation within the third round, so I could take maximum advantage of this, equip Gravestone onto Sayu or Chongyun, and, totally demolish Farina and the Herald.
CJRs will probably want to try and stay on Farina a little bit more here, because if they're able to bait out the Sayu Swirl on the Hydro, then that is actually a way for them to cleanse the cryo on Risley. So maybe we could see CJRs keeping her active and maybe getting that burst out next round, since she is still in a pretty healthy state. Interestingly enough, okay, I was thinking, like, are they going to switch the summon here since they refreshed it as the damage summon? But looks like they will.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to make sure they pass those breakpoints. They went ahead and re-pulled back the veterans, trying to make it efficient. However, they should definitely go for that Golden Troop play, because it'll make it so that Herald or Risley skills will go down to, -1 dice and further if they keep it on for longer. But because we haven't been able to see that card implored pretty much at all. I would absolutely love to see it actually used finally in a match.
Definitely. Ooh, Golden Troop. Oh, Golden Troop on the Herald. Well, that's a new one.
Yeah. Since Herald is typically the initiator, with decks that have Golden Troop inside of it, always goes, on the other side, in the case of Dio, it would fly over to Sayu or Chongyun. But in this case, Herald is not the initiator, it is Farina taking the stage.
Yeah, this could actually be very high value as well because if you already have Risley out dishing damage, you already are able to get the stacks on his skill, then having the discount on Herald's skill instead may actually come more into clutch later on into the game, where he could actually be the freezing character instead.
Absolutely. Here we go. Do the second round dice roll. Looking a little bad there.
Yeah, hopefully they get something better here.
Ooh, yeah, that's
Hmm,
fine. That's fine. It's
something. It's
okay.
okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That is workable.
Yeah, absolutely. The cryo, slightly wasted. I imagine you're not going to Chung Yun at any point in this turn.
They do have a countdown to spend it if they really wanted to, but their hand is looking pretty full, so they would need to
Yeah.
get rid of some stuff before they decide to go there.
Yeah, absolutely.
CJRS is in position to burst on Farina.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if they're gonna do it now necessarily because once you do that, the timer starts ticking, and then Farina would no longer, you wouldn't be able to take, max value out of Fanfare. There's not a lot of healing available to you outside of your end phase summon.
And I think precisely because of those factors here, CJRS will keep that for a later time. Once again, switching over to Risley, giving the man a lot of screen time when you consider that usually he really doesn't get to play much until the later stages in for Risley.
That is a very interesting swap. A little bit of a call out play to the extent of where Herald will freeze it, but then Risley simply gets cryo cleansed effectively. And then if you swap to Sayu, that's just kind of really bad for Dio if they ever do that because you'll once again you'll cleanse Risley, but also cleanse Farina as well for the next round. So you don't really want to do that.
Yeah, it's a calculated switch here from CJRs because as you mentioned, no matter who Dio switches to, there is going to be some benefit for CJRs in the form of elemental application being removed somehow from Risley here. Dio already using a quick swap, so I would expect them to go to another character. We'll see. Yep, Will's Greystone onto Sayu.
Yeah, definitely makes a lot of sense. At least get a good amount of damage out if you do force Sayu early. I do wonder what CJR plans to do afterwards.
So this is going to swirl the cryo off of Risley and also cleanse it off of Farina by freezing her. But Risley will also eat a good amount of damage here since that first hit will drop him below Wolf's Gravestone threshold.
Yeah, absolutely. I do wonder if they end up imploring Hydro Res this early because you're slightly losing value because not a lot of your characters have either veterans or the Mario Shosei Hunter equipped. There's no means to discount it either, so you're gonna lose a lot of dice generation. Oh no!
That's a bit unfortunate. Cabrera being burned there is a very useful zero cost card, but I think considering everything, it is one of the cards you can somewhat afford to lose. Not to mention, Dio actually did end up drawing that second was Gravestone. I literally just mentioned earlier how Herald Claymore sometimes have trouble where the second Gravestone takes a while to come out. Not a problem for Dio, apparently.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Did come at the sacrifice of the Heart of Cabrera. The only scenario I would say it's super duper useful, at this stage of the game is being able to proc War Princess. But again, not the biggest deal in the world. Dio will be just fine.
Hydro Resonance going to be used here. Gets maximum efficiency, tops Herald back up to max HP. Unfortunately, the way that this character works is that he will still be underneath the Wolf's Gravestone HP threshold. So we will see CJRS go back to Risley. Looks like they want to swap stall this turn until Dio runs out of dice.
Yep, the mathematician once again at play. Risley right above that lethal breakpoint that Sayu can typically do with her prepared skill and Wolf's Gravestone. Although I am starting to get a little worried, Dio does have free Gilded, and they're going to be able to get minimum 2 actions off on Sayu, and that means one character is guaranteed to fall in this turn.
Yeah, it does seem that way. This is the problem that a lot of Furiesley players are encountering nowadays. This is a deck that takes a little bit too long to get started and doesn't really have the same sustainability that a character like Barbara provides. So CJR is actually going to decide to go for an attack here, which is very, very dangerous because if Dio has more dice, Risley is going to take even more damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, Risley chilling penalty and the healing from that uppercut is going to be enough to once again push him past that breakpoint. Mathematician putting in the work, but is oh my goodness! Like you saw you skills here, and then you have to move and then hope that Dio does not have a second action, which they don't, but is 100% possible considering their cards.
CJR is definitely hoping that Dio did not have any more actions left in their hand at this point. But considering the size of it, they already burned one card earlier because of the size of it. I think it's something they had to somewhat consider. It's lucky that the healing that was able to bring Risley back up to 7 HP, which I'm sure CJRs did calculate, but it's still gonna be quite a lot of DPS to survive this round.
Absolutely. Dio even went fishing with Timaeus to try and pull out a second Gilded, was not lucky enough, but they can still do one more skill, so not all hope is lost.
Yeah, gonna take his time here, considering the possibilities. Gonna play that Boar Princess as well.
And Gilded. Or not Gilded, sorry, Golden Troop. Gilded Golden, my mind.
It might be replacing... Golden Troop. That is purely to get enough dice to get an attack out from Curse of the Undercurrent.
Yes, that is something I've not reconsidered. Curse of the Undercurrent is on the side of Dio, so is making their attacks way more inefficient. Not a terrible sacrifice, but at the cost of Gilded, and you haven't pulled out the second one? Not sure.
For a moment there, I was thinking that they were like considering replacing it again with the Gamblers, which they do end up doing afterwards. But looks like they did realize they would most likely not be able to get a kill there with that skill just yet.
Yeah, CJR, despite being pushed to very lethal breakpoints, holds firm, and now puts Dio in an interesting position because, Farina, when she bursts, does do hydro damage, so Sayu would be guaranteed to be frozen, so that actually forces Dio to put on that Gamblers to swap off to someone else because you do not want Sayu frozen right now.
Yeah, I guess you could still argue that having Herald frozen isn't too big of a deal if you want to make sure that Chongyun is free from any elemental application overall.
Yeah, and I would definitely agree with that because it was also, Farina's burst does not do a lot of damage at base, so, you wouldn't lethal Herald, but you get them pretty close.
Yep, looks like they will go ahead and leave Herald there to be frozen by the Farina burst. CJRs though, will they do that? Because ideally you do want to free Sayu. She is the character that is fully equipped, and if you burst on Farina, then you will have to rely on Herald to actually do that.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is unfortunate. Of course, Farina's burst is, great because it can, be charged up by taking damage, but there's no treasure yet still. I believe they actually got rid of one earlier, which is, quite a surprise.
Having the tune the treasure is definitely not ideal here. I can somewhat understand it because, again, Dio is playing on the more aggressive deck overall, so probably needs a little less healing than CJRs, but still a very value card that you usually wouldn't want to get rid of. CJRs, though, encountering a little bit of that Group D dice luck.
Yeah, absolutely. Look back. Should just be actually. I don't know. I think. Oh no, your dice are. Yeah, the dice are awful. How are you gonna work past that?
Yeah, not really drawing good cards to potentially get rid of those rainbow dice as well. Does get a treasure, so it's gonna be able to put some of those in the deck to start things off.
Yeah,
but doesn't really have any ways of pulling them out just yet.
Yep. Oh, there we go. The other treasure. So, yeah, actually clocking it real quick just to clarify. It was Dio that tuned the treasure. So, interesting.
The main worry for Dio is if they do run out of steam somewhat, because that's always the concern you have to worry about when you're playing the more aggressive deck against a stall deck. But I don't think it's going to affect them too much this game, because like as long as Sayu and Chongyun are both already equipped with Wolf's Gravestone, they can basically clean things up most of the time, especially when they're
Yeah.
both quite healthy too.
Yeah. Just needs to make sure you get that last elemental application on, which Risley's nice and clean right now. But looks like CJR is probably going to be fishing for that Farina burst. They've been tuning out a lot of cards to fix their awful dice, to be frank.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but they do have a lot of cards in their hand to work with, so I don't think they mind too much tuning a few of those. This is, of course, going to end up going on the Herald, which means that if CJRs wants to freeze Dio's well-equipped Sayu right now, they're going to need to use their own Herald to do it. They do have Quick Swap in hand, so it is an option when necessary.
All right, there we go. Harold frozen away, but does not have that breakpoint just yet. And Shon Yun comes in, makes a lot of sense.
You want to make sure that a character that doesn't have elemental application right now is going to be left exposed, since it's a very likely chance that CJRs wants to go to Risley here, and they will indeed do so, which will allow Dio to drop him to very low HP. If CJRs is not careful, this surprise Wolf's Gravestone in hand could immediately lethal him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as soon as Chongyun goes for one attack, and then next, could Risley even heal back from that? Okay, so let's do our favorite segment, math. Chongyun right now, if they equip Wolf's Gravestone, would deal 4 damage because Risley is not below the threshold. However, Risley will heal by 1, so that's gonna bring him. Let's see here, 4 minus 7 is 3. Add 1, that's gonna be 4 HP, and then CGR needs to find a way to heal out of that. They have egg, so no macaroons, no other treasures, and their healing only provided by 2. They would be stuck at Gravestone Breakpoint, so they have to move.
Ooh. Dio actually top decked the Gilded as well. So he's able to play that for free now with Timaeus and Golden House, along with a second Liar Song. So this is now looking very bad for CJRs.
Yeah, there we go. There's the 3, and there's the 1, and there's a card draw. Oh yeah, they do have one turn. Tula. Not too late, too late. Too late, too early. You really want treasure right now to pass those breakpoints.
Yeah, this is not the time to have the Tula. Obviously, it's always nice to have the weapon available, especially if you intend to do some damage with Risley. But as you mentioned, CJRs really needs forms of healing right now to make sure that they're able to keep their characters outside of the Wolf's Gravestone breakpoint. Because now both Sayu and Chongyun can easily lethal anyone on CJ's side of the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Even Harold is susceptible because they only have 6 HP. So I wonder if Dio goes for you can. Goes for this strategize and then tries to fish for fast swap, runs onto Sayu, and then just like clobbers them with Swirl.
Well, he can't do it anymore. CJR has just reapplied Curse of the Undercurrent. So now he won't have enough dice to go for that combo, and he can actually only commit a single skill here. So CJR is putting Farina in front to tank that if necessary.
Yep, the fanfare is out and available. No need, for Farina to do anything else. Very unfortunate. 07 Farina, you have been sacrificed once more.
I mean, it's a very sad fate, but it is basically the job of Farina in this deck. For her to get her summon out, refresh it if possible, burst once, and then after that her job is done and she can be used as a damage sponge, which is exactly what's happening for CJRs. We will see the Gilded come out, so there will be enough dice for Dio to do some switching around if he wants to.
I think, pull back the Gambler is very smart. to make sure that you get that on. And now Shonen will be able to take 2 more action even through this Curse of the Undercurrent.
Oh boy, this is a problem now for CJRs. They could actually end up just losing this turn itself.
Absolutely. Yeah, almost. Oh, wait, yeah, Chongyun Braz burst. Herald is both Herald and Risley go down to that. It's like 7 damage.
Yep.
Cool, yeah. And
CJRS will have the opportunity to apply element on either Herald or Risley, and then the other one can freeze Chongyun afterwards. But it would mean that CJRS is left on a single character alive, and since he's put Herald out, he will no longer have a way of freezing Sayu afterwards.
Absolutely, and then once Dio has that fast swap available, they could probably do some fast swap shenanigans just to ensure that they get Aura reapplied onto Risley, and then either Chongyun, well, I guess also Sayu because she can do that, and then also Herald would just be able to freeze Risley, and then it would be curtains for them.
Let's see, Dio gonna. I mean, they should do enough, right? To just lethal Herald here. Yep, 6 damage, exactly. Gambler's Reset one more time. Curse on the Undercurrent does get reapplied again. So they don't have enough dice now to attack Risley.
Ooh, but... I wonder how... Oh, there's the egg!
Egg is back! Will it be enough, though?
Yeah. I wonder how, risky Dio is feeling, because you have the potential to go ahead and either Liben strategize. Oh, well, after that, no. It's just going to be strategize.
I mean, this is over now. Dio, he had Curse on the Undercurrent, so he wouldn't be able to skill again, but normal attack is more than enough when Risley is that low on HP. And even if Herald comes back now, what can you do?
Yep, and unlike the other Abyssal, friends, you cannot refresh your revive, so Herald goes down, and that is a concede from CJR, and to a GG's, of course, because it was, that game state was pretty much over.
A really, really close series, though. This has been a very long one, because we have been seeing stall matchups. CJR's they've been piloting them very, very well, actually, like really living up to their title of mathematician. But Stall still seems to be a bit of a difficult deck archetype to operate under current circumstances when Herald Claymore can just get double Wolf's Gravestone equipped, just like we can get double raffle winners. Right now, your UID, is it one of these at the bottom of the screen? If it is, that means you just won a Welkin of the Blessing Moon.
Yep, that'll be available in your mailbox in the coming days. But yeah, that was definitely, that was a pretty different
Welkin of a Blessing Moon.
Welkin of the Blessing Moon, Moon of the Blessing Welkin. It is the moon that will rain down wonderful primo gems. But yes, that match was something. I would say. I mean, there's a lot to say. I think obviously they both played super well, but I think the power of Gravestone is just way too much to handle, even with the power of Treasure and some. Pretty powerful healing both for Rina and Risley.
Herald is naturally weak to Gravestone decks because his max HP is always underneath that threshold, and we already know that the Farina and Risley deck takes a little while to get started, even if you do go for the Risley opener. So because of that, we can see that despite CJR's proficiency with Stall, he had a lot of difficulty being able to keep his characters alive.
Yeah, no, I don't think there was really any way to push past that breakpoint. Trying to work against, someone who is already able to hold, to keep their Herald alive, Sayu nice and healthy, even initiate on Chongyun and then Gravestone sweep to the cleanup. But here is the updated bracket.
Because of that victory, Dio has officially claimed one of the remaining spots to move on into the live event. They had a little bit of difficulty in game number 1, but showed that they are perfectly capable of coming up with very interesting strategies for taking down a worthy rival.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you have a little bit of a slow start, but, just like these stall decks, you're able to hit back with all the force necessary, and Dio has officially made it into the Prince Cup. Congratulations, CJR. One more life, and we'll be seeing those matches later.
CJR still has one more chance to be able to claim that second spot, but he's gonna be needing to wait for his opponent because that is going to be the match after this. For now, we're gonna jump into a short break here to make sure the players are ready, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys join us right after a few minutes if you guys want to watch even more Genshin TCG action and participate in even more raffles. We'll see you guys after this.
We'll see you.
Draw your next card, Traveler, because you're back watching the Prince Cup 2024 for the Pacific region. We are in the final day of the final week of the regular season here, and we are down to only 2 matches to determine who will be the final player to move on to the live event. My name is Stafa, and once again, I'm joined by Kojo.
Hello, everybody. Kojo Creation is like Stava said. This is the second to last round that we'll be seeing for the entirety of the Prince Cup. And oh boy, I can already see chat is heating up about this match. It is going to be Doom versus Xiaoryu.
Oh, now this is an interesting matchup because, of course, Doom has already had some accolades in the past, but when I watched and casted for his game yesterday, he got probably some of the worst luck in a game I have ever seen.
Yeah, I heard a little bit about this Rainbow Dice. Even chat's actually talking about it right now.
Oh, really?
I can tell they're passionate about this match. If you're remembering things that happened, in the previous days, because so many matches happen in a day, that they are engaged and ready to see this throwdown.
Well, that's always good to see, right? It proves that our TCG community is very active, very happy to be here, and definitely deriving a lot of enjoyment from this game. But it also seems like we do have quite a bit of a fan club building up here for Seru, right? They played very well earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we'll get to more details in a moment once we see the bracket. But of course, it is great that you're all paying attention and tuning in. We always appreciate you being here live on stream because also, Stava, there's something that they can be rewarded for being so attentive this time around.
Yeah, I don't think we need to tell you guys by now. I think all of you guys have gotten pretty used to what you need to do. But for those of you who might just be new here, we have raffles ongoing for every single game, every single round. You guys just gotta type some stuff. If you're a winner, you get a blessing of the Welkin Moon, which I'm sure all of us would like to have. So make sure you guys keep your eyes peeled. We'll have a notification in the chat later.
Yep, it's typically when we start up the round after we go through that versus screen and the mulligan, that is where the raffle should pop up. So have your UIDs and the player who you think is going to win, ready to roll with the exclamation point pick, Doom versus Xiaoryu. But yes, we're going to be waiting for the bracket to pop up here. But let's start reviewing, some of the players' achievements across the board, which actually, it may not look like much, but I think, these players are quite involved with the community.
Yeah, I think right now, though, when we've gotten this far into the tournament, we know a lot of the players that are very involved, that they have a lot of experience overall. And while I still consider myself a little bit newer to the CCG community, even though I've been casting here a little while, so you want to share with all of us what the players we're about to cast have achieved?
Of course, absolutely. So Doom is from the Series Showdown, and Xiaoryu is also from the Series Showdown. So both of the players, once again, coming from the tournament, I personally say is the harder way to qualify into the Prince Cup. And I do believe Doom has other achievements that may just be logged on our history sheet. The chat can let us know about that. But we did also get to see them in the Winter Invitational. They were able to come out, and have, a little bit of competitive games, also some for fun games, with enough TCG skills to say, I can for sure say they're quite the skilled player. On the other side of the coin, we have their opponent Xiaoryu, who once again only just Series Showdown clocked as a record. However, they're very active in the community, plays a bunch of diverse decks, and shares them with all the other friends around there.
I actually think I saw them earlier in the chat during the previous match, and I think they just mentioned that, like, to try and reduce the pressure of playing on this tournament, they're basically just playing for fun. Like, they're not try-harding too much about it, and it seems to be working out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure the players are just getting set up here. Wow, chat even has that in. They said ultimate high roller versus ultimate unlucky roller. I'm like, oh my goodness. Hopefully, the caster curse does not settle in, and that will not happen this time around. Because I'm sure we want to see a very even match, not dictated by the dice roll. But it is what it is in the TCG.
Yeah, but the chat is not really wrong as well. Like what I mentioned yesterday, Doom, I believe it was actually up against CJRS, rolled like 4 or 5 rounds in a row of Rainbow Dice. and weren't able to get any of their like card draw or deck ramp until like round 3, which is really bad. On the other hand, Seru, especially earlier today, was rolling like dice really well. They were able to pop like multiple Lumen Stones and Parametrics within the first couple of rounds. So I can see why the chat would say that. But also, every series is a new series, so we gotta keep our eyes open.
Oh yes, absolutely. This is definitely a good point to remind you that as we see the bracket, this is the lower bracket. This is the last life both of these players have, and whoever loses this round will be going home, unfortunately.
In fact, it is only going to be lower bracket going forward because Dio has already claimed that coveted upper bracket slot straight into the live event. So now it is going to be a battle between Doom, Seru, and CJRS. CJRS will be able to wait in the next match, so they will have one less series to play overall if they want to qualify.
Yeah, will we see the rematch between Doom and CJR, or will we see Seru break through and have a new matchup on their hands with one spot away from the Prince Cup?
We already know how important this position is for all of these players. What it would mean for them to be able to make it into that live event, to be able to play on a real stage. It's a very interesting, very rare experience that I'm sure everyone wants. And of course, there's like plenty of prize pool as well as that pride to play for as a TCG duelist.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, even if you don't make it, I do believe, at this point in the stage, you are going to be walking home with double the money from the lower, for earlier places, right? This is going to be, instead of 600 USD, 1,200 USD for these matches.
It's a pretty big difference overall, so we're going to see these players really put their all on the line. The first series we casted earlier, though, which was the fourth match of the day, was a very long series. The players CJRS and Dio ended up dueling for 2 hours in total because CJRS ended up bringing 2 stall decks, which are quite uncommon in the current meta. I'm interested to see what decks we'll see between Doom and Seru.
Yeah, I did get to catch a little bit of the show earlier, but Doom does play a little bit of different decks. Looks like they're bringing only one of them this time around, but here we go. We can see Doom with the Finally deck, something a blast from the past to an extent. And of course, Conwell banned out. What did you expect? And then both the Herald Claymore and Double Dragons on the side of Seru.
So there's going to... So Herald Claymore is going to be the mirror in terms of decks that are brought here by both players. So you're going to be bringing the Ice Cube Double Dragon, which has been working out pretty well. Doom, as you mentioned, bringing a bit of a variant of the classic Finale deck. This time they're replacing Fischl for Kuki Shinobu.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. Of course, Kuki, I think, syncs up perfectly in this deck. She's able to not only get the Electro application that you need, but the extra healing for that little bit of sustain. Especially finding a deck, that does swirl damage and will chip down your characters. That is going to be all the more useful.
This is going to be a bit more of an aggro deck, similar to the way that Finale used to play, able to get a lot of damage out straight away through the use of multiple reactions, as well as having cards like Adeptus and Tendori to catch people by surprise. So we're gonna start things off. Doom the Aggressive, this is his... I guess since it's a Kuki Shinobu, it's more of a Shinali deck, huh?
Shinali. That is pretty funny. I'll probably stick with Finale, but having the aggressive tag, very much in line with how this deck plays. Nahida, with any reaction is just going to be able to throw out 4 or 5 damage across the board, drop in the seed debuff, and then deal piercing damage to your opponents. And then Linny just comes in swinging 4 damage skill. You're gonna be cooked within the first 2 to 3 rounds.
This version of the deck not running Tandori like the old one did, but still having Adeptus, Egg, haven't lost yet, as well as Joyous Celebration as the arcane card.
Yeah, this joyous celebration could be extremely dangerous for Seru because the whole point of joyous celebration is that it allows you to cleanse your entire team from elemental auras, and of course, Sayu, and Herald Chongyun all hinge on the fact that they want that freeze aura on you.
Yep, it could be a very useful arcane card here to make sure that freeze won't be a big problem for a deck that wants to play very fast, especially against Herald Claymore. If they're able to inflict debilitating damage before the Wolf's Gravestones become a problem, then Doom will have an advantage.
Absolutely. Yeah, there aren't too many standout changes in this deck, of course, minus the treasure. So this is the much more aggressive version of Herald Claymore and that parametric to top it off and give you the extra dice, assuming you actually get to proc it. It's actually a little awkward because Sayu and Herald have prepared skills, so it doesn't actually trigger the parametric transformer, or at least not right away.
Yeah, definitely. It can be a bit awkward, but if it is able to work out, it definitely will pay off as well. We're gonna jump into game one between Doom and Seru, and you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. It is a raffle time. Type in the chat, pick the player you think is going to win the first round, as well as your UID to stand a chance to win a blessing of the Welkin Moon.
Absolutely, and hopefully luck is on your side, just like we were hoping that Doom's luck is on their side, because I'm going to review the deck a little more as we go through the match. But finally, very historically has a very rough time when they low roll, and I imagine since Doom has been playing this throughout the tournament, that's probably what happened right in those matches.
The thing is, he actually wasn't playing the finale deck when he was up against CJRS yesterday. This is something new that he's only brought in today.
Very interesting. Thankfully, I think for the most part that the fundamentals of this deck, definitely shine through. Should be able to handle, the amount of pressure, especially that Joyous. They even keep it turn one. They're gonna go for that full cleanse.
I think having that available right from the get-go is going to be very valuable for Doom, because the Herald Claymore deck does apply element pretty easily overall. So you're gonna go for an instant potential float 8 on the Herald with that countdown. He's also got Lumenstone and Liven, so it would be a perfect setup.
Yep, absolutely. Just drop those two cards and effectively end your turn, because of course you do have to watch out a little bit because Doom is very aggressive. They can go with Kuki into Linny, Kuki into Nahida. You give them Quicken, Overload, all that jazz. But it won't really give Doom any opportunity to ramp. So it may be more to their detriment to play so aggressively.
We'll see whether that detriment does show itself here. They did end up playing Timaeus and Liven, so not quite enough dice to feed into Liven for round 2, but still a pretty solid opening here. What I worry the most is because the way that Herald Float 8 works is that you just end your turn right away. So as you mentioned, against a very aggressive deck like Finale, it could end up causing a lot of damage to be taken right from the get-go.
Yeah, Shoryu actually forced to play the second Liben because they were going to overdraw in the end phase if they didn't get rid of it. So good thing they checked that out. Still making, analytical plays. The mastermind tag is showing through in this regard.
A little bit of extra card draw there, and Seru will indeed end their turn run with a full ramp. Doom, they've got Dungeozard and Timaeus, so it gives them a little bit of something, but definitely not quite as much as a Lumenstone would provide.
Yeah, no, this is a very interesting position for Doom. They use the Dungeozard into Timaeus to pull out more support cards, which happen to be another Timaeus. Now, here's the question. What you can do is, I think you definitely Kuki's skill, but afterwards, you may actually opt to just, have that Timaeus and then hold on to it so that way you can have 2 free Gilded next turn.
And that's exactly what Doom is going to do. Initially, they actually had precisely the correct dice left to skill once on Kuki and Nahida. The problem is they wouldn't have any dice to actually switch to Nahida. So they decided to go for the Timaeus play instead. And like you mentioned, 2 free Gildeds on round 2 is a lot of pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't even need Liar Songs really to pull it back. Hey, Rhythm of the Great Dream, if you really needed it. Doom is already angling for a pretty early lethal on that Herald.
An early lethal will be very good as well, because if they're able to remove it from the field before Seru is able to pull out the Herald Talon, we've already seen how this is able to debilitate Herald Claymore in the past. Unfortunately, he does already have it in his hand, so he's not going to need to worry about that.
Yeah, snuck right past the transition. Herald Talon is already available, and I imagine, the dice are a little bad, but you do have Gilded to fix that. But for sure, pre-play Herald Talon and then, go for the skill so you can get that Hydra application.
Against aggro decks, the Curse of the Undercurrent is going to be particularly effective because they simply do not have the utility cards in their deck to be able to overcome the extra cost. And usually they want to be able to get as many actions out per round as possible to apply direct pressure. Therefore, being able to get the Curse of the Undercurrent out will be a very good setup for Seru.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking at the lines right here. You could actually go for a pretty greedy play, and I probably would advise against this, just considering that I already called it greedy. But you could go for, I believe that it's a seed box available in Show You Second Last. Yeah, there it is, and then they're gonna go for parametric. And while Herald may not be able to proc it right away, your opponent can. By doing just simply elemental reactions or skills, which Doom absolutely will do this turn.
We mentioned earlier that Parametric Transformer may be a little bit awkward on the Herald Claymore deck because of how both Herald and Sayu will do follow-up attacks. So it takes a little bit longer to get it built up. But when you're playing against an aggressive deck who wants to attack as much as possible, they will basically be the ones giving you the parametric stacks, and it becomes a lot easier to activate it for yourself.
Absolutely. Yep. And there it is. Parametric, Curse of the Undercurrent into skill, exactly as we predicted. Super duper optimal. Very good moves from Shelly. Oh, hey, yeah. Because it's elemental application out of the gate. Unlike some of the other prepare skills, which have a weird interaction with parametric, it's actually going to gain 1 stack. So very good.
Oh, a good start here, Doom. Gonna need to start applying pressure here. They already have the stacks required to play double gilded this round, so they definitely have a good amount of dice to play around with, and they do have this Cookie Shinobu skill already set up as well. Unfortunately, no Dendro dice to use, but yeah, the gilded should be able to make up for that. You gotta just whack here, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's gonna be a gilded. Would only net them 2 more Dendro dice. They do need to tune something else, but I don't think you mind that much. A 5 cost Nahida skill, especially when you have so many resources at your disposal, is super duper valuable because now you applied seed debuff to everyone, and that's gonna last through the entire game, of course, until the usages get spent. But
In the past, when Finale was popular, we oftentimes wouldn't actually see Nahida use the 5-cost skill because as an aggressive deck, you usually want to save that dice for another character instead. But in this particular position, it is very viable for Doom to go for it because it is a very solid way of just spreading damage onto characters that usually would be left on standby until it is their time to attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. So Doom, let's say they do go for the 3 cost, no big deal. But from there, I don't really foresee a decent pivot point because if you put in Linny, of course you can get a prop error out, and that's all good and well. But it's not really worth it. Like Linny will get elemental application on him. Especially because Shelryu has the fast swap, and that is not what you want to see so early on, especially with an endgame anchor.
This is gonna be a bit awkward for Doom because of the way that follow-up attacks work. If he attacks now, he would be feeding it into Seryu's parametric, and it would end up giving him more dice than Doom has left for this turn. So they have to be a little bit wary about attacking here, especially since it would also end up proccing Curse of the Undercurrent.
Yep. And there we go. They go for it. Just the double 3 cost, so that's still going to be able to apply the seed debuff to everyone. Slightly inefficient, though. And now Curse of the Undercurrent is applied. I do kind of wonder how I feel about this line.
And we literally mentioned how Doom may have to think about this a little bit because he would be giving Seryu more dice, he would be proccing the curse, and Doom's just, nah, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, nah, it's fine.
It's fine, no worries.
That is the kind of mentality you need to have when going in with such an aggressive deck like this. Let me see here. I don't think they have many moves left, though. I do believe that should be an egg in Doom's hand because of the 2 aligned dice cost. There really isn't much they can do outside of swap Linny and go for a skill, and then Kuki, unfortunately, cannot do much. So,
Yeah.
hmm you
We'll see what
know,
they can do.
hmm I am actually seeing a line, but I highly doubt Shellryu would ever stay still. Because if they decide to stay on Herald, basically what you can do is move to Linny, play rid of the Great Stream, add the Gamblers on top of Linny for free, and then tune 1, and then you can get a Herald lethal, which would push you pretty far ahead. I don't think Shellryu is going to stay still, though.
Yeah, you also have to consider that Doom is dealing with curse on the undercurrent, so their skills are going to be a little bit more expensive. So you gonna pop the quick swap here over to Sayu so that they can immediately swirl this Hydro off of Nahida. And that's gonna be a lot of value here, along with Sayu talent. Will give Seru more card draw, makes it so that Linny will always be in danger of being frozen. And oh wow, the
Oh,
second,
wow.
the second Wolf's Gravestone really quick.
I think you're doing a caster curse reversal. I think you're making it so that Gravestone
I
always
am.
appears in the first 2 turns.
I was literally talking about how people were having difficulty getting that second one. And then we've seen the second time today being drawn within the first like 2 or 3 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, going for the Joyous so early. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like you could have waited.
They could have waited definitely, but I think it's also pretty good because they are intending to attack. They know the Overload will switch it over to Chongyun. They don't want to give him a free freeze right now, so why not?
Yep, and actually dozens of factors popped up there because you were right in the fact that Curse of the Undercurrent was on Doom's side, so it was actually making it so Linny could not do the skill, but they intentionally played Joyce early because that was actually going to make it not only cleanse but also proc that Lumenstone, gain an extra Omni Dice, and drop in that not elemental skill, the technically normal attack, prop arrow.
Things are looking pretty swell here for Doom. Sayu already at 3 HP, and Seru committed quite a lot of resources to get her equipped here. So it's gonna make it difficult for her to start swirling again, to start doing damage. He does have a second Wolf's Gravestone, like we pointed out earlier, and he just drew a Golden House. So now it's time to pivot to Chongyun, I guess.
Yeah, no. For now, it may be the pivot to Chongyun because simply actually, not quite. Because of the fact that Linny is the person who is on field, they have no electro application on Sayu, so they cannot force an overload if Sayu heals for whatever reason, which is not happening. But Chongyun's probably the play because if Doom wants to get rid of Chongyun, they need to swap off Linny, which is not something you would want to do. Even if you swap to Nahida, you're going to lose, how much value and damage Linny can put out right away.
Yeah, you would need to switch off of Linny to proc the Cookie skill to get the overload and switch Seru off of Chongyun instead. But that would end up going over to Herald. So switching to Nahida doesn't have a lot of value. Switching the Cookie doesn't do quite enough damage to lethal Herald.
And
Actually,
also,
wait, hold on. She would because the overload would proc the seed and drop Herald to 2 HP. Then Cookie normal attack would lethal him.
Oh yeah, it definitely would, especially considering the dice. Doom has to tune a lot. And they already expended a lot of their gilded resources. They don't even have a Liar Song to pull it back from Nahida right now. So that actually might be the play.
It would force Seru to have to slow swap to someone else to make sure that Herald isn't taken out, and also remove the immediate threat of the Wolf's Gravestone if they don't have a quick swap. So switching the Cookie would not be bad.
To be honest, I like that play a lot. As much as it's so unconventional, and of course Herald can go for a normal attack, could go for a skill to apply Hydra onto Cookie, but Cookie doesn't really care about her elemental application because unlike the treasure delivery deck, this version of the deck does not really have Cookie stick around too long.
If you switch over to her, it would be a good chance for her to refresh her skill as well. So I still do think it's a pretty strong line overall. But we'll see whether Doom has different ideas. Unfortunately, with no quick swap, I think that is just what you have to do.
Yeah, and it definitely looked like he does because he did play the Lumenstone and also forced out Rhythm to force a proc. But I again, I would not stay Linny considering how low HP and is how much damage he can typically output at the moment. Interesting, they
Hmm.
went for it.
Well, Lenny would heal
Oh,
himself back on 1 HP. But is that
uh,
enough? With what's Greystone,
uh,
Chongyun would still
yeah.
lethal him.
Yeah, they must be going for some sort of bait because, of course, they do have Boar Princess. Oh, but there's no artifact on Linny, so it doesn't matter. Nahida would lethal, but then I feel like Herald and Sayu can just clean up the game.
Okay, here's what would happen if Seru lethals Linny here.
Mm-hmm.
Doom can switch to Cookie. The
Yes.
Electro proc overloads Chongyun, dropping him to 2 HP.
Mm-hmm. No, it'd actually be
No, to 1
one.
HP,
Yeah,
and
and
then
then the
the Seed
piercing.
lethals him. And then the
Wait,
Seed also drops Herald to 2 HP, so Cookie can normal attack him.
wait. This is oh, and they have free gamblers. Wait, wait
So
a minute.
Seru cannot lethal Linny here, or he will potentially lose 2 characters.
Oh, thank goodness they actually checked that into. Wow, that is such a crazy line. I'm like. Wait, right. That does work. Ooh, Nahida C. Diba putting in the work, putting Shellryu into a very uncomfortable position, and now Doom. Of course, they pivoted away from it, but Doom still can hold that kind of advantage. Yeah, wow, okay.
This is why aggro decks are fun.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised they put Gamblers on Nahida because now no more Gilded's available. Doom cannot cheese out any more dice.
Yeah, they have to have a plan here. We have to note, Nahida actually does enough damage to one-shot anyone on Seryu's side right now. Because
Mm-hmm.
the 3 cost would do 3 damage, would do 4 with burning on Chongyun.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a safe character to put it on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. But I feel like Linny would take a lethal, huh? Oh,
So
wait,
that
yeah.
should be
Oh,
lethal,
it
right?
still
Yes.
works anyway. Oh.
Yeah. The Seed really helping those breakpoints here. No matter who Seryu goes to,
Mm-hmm.
Nahida can one-shot them.
Yeah. But Nahida can also get one shot in this scenario, no?
Uh,
Mm.
she can if it's Chongyun.
Mm-hmm.
But if Chongyun lethals Nahida, Linny just comes back out and one-shots him.
Oh my
So,
goodness! Wow, they really did put them into an aggro checkmate. That is that's really unexpected.
yep, Doom paying back a little bit of the very unlucky dice that he had yesterday, and things are looking pretty good for him here. Like, he is perfectly okay with sacrificing Nahida in this position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, plays the Gilded early to make sure they get those extra dice, and they're gonna play Boar and max value it most likely because. Oh yeah, no, play the Liar Song. Pull it back. You need that. Boar Princess into Gamblers into Chongyun, lethaling Nahida, and then from there you have to hope and pray that Sayu could take him out, but it's not likely.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like, Nahida gets lethal by Chongyun. Linny comes out. His skill will do 3 damage, so he can just
Yeah.
one-shot of Chongyun.
Yeah.
Sayu comes out, is not going to do enough damage to lethal Linny, and then Doom just wins.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it looks like that's exactly what's gonna play out. Should be seeing I say Linny Burst. Linny Burst.
Yeah, he could even
explodes.
Linny Burst, yeah.
Yeah. Boom, look at that. Hat explosion. Chongyun is down and Sayu is left alone.
And Doom has just enough dice left for 1 normal attack as well, which would lethal her. A really quick game compared to what we saw earlier. But that's what happens when you play aggro. And despite this being a variant of Finale, we are still seeing that it is a very powerful combination of characters. Doom gonna emerge victorious in game number 1.
Yep, putting the aggressive to their name. Very impressive first match. I was not expecting, Finale to have sort of that perfect checkmate situation. Where no matter what they did, regardless of swap or situation, they were actually able to put a lot of pressure onto Harold Claymore.
Yeah, that scene of Skanda from Nahida was perfectly breaking those breakpoints for the side of Doom. So that was incredibly played. And hopefully you guys enjoyed that too, because you guys are gonna win some Welkins here. We got two UIDs at the bottom of the screen. These are our two lucky raffle winners for game number 1. Look forward to getting a blessing of the Welkin Moon delivered to your account within the next 10 business days.
Yep, absolutely. Enjoy that blessing of the Welcome Moon, and we have more to come. But I feel like we're gonna have more to come of these aggressive matches. It's unfortunate that I do believe Doom was playing some sort of Shenhe Faruzan Mona deck. Looks like they didn't bring it this time around, but then now they're gonna be forced to swap off to their own Herald Claymore deck. So I do wonder how they're going to handle this because last time they didn't play that. So what are they thinking this time?
Well, Herald Claymore is a very safe deck to play nowadays. I think it is probably one of the more balanced meta decks out there that would be able to deal with most matches without too much issues. So considering the difficulty that Doom encountered yesterday, I think it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, and on the side of Shellryu, I wonder if they're going to go for the Respect for the Mirror or go for Double Dragon's Cryo Cube. What do I think about this matchup? Because Double Dragons, kind of has, been slightly unpopular inside Group C and Group D. Of course, Shellryu has had plenty of success with Double Dragons, so, it's completely logical that they could go for that instead.
And sometimes it just comes down to comfort picks, right? No matter how good or bad a deck is, if you're able to pilot it like a master, then you will know all the ins and outs. You'll know exactly what situations you can win and which you can't. So there is always a reason to go for pocket strategies here. But yeah, I'm also wondering whether or not we will see a deck swap from Seru going into game number 2.
Yeah, this should be pretty interesting. That Joyous Celebration really did push back, Sayu super duper far back, of course. Joyous Celebration, people have played it in the past to counter, highly, elemental applicative decks, especially Animo, but, it's cool, really cool to see that still holds true, even to this day.
Well, let's have a look. Seru, they will actually swap decks here, going over to the Ice Cube Double Dragon versus Doom's Herald Claymore.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and these should be a pretty similar list to what has been played previously, or played previously by these players in general. So I'm not expecting too many surprises. Doom might have a few tricks up his sleeve because he does like to, mess around with his decks a lot. So.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. This is probably a more evenly based match here because Ice Cube does offer a bit more aggressive options over to Double Dragon Magic. And if they're able to time things correctly, if they're able to get equipped, we're able to avoid those Wolf's Gravestones because Ice Cube does have that revive and doesn't have the same issue as Herald of having 6 max HP.
Yeah, absolutely. I do kind of wonder. There's always just the factor of that if Doom pulls Wolf's Gravestone early and starts going ham on Shellryu's characters, we have to see if they have treasure. They should. But here's Doom's deck, and actually, not necessarily, but I think it's still pretty in line. Has the consistency version of Herald Claymore with that courtyard and treasure.
We know that Courtyard can be very useful in decks like this where you want to get multiple characters equipped, especially with weapons as expensive as Wolf's Gravestone, because that discount plays a big role. They'll have Countdown, they'll have Dunyazar, Liven, Timaeus for ramp, as well as a single copy of Treasure.
Yep, absolutely. So there's going to be a little bit of sustain and, making sure that you will always get those Claymores out and rolling. Personally speaking, I don't know how I feel about the differences between all of these Herald Claymore decks. Consistency is great, but I honestly feel like I don't see the Ancient Courtyard pop up enough.
I can see where you're coming from. It is definitely one of those arcane cards that isn't played particularly often, but when it is, it's just like a very convenient card to have. As for Seru, though, I don't think there's too much unusual here for Ice Cube Double Dragon. You got the double Aztha talent, you got Parametric, just many ways to draw cards and generate dice.
Absolutely. Yeah, and this is actually Ryu's same deck that they've been running through the entire tournament. Has the minimum consistency of the one treasure, but the biggest thing that's been able to completely swing their games is that double parametric add in.
We've already seen Seru really pop off with this. In fact, I think it was this deck where earlier today he was able to play double Lumenstone round 1 and then pop a double Parametric round 2 for basically the best opening you could ever ask for. Will that happen again? We'll find out. But what is definitely going to happen again is 2 more raffle winners for round 2. So if you guys want to participate, make sure you guys type. Well, I think you guys know the drill by now. Type which player you think is going to win in the chat right now.
Exclamation point. Pick the player who is going to win Ryu or Doom and your UID. And we'll be excited to announce the winners after this match.
Will we see Doom eliminate Seru in a 2-0 sweep, or will we go to another full series so that you guys can get more raffles? We'll find out very soon.
Let's see here. Oh, well, the tried and true parametric already showing up turn 1. That is a good sign of things to come, even if you don't really use it this turn.
I think ideally you would prefer Lumenstone round 1, though, over parametric. So are you actually going to be keeping it here? So we'll see what happens. Doom, though, I can see that they have a lot of. I think they can actually go for the Herald ramp 8 round 1.
Loki, they kind of have a very similar setup, right? They both have well, okay, not both of them have a Lumenstone, but there's the support card and there's the Liban and the Timaeus, right? So they're gonna be able to draw out a good amount of stuff, and Ryu already getting a pretty decent dice roll. Should re-roll just a few to make sure they can get that magic countdown turn 1.
Let's see. All right. Starting things off, looks like Doom will have turn priority, and we already mentioned they've got enough dice and cards to actually just like go for full ramp here. Lumenstone, Dunyazard into Timaeus, speed cards into Liban. And against a deck like Double Dragon, which will often play just a little slower early, they can definitely afford to do so.
Yeah, most definitely. I would be seeing some floating strategies out here, especially since the players have the cards to enable such. Let's see here. How are we going to cost out our dice super duper effectively? Yeah, you get Dunyazad, Timaeus. Actually, since your dice are so lined up, definitely Lumenstone into Dunyazad, into Timaeus, into Liban. And then you can probably even go for a skill, to be honest.
Really? Hold up. It would... would they be able to get a skill out? Actually, yeah, it looks like it may be possible, in fact. So a really nice opening hand here for Doom.
I guess it would be betraying the Herald Float H strategy. I don't know. It's hard to say what you want to do against Ryu here because these are both combo decks in nature. However, well, both players are running treasure, but Ryu takes a massive advantage of treasure more than Doom does.
Yes, definitely. That is the reason why Doom runs 1 copy of Underwater Treasure, Seru runs 2 copies. While both decks do come online around the same time, Doom has a little bit more aggressive potential overall, especially if he's able to get Wolf's Greystone equipped. So, Seru needs to make sure that he doesn't receive too much pressure right from the get-go.
Yeah, Ryu uses that magic countdown. A little bit of a gamble, unfortunately, did not pay off because that Lumenstone did not come through, but they should be perfectly content with it. Probably equip the Heart of Cavarina on top of the Cryo Cube, push those 3 Omnis into Liban, and move to the next turn.
Yeah, you want to at least ramp up a somewhat match against a deck like this. It's not quite... still somewhat okay. Like, the Dunyazards do add up a little bit, but comparatively, if you're able to match the dice for the next round, then you're still going to be in a pretty solid state overall, because you want to make sure that you are able to at least match dice economy, so you have the option to swap stall if necessary.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're just thinking through the lines, thinking, what is the best move that they can do, because they don't want to fall behind, because all of these decks, a lot of those floating strategies. Wow, that is unexpected.
Very interesting to get as the talent here. I don't think you're gonna play it on round 1, but it could be very valuable on round 2 with that gilded.
Yep, absolutely. Pretty interesting play they went for there, making sure to equip the veteran so they can generate one more dice, feed it into Liven, because Doom's turn is not over, so this will all be pushed in. And now Doom has to decide if they're also going to respond in kind. Absolutely, they will.
Yeah. It's a similar situation. You want to make sure you're able to match in dice. Yes, they could have gotten an extra attack out with their remaining dice instead of giving it to Liven, but it would be on the ice cube, and there really isn't any reason to do that right now, because that revive is still going to be intact no matter what.
Absolutely. Ooh, hoping for better dice rolls here. Seru can absolutely work with that, but, can do it.
As for Doom, well, I guess if they go to Sayu, then it should be fine here. And this is actually a pretty good spot for them as well, because if Seru attacks on the Ice Cube here, Herald would be the one eating it, and then Sayu would be free of Cryo. So, actually, giving up turn priority was not too bad for Doom.
Yeah, most definitely not. It's a little bit of the, early game, swap into skill situation because, I'm already looking at the lines here. Doom will attack in, or well, I should say Seru attacks in first. Doom could choose to attack him, but they can also swap to Sayu because that's more of their game plan. But then Seru will respond in kind and then go to Aisha. And then it's Sayu and Aisha with no reactions, which is the last thing they want.
Yeah, it would be a very weird matchup that no player wants to be stuck in, so they're gonna try and do what they can to avoid that sort of situation. But the starting of this game definitely going to be a little bit on the slower side here, as the players are trying to position themselves in a way that would give them some advantage.
Mm-hmm. It is. I mean, I was gonna say that's more optimal for Doom, but then you have no swirls on Sayu. I mean, I guess you don't have talent cards, so who really cares? But like you don't want to give Ajaha cryo because if Doom swapped to Chongyun, Ajaha would be able to absorb that cryo through his talent.
Yeah, we always know that on Double Dragon you want to ideally absorb cryo on Aztha, so that's something that Doom wants to avoid handing over. They could choose to attack one more time on the Herald, and then that would give Sayu a proc to swirl off of, but you also have to deal with the risk that Aztha could actually end up absorbing that Hydro for himself and adding damage to his burst.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see, in these strategies, because Cryo Cube is usually supposed to be sort of the juggernaut, goes in early and applies cryo to everyone, and it's all the cryo application you need. But when, Cryo Cube ends up not going in super early, Aisha applying Hyro is actually plenty to let Cryo Cube have a reign of terror in the middle game.
This is the reason why Aztha as a secondary carry in this deck has a lot of value, because you are able to have another character that is able to quite flexibly adjust their role to what is necessary for you to more consistently apply freeze, and that potential 6 damage burst is always nice as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, Doom's just thinking about it. It's like, do I give them Hydro application? I don't know. But I also don't want to have my Sayu do nothing. Although Wolf's Greystone is now available, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
It's like Doom will decide to go for that Hydro application there. So if Seru decides to stay on Aztha, Sayu will be able to swirl Hydro onto the rest of the team. And looks like with Aztha talent, he will do so. But since he knows that there's going to be a follow-up attack coming, that allows him to absorb Hydro.
Yeah, pretty decent past the turn forward because Doom does not have Gilded Dreams. They have Liar Song, but nothing else of the sort. So Xiaoryu's, and that parametric always sitting in the back, is actually, oh man, oh my goodness. How many dice is Xiaoryu getting this turn? Whoa.
Yeah, this could be a really big pop-off turn for him. Double Gilded, double Liar Song, the parametric, as you pointed out. Doom, they are definitely somewhat aware that Seru might be able to ramp quite a lot of dice this turn, but I don't think they're quite prepared for exactly how much is coming.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. There we go. We already see parametric recount up. So two of these gilded, it's going to be 4 more dice that puts you up to 10, and then using a skill will effectively just go net neutral. Because it gives you 3, right? And all skills cost 3, unless Herald Talent comes in, which it absolutely can from the side of Doom. But regardless, it is 4 plus 6 is 10, and then add 3, 13. Whoa, okay, that's a lot of dice.
Yeah, that is
I didn't
more
even
than
count
enough
Liar
dice.
Song.
That's more than enough dice to like inflict some actual damage here in this round. So Doom, we'll see what they decide to do. As you mentioned, they have Herald Talent that can be pre-equipped if they intend to leave him out to soak some more damage. They have a Wolf's Gravestone in hand, but they don't really have any other cards to generate more dice in hand, and that is the big problem for them right now. Seru is straight up winning in terms of dice economy.
Yeah, and it's starting to snowball pretty hard. Doom is definitely. I think the reason they're taking so long is because they're starting to recognize that they're like, shoot, I am about to get totally crumbled if I don't do some sneaky adaptation plays to slow him down. Yeah, they even swap over to Chongyun, not going for another attack.
Yeah, I think that is the smart play here. Doom obviously doesn't know exactly how much ramp that Seru has in their hand, but they don't want to take that risk just yet, even if they do have Herald Talent to potentially play with. But with only 4 dice, I am wondering how much Chongyun is going to be able to do here.
Yeah, no, not a lot, but I definitely agree with the move that Doom makes because, of course, having 13 dice, and above and beyond is all nice and dandy. But if your characters are frozen, you're not going to do anything with them.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Ideally, in this position, you would want to swap stall a little bit so that you can maybe balance out the dice economy again. But Doom also would usually want to be the one forcing that instead.
Yeah,
Oh, gonna go for the
definitely.
breeze.
Yeah. Good thing Doom has not been able to equip Wolf's Gravestone because Jelry would actually be in a quite dangerous position. Both Cryo Cube and Asia sitting at lethal, and then of course you don't want to chew into Nuvolet's health pool just yet.
Seryu's got plenty of dice to work with now. But do you switch to New Valette here? Dice Cube would be pretty safe, because Chongyun would still not be able to lethal it here, or even pop that revive. So if you want to wait a little bit before New Valette takes the field, that's fine. You have a lot of Cryo dice, so if Cryo Cube does most of the damage this round, that's also okay.
Yeah, they can definitely work with that. Probably multiple skill. The best thing is that since Doom actually drained their dice by doing that swap, they cannot equip Herald Talent. So if Shelryu goes all in, they may actually be able to knock out Herald before they ever apply Curse of the Undercurrent.
And we already know many times before what kind of effect that can have on Herald Claymore. So Doom needs to be a bit cautious here. Like, they have talent in hand, but they don't have the dice to play it. That is the big problem. If they equip talent already, then even if Herald goes down, his job is basically done at that point.
Yeah. There is the potential, and unfortunately, I think it's a bit of a waste, but you do have Boar Princess into the free gambler, so that can definitely make it happen. Shelryu, once again, oh my goodness.
Ooh. Well, that's gonna be very helpful here.
Yeah, but Asia talent coming back once again. That's going to generate you even more dice. Shelryu basically pulling out the entirety of their hand, and they should equip. Asia is not active. You can't take advantage of this talent.
Yeah, I don't think they need to play it now. I think they can definitely save it for later. Now that they've already they do still have another Gilded Liar Song in their hand. They don't actually have to spend all of it this turn itself. Another parametric as well. Yeah, I think Seru could just set up for like a really strong next round.
Wait, yeah, Shelryu might be going for the pass because Doom is out of moves. Of course, I mean that they pull out a Liar Song. It is what it is, right? But yeah, look at that. Shelryu is going to push all their dice into the next round because they're gonna have freeze advantage on Herald.
Yeah, they have freeze advantage on Herald. It would force Doom to have to like quick swap to another character to actually do something. Though they could quick swap to Sayu, and that would spread Hydro again, which is something they may want to avoid. But it's still like fine. Like they go into next round. They have Asla talent. They still got a Gilded. They still got a Lion Song. They got a Boar Princess. Tula waiting in hand to be equipped. Seru is totally fine here.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I did not really think about the past. You know, I've always been thinking about getting rid of Herald. You know, so they never can occur talent, but you know, it's not going to happen. Pre-plays fast swap, I believe, maybe for overdraw. Let's see here.
Probably. They most of the time the only reason you see quick swap being pre-played is for that overdraw, because otherwise you always want to save it as a surprise.
Absolutely. Yep, there it goes. Yeah, I just counted up 8 and 10, so they got it perfect out of the way. It's a little unfortunate you have to spend something like that, though. It really is not something you want to reveal super early.
Seru rolled 0 Omni dice, but it doesn't really matter to him because those are very nice dice that he has ended up rolling here.
Yes,
Doom, a little less good.
Yeah, a little less good. Chongyun's not going to be coming out anytime soon. Hopefully, it is not a sign of things to come.
Seru can choose to just freeze Herald here. If he uses the basic attack, he wouldn't proc the revive, so no curse of the undercurrent to worry about.
Thinking about it. Yeah, still, you know, even despite taking control of the side of the turn advantage, Seru is still having a little bit of a hard time thinking what is the most optimal move, because they have so many cards in their hand and support cards, right? But you need to play it in the correct order, lest you waste your dice this turn.
Order does matter a lot when it comes to this game. We've already seen how important it is to actually calculate the interactions between different cards in order to actually look for that dice advantage. But for now, Seru is in a very good spot for this round. It's just whether or not they want to pop the Herald or Revive here, because having to deal with the Curse on the Undercurrent is manageable when they have this much dice generation in hand. But if you're able to play the round without having to deal with it, it would be even better.
Absolutely. Yeah, slowly just working through it. Lucky that Ryu does have the fast swap, because yeah, I'm trying to think of alternative lines that they can work through. You know, in this situation, especially because they have Ace had talent, so they could generate even more dice. Needs to expend that fast swap though. I don't know. I guess it would be fine because you would get to apply any cryo properly onto Doom's side, so you won't really see Nuvalette using that anytime soon.
Let's see. Sarah, you're gonna take his time, think about things a little bit. They've got plenty of dice to work with this round, but that means it's even more important that they make the correct choices here so that they're able to take advantage of it. They've already been able to take control of this game pretty well, since Doom, unfortunately, has not been able to find the most ideal of situations. His ramp has not quite matched to what Seru has found.
And once again, just generating more dice, slowly trying to push through that timer, but it is getting closer and closer. The 20 seconds has begun. Seru needs to make a decision or stall out with another card.
It's like they will go for the revive pop here. So that is basically an automatic application of the curse on the undercurrent. I don't really see any reason for Doom to hold on to it right now, since he knows that Seru is going to have more dice than in this round. And yep, the Herald talent will come out. So that's something that Seru will need to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there we go. Unquestionably, Curse of the Undercurrent comes onto the field. How much does that cripple Seru's dice economy? Let's see here. So now everything is 4, right? So 8 dice for 2 actions, and then we have Gilded, so we can replenish that, and then we have Lumenstone and Parametric, and unfortunately, are they coming too late? Kind of. But then we have Azaha talent, which really throws a wrench in all these dice calculations.
Yeah, basically, the way I like to see Curse on the Undercurrent is that it will usually limit one additional action. So, like, if you had 4 actions that round, you can probably look to do a maximum of 3. But that also sometimes depends on whether or not you want to actually, like, skill and burst, or if you want to just spam, like, normal attacks. Because if the Curse of the Undercurrent came out at a time when Nuvolet already had Source Water Droplets available to use, then it wouldn't actually affect you as much.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Thinking through it once again, yeah. Just like Shellryu, Doom needs to take their time, slowly parse out what they're doing. You know, what happened to that pre-played? Oh no, it's still there. The pre-played fast swap. I feel like they should just go to Sayu and swirl them. Honestly.
I do agree that it would probably be the correct play to go for here. Could even equip the Wolf's Gravestone, though unfortunately Doom doesn't really have any cards to discount it, which does feel a bit bad. And the Ice Cube is outside of the threshold, which does feel also a bit bad, but I think it's the way to go here.
Yeah, no, I think that I would agree with you. They should probably just go. Probably go for the Wolf Gravestone equip. Oh, it's so expensive. Oh no, we're gonna go for Match Countdown. Wow, 3 treasure.
Wow.
And
Okay.
Golden. Okay.
Alright, there's the discount that Doom was looking for, and by pulling all of those treasures as well, Doom has basically just negated the cost of playing Countdown, so that's really nice for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Should
Quick
be
swap
going
to
for
Sayu. Yep, Golden House, Will's Gravestone.
Yep, there it is, and then here comes the bowling ball of doom. Well, quite literally doom.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I didn't even check that. I'm like, wait, that is doom. Oh, and
That
another
is
treasure.
doom.
Oh my.
So you're gonna start pulling out some treasure themselves. The second Liar song gonna be pulled out by Doom here. So that countdown play actually did help even out the odds quite a bit here. Situation's a lot more even now.
Yeah, Shellryu needs to hold their ground on Cryo Cube. There's no reason to swap off. Aisha would get lethal. Nuvolet takes unnecessary damage, and you have a revive. So hold your ground as long as possible on this cube.
You can absolutely stay on cube here. Just skill into Sayu. Prep for the burst on the cube, since he's still not actually losing his revive just yet. And now Sayu, with Cryo, will always be at risk of being frozen by Nuvolet. The unfortunate thing for Seru is that their remaining dice are not good for cube burst.
Yeah, thankfully Gilded should be able to patch that up. Yeah, it looks like. Oh, yep, they're even going for that. Gets rid of the other support card. Yeah, and a Boar Princess proc as well. Very nice. Oh, it's so expensive though. 4 dice.
Yeah, but they have 9 dice when Doom has 0. I think they are absolutely fine. And then here's the scary part. Doom is out of dice. They've got a couple more to play with treasure. But if Seru is able to delay this long enough that Azdaha can come... Oh? He's gonna use it now. Actually, you know what? Yeah, just use it now.
Smart.
I was literally saying, like, oh, if Azdaha gets the safety to come out, his burst can lethal a character. And then I realized, wait, he has quick swap.
Wait, yeah, this is pretty huge, right? Because they that was already a great move because they had enough infusions to push Aisha's burst from 4 damage into 6 damage, right? And now but Doom also gained a dice so they can do another action. Oh no.
Is Doom able to... Yeah, he has enough dice to actually Gamblers reset Chongyun here to take out Azdaha. Wait, does he take out Azdaha? He does, yes.
He does, yes, absolutely. 2 HP, 1 crystallized shield as Azdaha is not long for this world. Should just be Boar Princess into Recall Artifact into Gamblers if you re-slam or replace it, and then there's also Treasure, so yeah. There we go.
Yep, you take out Azdaha here. So it's Azdaha for Sayu, which isn't too bad. Unfortunately, Doom, this game has not been able to find that second Wolf's Gravestone. Chongyun can get frozen here, but actually, Seru might want to save the freeze for next round instead.
Actually, yeah, no. As much as that is possible, I think they need to go for the Cryo Cube burst before, because Doom is probably going to steal the turn priority back. Really just ramps. That is surprising.
And the parametric does exactly leave 2 dice. for Lieben to take, which will allow Seru to ramp again next round. By putting down the parametric as well, if Doom decides to go for one last attack, he would be feeding a stack into that for Seru.
Mm-hmm. Looks
So
like
if Doom wants to match, he could play his own Lieben.
Yeah. Doom is noticing these plays and really trying to make sure that they could lethal Cryo Cube instantly, but it's not in the cards, honestly.
Yeah, no. Not right now. That's the annoying thing about these characters that have that revive built in. Doesn't matter how low their HP is, you are always going to need 2 actions to take them out. And yep, Doom will go ahead and finish off the first revive here and switch back to Herald to finish off the turn, which I think is absolutely fine.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. They were about to get targeted by Cryo Cube's burst, which, it will happen later, but thankfully, they should be able to hold through it. But these positions are getting very uncomfortable for both players.
We are starting to come a bit to the climax of things here. It's obviously going to end up being a bit of a Chongyun versus New Valet situation. And as we know, Chongyun has burst available. That's a 7 damage burst, 8 with freeze, which would nearly lethal New Valet. Doom wants to use this on New Valet at all costs.
Yeah, really needs that Wolf's Gravestone, though. Got lost with Sayu, needs to pull the second one. Hopefully it does actually come out, because that's going to be probably the game-defining, move to take the win.
Doom has put himself in a very comfortable spot. If Cryo Cube goes for an attack onto Herald, Doom can trade the Herald for an easy switch into New Valet and instant freeze. If Seru switches to New Valet, then Herald just attacks anyway, and then New Valet is below the threshold, so Chongyun doesn't even need Wolf's Gravestone. And Doom is sitting on a quick swap, while Seru does not have one. There's actually a very good chance that Doom is able to close this out here if he positions correctly.
Absolutely. I am surprised they did not use those zero-cost cards in their hand, because I am not mistaken, that should be Seed Box.
Yeah, you are right.
I wonder if there's any merit to Doom going for the Elemental Burst on the Herald, because Curse of the Undercurrent is gone right now.
Yeah. Because right now, the goal for Doom is to make sure that Herald trades himself for Cube. That is all Herald needs to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're trying to see, where they can get into that breakpoint. It's just not there, though. There's no damage boosters for Cube.
Yeah, Cube does not do enough damage to lethal Herald on its own. The burst will come out. So now Herald can be frozen by New Valet. Honestly, Doom is fine here. Doom can just skill on Herald. It won't quite lethal Cube, but Seru will be tempted to switch over to New Valet so Cube isn't sacrificed. And if he does that, Doom just quick swaps the Chongyun and wins the game.
Yep, absolutely. That Leave It To Me is basically the deciding factor in this situation. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh wow, maximum gambler's efficiency.
Wow, max gambler's efficiency. Why not?
Yeah, makes a ton of sense considering Doom was starting to lag behind in dice. Elryu still does have 9, and the Golden Troop for the Lumenstone proc. Oh my! Hey, Ancient Courtyard, where were you? It's too late.
There's no point having that Ancient Courtyard right now. He still doesn't have that second Wolf's Gravestone to use it with yet. But this is fine. Doom is in a winning position here. There really isn't anything he needs to worry about. He just skills on Herald here. Seru has to switch to New Valet because Ice Cube still doesn't do enough damage to finish off Herald.
Nah, but I think he's losing regardless. That fast swap is just that totally that will totally cook either line that they choose.
Oh wait, never mind. Right, the burst lethals the Ice Cube. What am I thinking?
Now both of the moves, regardless, would have lethal, but now here it is. Oh, you know what's funny? They don't even need the fast swap. They oh wait. Yes, they do. Never mind. Nuvulet. Wait. I'm going crazy. Okay, no. 2 damage on skill and then +1 from freeze. Herald will go down now.
Yeah, Seru knows it as well. They're just gonna play the gamblers here, take out the Herald, but they know that this will give a free switch into Chongyun, who is holding on to that 7 damage burst.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and additional attacks coming
He's looking
their
for the
way.
gravestone.
Yeah. He was like, come on, give it to me. They didn't get it, so come on now.
But he still has more than enough dice to get the 2 actions necessary to finish this off. So looks like Doom is going to be able to clear up game number 2 in a clean sweep.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. Let's see here. There it is. 1 more hit to finish the game.
Ooh, this has been quite the journey here for Doom. Sarah, you seemed like they were responding well early on. They seemed to be in pretty even position, but I think Doom was able to play around things very, very well here. And with that, actually did manage to find the Wolf's Gravestone at the very end for that last hit. Doom will eliminate Seru and move on to the lower bracket finals.
Yep, wanted to go for the flashy finish with the Wolf's Gravestone. Congratulations to Doom to moving on through the lower bracket. You know, that was a pretty tough match. You know, they had, they struggled a little bit, but they were able to pull back and then just went through. And look at here, we have some other winners available right below us.
UIDs at the bottom of the screen. If one of these is you, you know that you have just won a blessing of the Welkin Moon. So congratulations to you. Look forward to receiving that within the next 10 business days. And congratulations on predicting the correct player as well. Doom being able to come back from that horrible luck yesterday to just close things out very smoothly here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was unfortunate. Yeah, Seru basically ran out of resources on that final round. Only having 1 treasure usually doesn't cut it. Within that time, they weren't able to get the correct amount of reactions onto their opponent before it was unfortunately too late, and that is a decisive 2-0. But they will be walking home with 1,200 USD for making it this far into the tournament.
All things considered, you mentioned that Seru is a little bit of a newer player to the competitive scene, only having participated in the Serious Showdown. So their performance thus far has been really, really impressive, especially against like more veteran players that have had a lot more achievements.
Yeah, it's more of less of just not having a lot of official records, but of course, not having official records is not necessarily a complete sign of a player's skill, right? Because only 8 people can ever make it to these events at a time or less. So it's quite hard to make sure you have that record under your belt. But regardless, I think they did the best that they could in this match.
Maybe you can even consider that as a strategy, right? You have less official records so that people underestimate you or have less chances to do research on you, right?
Yeah, you could consider that, but hey, that's what the underdog tag is for.
That is true. Well, let's have a look at what the bracket of Group D is looking like after that game. And don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, it's not the end of the day just yet. We've got 1 final match, and it's going to be between CJRS and Doom. The winner gets the final slot to the live event.
Yep, this is going to be quite the difficult match. 2 tournament titans clashing for that coveted Prince Cup spot.
Only 1 left. It has been 5 long weeks of the regular season here at the Prince Cup Pacific, so it definitely is a very strange and special feeling to know that we are down to our very final series.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't believe it that we are on the final series of the final group of the Prince Cup that is leading into the finals of who we decide into the Prince Cup itself, and then also which leads into the finals of the top 8. We are getting the final of finals.
Things are coming to a close here, and that is great to see. This journey has been a long and arduous one, And the players that have been able to get through all of the obstacles thus far have really etched out a place for themselves here in the Prince Cup and in the TCG competitive scene. But we're still waiting for one final player to join them. So make sure you guys stick around because we still got raffles ongoing later as well.
Absolutely. Cannot wait for more raffles, more fun, more Welkins to be claimed. And yeah, what a match. Honestly though, I think the biggest thing that I'm seeing in the chat right now is that Jodari is popping in after their match and everyone's saying like, hey, you did your best. Good job for playing. That's the kind of community that I like to see being pushed forward here.
It's a small but tight-knit community, and TCG definitely seems to be growing more and more as well. We're getting more and more people who are interested in the game, who are looking to join the competitive scene and prove their mettle against all of these TCG veterans as well. So if anyone here is watching and hasn't quite decided whether it's time for them to try TCG yet, this is your cue to give it a shot. But for now, we're gonna jump into a break. We've got one more match before the end of the day, so make sure you guys join us there to find out who our final live event participant is going to be. We'll see you guys right after this. Travelers, it is time for the final chapter of the Prince Cup 2024 Pacific regular season. We are down to our final match, the lower bracket finals of Group D, where we will determine the 8th and last player to qualify to the knockout stage. My name is Stafa, and joining me once again is Kojo.
And once again, for the final time, Kojo Creations here with the Prince Cup Pacific. I cannot believe we have finally made it to the last match of the online regular season for the Prince Cup. It's a lot to take in. Like we've been doing this. It's technically only like 11 days, but it's been a month of this entire tournament and watching the players and cards and decks evolve over time.
Yep, it has been many, many weeks of arduous battles and dueling between some very, very strong players overall. But unfortunately, the knockout stage will only have enough slots for 8 players. And now there's only one of those left open, and we are going to witness a final best of 3 series between Doom and CJRS to compete for it.
Absolutely. Two tournament titans, I would say. Doom quite skilled. Even bringing things that are not very conventionally in the meta, at least in this patch. And still absolutely wrecking shop. Is very impressive to see. The checkmate situation they were able to create last match, and CJR also kind of being off meta. By bringing stall.
Honestly, I feel like the level of gameplay here in Group D has been very, very interesting all around. The players have clearly reached a very high skill cap overall and have a lot to show here. It almost makes me sad that we're only going to get 2 players from this entire group in the knockouts, but that is the nature of competition, and that is why the players need to play even harder to make sure that they are the ones to make it.
Yeah, absolutely. Nature of competition, not everyone can win. Someone must fall. But, like we mentioned earlier, the players will be, at this stage of the bracket, the lower end only gets $600 USD, but this one, 1,200 USD. Or, of course, you can move on. The spot in the Prince Cup and the prize pool just gets higher and higher.
I'm sure all of us would want to be able to say that we're able to make it to that point. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen in this final match. So Doom and CJRS have both shown really incredible performances throughout today. And now at the last match, I'm hoping they still have the energy needed to bring us a very, very exciting series.
Absolutely. Here it is. The final bracket. Salute to the fallen, and we have one more match to he who takes it all.
The losers 4th round. The 2 final players competing for this last slot to be promoted to the live event, the knockout stage. Will it be CJRs? Will it be Doom? I know the raffle hasn't started yet, but drop your predictions in the comments. Which player do you want to see moving on?
It will be interesting because I think my favorite part of this tournament is that players are going to be able to change their decks in between sets, right? They can't they can't change it in the middle of the game, but being able to readapt to your opponent is a very difficult skill, especially when the meta is so restrictive to an extent that people are playing very similar things. But I kind of wonder if CJR and Doom are going to look at each other and say, like, you know what? Why are we playing Conwhale? Get rid of that. Let's just not play that, and let's play 3 of our crazy decks. I feel like this could be. They totally could do it.
Well, banning Conwhale has been the trend so far for many, many different weeks here. So it would be a bit of a shame, in fact, to see it change at the very end, but also very interesting if we do actually see different decks being banned. Of course, this is a series with that final knockout stage slot on the line. So we don't know if these players are going to be willing to experiment.
Yeah, probably not, but that is okay. We can always end it with a little bit of tradition, probably pushing Conwhale ban rate to 96%. That is quite the monumental achievement. Not a lot of decks in the meta history of Genius Invocation TCG can attest to having such a strong strategy against people who want to play it.
More like, has any deck ever reached this kind of ban rate ever in the history of TCG?
it has.
Yes. Really?
Oh yes, absolutely. We can absolutely talk about the history a little more. I would probably say, MMEC is going to be one of those decks
All
that will probably
right.
knock him out immediately.
Man, I completely forgot about MMEC. Those were the days right there. But looking at the deck list here, it does appear the trend will continue all the way until the end of the regular season, with Conwhale being banned by both players.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and CJR, despite everything, is still sticking to stall gameplay. They're not gonna go too crazy and be a little more conventional in Double Dragon's Layla. So definitely much slower, but is a more smooth combination. Against Barbara.
I think CJRs also realized that if not for some mistakes that were previously made by their opponent there, the Barbara version of the deck could have actually been defeated. So they don't want to take the risk, gonna go for the more standard lines, still sticking with the two stall decks though, since that seems to be what they're most comfortable with. And Doom gonna be playing the more aggressive ones, Lear Armory as well as Herald Claymore.
Yep, and they are not messing around. No, secret sauce this time. It is just going to be straightforward. What everyone else has been playing makes a lot of sense. This is a very scary match. You either go home or you win big. And it's really interesting. I think this is a great way to cap off, our Prince Cup here. It is every single deck that has really, shown its abilities throughout the entire tournament.
These are all decks that we've grown pretty used to seeing. I imagine even our audience watching are going to be pretty confident about predicting what's going to happen in terms of these decks overall. So I think this should be a very interesting final best of 3 here. Will we see Stall eke out a victory at the very end, or will it be more aggressive play that ends up rewarding its pilot?
Yep. Let's see here. Looking at the matchup right now, Leeway Armory consistently has been able to just piece together, the Double Dragons deck, and especially with Layla, it's even slower. So, maybe, Leeway Armory will be able to just cleanly take out this game. But who knows? CJR is a stall pilot master.
I do personally agree that on paper, Lear Armory should have the advantage against Layla Double Dragon. Because as you mentioned, Layla is a little bit slower in terms of her cryo application. And unlike other decks, almost any character on Lear Armory is able to exert a good amount of pressure. So even if you freeze one, there's always going to be an answer.
Absolutely. Yeah, let's see here. Looking pretty, funnily enough, pretty similar to what they were playing last time. Of course, just adding Age to HUD talent because it's super duper strong, generates extra dice, passes the turn. But here on the side of Doom, once again, looks pretty standard. Nothing too out of the ordinary here.
We do normally see players bring sometimes even double copies of Wagner and Master Zhang, but Doom does seem to like that opera epic play, so not a lot of decks play multiple weapons these days, so it is a pretty safe card to enable them to get more dice out.
Yeah, since CJR is not bringing their very chaotic Barbara stall deck, they won't be having to worry about having those out equips.
Absolutely not. But what they do have to worry about is whether or not the audience predicting them is going to be able to win Blessings of the Welkin Moon, just like you can if you join the raffle right now. Just type !pick the player's name you think is going to win the very first round, as well as your UID, to stand a chance to win yourself that very nice Welkin Moon.
Indeed. Send the players your energy. You only have 3 minutes, so make it quick. This is the last set of raffles that we're going to have in this tournament. So make sure you get in there. This is your last chance to get Welkins before the possibly 1-1 or 2-0 is taken.
There's also going to be a QR code right there. It is coming to the end of the regular season, so if you guys have anything that you want us to hear about, your thoughts about the tournament, make sure to scan that whenever you see it on the screen and share your feedback with us.
Absolutely. But here we go. Mulligan looking pretty okay for both players. CJR, has a good amount of stuff. Hopefully they pull something off of Countdown, and then Doom. Looking slightly worse for wear.
Let's see, dice rolls. Not the best overall for. Oh, never mind. CJR looking a lot better now. Doom as well. Okay, so the dice rolls definitely not bad at all for both players here. In terms of early ramp, though, Doom has a Lumen Stone, but nothing else.
Yeah, no, you are super duper happy to see Lumenstone. It is your best friend, but it needs other friends, as in other cards, to actually function. And Doom, none of these cards are actually going to be something that you could play without being a waste of your resources.
Yeah. Well, let's see how this goes here. Unfortunately, it means that Doom isn't going to be able to get too much more ramp out. But considering they are on the more aggressive deck anyway, it probably doesn't matter to them all that much. They can even maybe try to go for a double skill on Shenhe right off the first round if they want to maybe make something happen. So now that Layla has got her shield out, I was about to say that maybe it's not worth it, but Doom just goes for it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely the best thing to do. Shenhe lines like this, skill into normal, have been very typical since, her first addition into the TCG, which, as well, definitely completely, off course on the game plan. Sometimes you low roll, and, even to an extent, CJR is kind of low rolling as well.
Gonna be a fairly uneventful first round. King Squire gonna be the first weapon pulled out here by Doom. Unfortunately, not really what you want at this stage. You would ideally want a Moon Piercer. I think CJR has actually rolled quite a lot of Omni dice there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so unfortunate. CJR actually pulled Liven right as they ended their turn, so it was just a little too late. They probably wouldn't have been able to use it, but regardless, you would have really liked that earlier, so you can have that safety net to start pushing dice and having a bigger advantage over a Doom.
Yeah, they would have been able to reconsider their lines a little bit. So if they already had him in their opening hand, they could have decided a little bit better, but it is fine for now. That Layla Shield was able to hit the second hit of Shenhe, so not too much damage done overall, but Doom will now be able to get Shenhe burst up very early, which is exactly what you want on Lear Armory.
I cannot believe CJR has drawn almost their entire deck and not a single Lumenstone is here yet.
Yeah. Well, it's happened before, and we've seen it happen even worse. When, I still remember that one game where both players didn't draw a Lumenstone until round 3, so it's very possible.
It is the very unfortunate scenario, CGR Lumenstone list, but then Doom Lumenstone and no cards to play with it. Like, this is actually super duper awkward for both of them.
It's really weird, and sometimes it is funny to see these interactions happen. It's up to the players to figure out how they want to overcome it. What with a quick swap there, Doom will be able to swirl Pryo off of Layla onto both of CJR's anchors very early on. It means he won't be able to get Shenhe burst up, but that's still going to be a good amount of damage with Icy Quills.
I'd say pretty decent move. I would have at least put Hardakov Arena on Xiao to get that efficient draw because you were desperately searching for something like that, but I guess no big deal.
Let's see, CJR is going to be able to have one as her talent, but still not really drawing the cards he wants to draw more from the deck still. Unfortunately, a lot of artifacts in hand and not really the ones he's looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, considering that you're holding at least a small dice advantage over Doom, I would probably just swap over to Ace to use talent, and then try to make it roll from there. You could probably even just do it to go make your fix up all your dice and then push it into Liven.
Oh, so you're gonna play the second Timaeus. So yeah, finally a Gilded gonna come out here to allow CJRs to extend their turn, get a bit more dice out. I wonder if they want to burst on Layla. Yeah, it looks like they do.
Burst, I'm definitely a big fan of on Layla's because the damage is there, but also being able to charge the Starry Knight's passive faster is good. You gain 1 extra in the end phase when this summon is on the field.
It does make it a lot easier if you want to be able to set up those on-demand freezes from New Valette, or as the Hunt, depending on the situation. But Doom already with a pretty nice start, able to get that damage spread straight away. If he had Moon Piercer, he'd be able to do even more, but unfortunately, and not really getting the cards he needs to start pulling out of his deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, still just hoping that they can get that card draw. Looking around here and just thinking about it, it's like, what do I do? I am. They're gonna apply me with cryo. You know, they're even probably considering that they don't even want to swap to Yelan because they could. Um, Close. They could put on the King Squire and go for a skill by Unseen Ranging, but that's just such a waste of resources, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think Doom needs to do that just yet.
Mm-hmm.
If not for their dice, I would actually think switching back to Shenhe for burst would be better, but yeah, no cryo to work with, which is very awkward.
Mm-hmm. Looks like they're planning on forcing a move because they did play Boar Princess, so now they have this many Omni dice, but you still need to tune one more. Definitely going to be the second bullet. Whoa, okay.
Ooh, does decide to go onto Yelan. I think actually that's not too bad. Because you know that CJRS is done on Layla. Like, once you bursted on Layla, you really don't need to do anything with her anymore. So he wants to go to someone else, but they both have cryo on them. So Yelan is actually a pretty good choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Looks like Doom should be going for the King Squire into Yelan's skill. Not a bad move, but I am going to be concerned about that end phase cryo application. Ensuring that if Doom, funnily enough, could actually just swap to Nuvula early and settle it with Judgment. There's no way. What?
They do actually go to Nuvolette. I guess they just want to have Nuvolette's cryo be cleansed early on. And they don't mind him taking some damage here because he obviously isn't ready to start taking the field just yet. So getting rid of his cryo now and healing him back out later is probably what CJRS is considering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Wow, Doom even clocks that. It's like, okay, you know what? No free cryo cleansing for you. You're going to stay there.
Goes over to Shenhe. Thanks to the extra dice he got earlier, he only does need to tune one card to get Shenhe's burst out. And then that will set up for really good damage afterwards.
Yeah, once again, CJR showing why they are the mathematician, perfectly calcs out the dice and then expends a Boar Princess stack and sacrifices an artifact. And now they're simply going to be able to Aza her talent and fill up Liben for next turn.
CJR is still going to be sitting on a Azaha talent as well. So if he wants to, he can still delay this turn a little bit. But I think he'll probably want to save that for later when he has more resources. We will see the Shenhe burst come out here. And now CJRs, if they want turn priority, could actually consider ending here since that would be just enough dice to feed the Liben.
Yeah, actually, that's not even something I considered because they do have the veterans, which generated another Geo dice from that first hit, which is quite nice. And you're going to get a card draw on the end phase. Honestly, ending sounds pretty great. Huh?
Ooh.
Oh, draw. Extra draw. I see.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah,
that is fine.
Yeah. It's always still a shock, even if you know it's a tactic that's required to not overdraw. Just seeing fast swaps fly out early, it's like, what are you doing?
Like we are very ingrained to see a fast swap and be a little bit concerned, you know? Doom did finally pull out a Moon Piercer, so Xiao will be able to do some damage. But CJR's also actually pulled out his second Azda talent, so
oh no.
CJR's has the chance to really take control of this turn.
Yeah, no, honestly, maybe it's a little bit of a curse. I said Leeway Armory, has a better matchup into this, but it is just, getting low rolled a little bit, and CJR is pulling double Asia talent. We've seen how much dice that can generate in previous rounds.
Yeah, CJRs. Although they weren't really able to get the card draw and dice generation they were looking for initially, they have been able to build it up now for round 3, so they do have quite a lot of resources to play with there. Doom, obviously going to have less cards since Lear Armory doesn't function in a similar way. But what is unfortunate is they don't have something like a quick swap in order to allow Xiao to safely come out again.
Oh well,
great. Even if they did, now it doesn't matter.
Yeah, now it does not matter. The passing of Judgment didn't really comment on it too much because, it didn't have as much an effect during this round, but now it really does because, Unseen Razor isn't here, but still, no Freshman and Freedom chains that you could possibly go through here. This is not the craziest judgment, but definitely limiting.
I would say, considering everything, actually, having Passing of Judgment come out this turn is actually kind of good for Doom, because he really doesn't have a lot of action cards he would want to play this turn anyway. So it is actually still fine. What I'm wondering is, does Shenhe with Moonpiercer do enough damage to take out Azdaha?
Yeah, that would. Oh, does not have Icy Quills yet, so no.
Ah, okay. I was thinking something might be missing. Yeah, okay. But actually, dropping Azdaha to 1 HP is still pretty good. Oh, well. Guess Doom will switch over to Xiao.
Yeah, even Xiao would not be able to lethal, but I guess they want to get that Cryo Swirl, which would still be pretty decent to slowly drain Layla's HP. Oh, they want that cleanse. They really want that cleanse.
Yeah. Actually gonna spend quite a lot of their dice here. Equipping Tula, getting Gilded out, showing CJ... Oh, the quick swap from earlier!
Yep, that's the quick swap from earlier, and the freeze.
Not the cleanse, just the straight up freeze here. And because CJRS played the Passing of Judgment, there is no way for Doom to insta swap to another character.
Yeah, Doom even tries to respond in kind. Does go for the cleanse on Shenhe because Nuvalet should just go for Equitable Judgment here.
Yeah. Nuvalet's already been equipped with Tula very early on. And CJR still has Liar Song into Gilded, so they've still got enough for 1 or 2 actions this turn.
Oh my goodness, is multiplying out the wazoo, and then also having Tulia. As long as you spend 1 more dice, you should be A-okay to just keep blasting with Nuvalet.
This could be a very bad turn here for Doom. They really wanted to be able to start putting out more damage on Xiao. I still do maybe think that playing the Moonpiercer Shenhe might have been good, but I guess they don't want to spend the Moonpiercer just yet when they don't have an Unseen Razor to reset it.
Yeah, no, they really don't, because if one of those characters gets targeted and lethal, that is 1 less Moonpiercer for you to use, and that's going to be a big problem, especially since you really need those to generate the amount of value that your deck typically gets.
For now, Doom will basically cleanse all of the elemental well, never mind.
Well,
never mind. Shenhe's still gonna have Cryo on her. I'm gonna switch over to Yelan. Doom's side of the board taking a lot of damage this turn, but at the very least, Doom is finally on a character that can actually do something. And he will be able to freeze Nuvalet.
Yeah, this is a pretty well planned out. Doom realizing that, hey, as much as Xiao and Shenhe are going to take a little bit of a beating, Yelan is here to freeze Nuvalet dead in his tracks.
Normally, you wouldn't want to spend that Cryo Aura right now, but because Doom does still have the Yelan summon, there's still a way to reapply that later on, so making sure Nuvalet cannot continue attacking this turn will have more value overall.
Yeah, and now you've unfortunately run out of moves. I would probably just play Opera into Strategize and end.
Yeah, actually... Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's a way for Doom to get 1 more dice out at least here, so that Yelan can normal attack and freeze Azdaha, so that the Cryo Summon will at least reapply something, but yeah, I don't think he can.
Yeah, unfortunately these 2 Omnis are... What? No, Strategize. You had extra dice. I don't know about that one.
Huh? Why not Strategize?
Let's see here. I mean, yeah, they're not gonna overdraw. I guess they're just not in the mood. It's okay. You don't always have to do it so desperately, but personally, I would have gone for it because it is getting quite stringent in these parts. CJR is putting the pressure on.
I don't really know why you wouldn't play Strategize there. You have 2 dice that you're floating. It's not like you have Liven to feed them to or anything. Why not go for that? You're not gonna overdraw. You need more cards. Seems quite strange.
Well. Here comes Azdaha. Did trigger the talent, and we can trigger it again. which should push us up to 5 dice. Now the question is, how is CJR going to use it?
Does he want to play the Asda talent this turn? I don't feel like it's really worth playing it this turn.
Yeah.
Because like you're not gonna be able to get too much done with it. A skill here will drop Yolanda down to 2. She will eat 1 more cryo from the summon, so she'll be at 1. But Doom will have turn priority, so he can insta freeze Asda next turn and sacrifice Yolanda.
Yep, and then let me see here. Is this a lethal on Asia? I actually do believe so.
Oh yeah, actually.
Yeah, it's a good old 5 breakpoint inside the Leeway Armory, as I'll call it. The weapon, it's a 3 base plus weapon plus reaction plus 1 reaction. That's 5 damage. Oh, and they have Freshman and Freedom. Oh no.
Oh
Doom
yeah,
could
you're
totally
right.
capitalize on this. Oh my goodness. Okay. Play strat. You gotta fish for the gamblers.
You
Gamblers
got
winning.
you gotta play strategize. You have fresh wind of freedom right now.
Yeah,
And you have quick swap too. You could actually lethal as the on Yalan, fresh wind of freedom. Quick swap to like Xiao, depending on which character they bring out. If it's New Valette, you can go Xiao, equip a spear, lethal New Valette.
Yeah, you probably don't even need to go that far because Yelan's skill, and then she has breakthrough barb. Oh,
it's both of them.
Yeah, Doom's even like, hey, nice.
what are the chances of that? Seriously.
Oh my!
You strategize to get a gamblers, and you pull out both gamblers. That's actually kind of incredible.
That is what. Let's see. Let's do some math. Of course, not completely accurate, but a 30 out of 2 chance. Which, if we go then have 1 out of 15 for percentage, if someone can calculate that, that's pretty low. So.
Well, there's the gamblers play. Pulls out the golden house.
Yeah. Wait,
whoa.
Doom,
okay.
Doom is swinging this game around. Holy moly!
You gotta play the fresh wind here. Fresh wind. You have both gamblers. Yeah, you can play them on 2 different characters too. Like that is actually crazy.
Yeah, absolutely bless this turn with what they want. There's the fresh wind and freedom. Absolutely go for that skill. Knock out the big dinosaur.
The craziest series of top decks. Now if Doom like watches back this VOD, he'll be telling us that like that's why I didn't play strategize earlier, you know. I knew I knew it would pull out 2 gamblers.
You can see into the future. There we go. The turn extension, very smart move by CJR. Do not swap on a Nuvilet. You are going to get absolutely cooked. Layla could simply finish the job with a normal attack. And now I think Yelan should probably just go for the, just do some Hydra damage, and then, that's all she wrote.
Yeah, Layla is the choice you have to go to here, because Yelan, you don't even need to switch to someone else. Yelan would be able to take out Neovalette on her own, and you don't want to give another Gambler's reset. The question now for Doom is whether or not to sacrifice Yelan to apply Hydro onto Layla, or to switch to a different character instead.
Honestly, it's hard to say. I mean, Yelan has already taken so much damage, and you have to watch out for the fact that Nuvalet's burst does piercing damage to off-field characters. So, like, you have no healing, and also shields don't block piercing damage, so she's just gonna die if you let Nuvalet do what he wants.
I just got, like, the strangest sense of deja vu. Like, this situation has happened before, where we have a Yelan who could be sacrificed to apply element, but they slow swap to Xiao instead. Yeah. Like, I feel like this exact situation has happened somewhere before, but CJRS is gonna use their own quick swap, go over the new Valette. Does you do enough damage to take out Xiao here?
You already do enough at base with your elemental skill, which is a little awkward. It looks like Doom is intentionally baiting out CJR to go for the... Oh, but that's 2 lethals. Oh my goodness. 2
lethals, yes. That quick swap from New Valette was unexpected. Doom was not predicting the quick swap.
Yeah, never mind my comment about the bait. That's right. Like I said, that waterfall is quite strong.
I think he had Lytic in his hand. I'm pretty sure at least one of those is Lytic. I think that was a mistake. He could have kept Xiao alive. So Doom will concede there. That may have been a mistake.
Yep. All right. Pretty good game for the first round. Not bad. Yeah, I think both players played pretty well. Doom unfortunately did get a pretty low roll, and that fast swap in the end was enough to seal the deal.
Yeah, I think he did end up greeting a little bit with the slow swap to Xiao. He could have stayed on Yalan, he could have played Lithic Spear and would have still been fine, but sometimes that's all it takes, right? Either way, we got our raffle winners down here, boys. You guys already know the drill. If one of these is your UID, it means that you have successfully won yourself a Blessing of the Welkin Moon.
Yep, take that in stride because we have more raffles coming your way. But of course, we need to look at the decks that the players are going to be bringing into the next match.
We'll see whether or not they do decide to switch here. Obviously, since CJRS was able to come out on top, they're going to switch over to Freezely, which has been a deck that's been having a little bit of difficulty coming online under the current meta. It's going to be up to Doom to decide whether or not he stays on Lear Armory.
Yeah, personally, I don't know. For Freezely, I think CJR really does manage it quite well, but like you said, just being able to actually have the deck fully online has always been the struggle. Leeway Armory into Freezely, though, with that last game and those rules, I don't know. Maybe you might want to switch.
But then the way that the Conquest format works is that regardless, you are going to need to win with both decks anyway. That's the reason why we do see a lot of players end up picking the weaker matchup initially, just so they can get it out of the way, right?
Yep, absolutely. Oh, yep, they stick with it.
Okay. We are going to see Freezely versus Lear Armory. And I can definitely see Lear Armory doing pretty good in this particular position if they are able to basically threaten Risley very early on. Then we can see CJRs have some trouble because, as we mentioned already, Freezely as a deck tends to play a little bit slow nowadays and can be out-tempoed depending on the situation.
Absolutely. Yeah, as long as Doom is able to get that early value out of the weapons, they should be A-okay in this matchup. And then CGR, as long as they can get, their side of the setup online, they will be able to have a pretty significant amount of control through this match.
CJR is currently one game away from potentially being able to make it to the knockout stage. And Doom going to be the final obstacle in their path. Will he be able to bring it to yet another game 3?
Alright, so here is the refresher on CJR's Freezely, quite literally. Oh, that is interesting. There is the 5-star version of Golden Troop in here. We did not see that last time.
Yeah, it's definitely something you don't see particularly often because it basically has the same effect as the free version, except it just allows you to stack up more standby points, which I can see being useful in this deck because it is a deck that wants to prolong the game a little bit. So sometimes Farina, Herald, even Risley may end up not seeing play for a few rounds.
Yeah, but it does cost a 2 aligned dice, so that's definitely where the debate comes in. It's really worth it to play, but of course we've seen CJR being able to play around those dice breakpoints in terms of their artifacts, so they're not really worried about that, but still, 2 aligned dice is quite costly for an artifact that needs to go to the end phase to get value.
That is the reason why I also personally am not a big fan of the upgraded version. I think it is one of those artifacts that doesn't really gain the most value overall for having the upgraded version, but I can definitely see niche situations where it could be useful. For now though, we have Doom's Lear Armory deck. We've already seen this earlier. It got very close to being able to turn things around.
Yeah, pretty close. Should just be able to work with it as long as they draw the weapons. Maybe the fact that Wagner's double Wagner's not here, maybe that's causing a little bit of an issue. Honestly, I get it though. Like, we saw other players who were playing Leroy Armory with the double Wagner's end up getting Wagner's late, and then it was like completely useless.
Yeah, the problem that Doom had initially was that they weren't really able to get a lot of their card draw out. There was a Lumen Stone available, but no action cards to be able to easily activate it. And that made things very awkward for them overall, because they really needed those weapons a little bit earlier to be able to truly apply that pressure. But as we jump into game number 2, as per usual, we have another raffle ongoing, folks. So make sure you guys type !pick the player's name that you think is going to win, as well as your UID, so that you stand a chance to win a Blessing of the Welkin Moon.
Yep, 3 minutes on the clock, so make sure you get in there. This could be the last game of the Prince Cup. We'll see how the match unfolds. And here we are already through the mulligan. Doom has probably the best hand that you could ask for.
A nice opening here. Lumen Stone, Countdown, a couple of weapons. Not too sure which ones they are, but should have be pretty valuable if at least one of them is Moon Piercer. And CJRS also having Lumen Stone, Countdown, Vanarana, even Mausoleum, though that one not going to be quite as useful against Lear Armory.
Yeah, unless Doom starts drawing cards out the wazoo, they're not likely to actually trigger that Mausoleum, but it will be able to stay there. So, if they get a little too greedy with their Lumen Stone, could totally happen.
Yep. Doom already going to be going for his classic line of Shenhe, which leads me to believe that one of these has a pretty good chance of being Moon Piercer. CJR is gonna go with the Furina opening here.
Yep, all right. Ooh, keeping those aligned dice by 3 to I think Doom is going for double countdown, crazy enough.
Really?
Yeah, it's quite the high roll move.
It would be a pretty greedy opening, that is for sure, but it could pay off depending on what it ends up drawing.
Yeah. Actually, no, I'm completely against it. It's it would be a little too much draw. It's not worth it to play out the Lumen Stone either if you did like that. So just really Lumen Stone countdown. Keep it normal. Don't go too crazy.
CJR is already opening with double Lumen Stone, actually being able to draw that second one. So very nice here already. Just kick things off. Even getting that Herald talent too. So regardless of how much aggression Doom decides to play, he will have it available.
Oh, now this is pretty rough, making sure to get in that Mausoleum. I almost had a feeling that CJR wouldn't play it, but nah, they know to drop it in there, because that way if Doom ever tries to do the early ramp strategy, it is now going to blow up in their face.
So yeah, they are basically not going to be able to play Countdown this turn at all, which is not good, because they have 2 and they would have ideally liked to play 1. But I think it's still fine. They can instead switch over to a more aggressive opening and just like double skill on Shenhe.
Yeah. Hopefully one of those pole arms is a Lithic, because then you can simply go Lumen Stone into Countdown into Lithic on top of the character who you think needs it the most, and I think that's a completely fine turn 1.
Alright, CJR is gonna go ahead and full ramp, set up for the end turn. Doom, wow, okay, just doesn't care about the Mausoleum, plays Countdown anyway. That is going to create at least 4 Forbidden Knowledge in his deck. 1 more if he does proc Lumen Stone.
Honestly, I think that is pretty reasonable. Getting rid of Mausoleum, for only 3 Forbidden Knowledge put into your hand, especially because you're not really planning on drawing anymore this turn. You really should just go for the weapon equip. Should be pretty A-okay. Really, fast swap. Okay. Oh, wow. Good move.
Able to get that 1 extra dice at the end there from the Lumen Stone. Even playing Forbidden Knowledge instantly to start working through them. So that does also end up producing more. So Doom will have a few of those to deal with.
Yeah, I found that Forbidden Knowledge maybe a little unnecessary. You basically added another 2-hand, but who knows? Maybe they are just as crazy as previous players who used Forbidden Knowledge to knock out their characters and get a free swap onto the correct one.
That is what happened before. So, definitely a possibility, and maybe something that Doom may be considering themselves. And for now, it is going to limit what they are able to draw into their hand as of the current circumstance.
Let's look at the dice roll. What is that Geo doing here? We're not playing Zhongli.
Demea's gonna pull out Cabrera here for CJR. CJR is in a very good spot here overall.
Yeah,
having Lumenstone, two of them right from the beginning. Their draws are pretty good. Their dice are very usable here. They will start probably skilling with Furina so as to delay the. Oh, no. Going to Risley straight away.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Once again, trying to do those alternative freeze lines because, since, Doom has access to freeze, of course, it comes extremely late. But, it is something to consider. You don't want to have, these elemental applications on important characters like Herald so early.
I guess that is fair. We have already seen players previously allow Risley to get hit by attacks pretty early on, because he does actually have a good amount of sustainability built in anyway. So I guess CJRS is okay with that, basically spreading the damage from Shenhe so that no one character is going to be too low by the time that burst is out.
Yeah, no, and also Risley themselves, or I really should say just CJR themselves, has been very good at managing perfect breakpoints. We're not gonna have to worry about something like Wolf's Gravestone here, but regardless, always keeping them at least 1 HP above lethal, which is a very difficult skill to do, in a high pressure environment.
I imagine the pressure on the players right now is going to be quite high. You would think that CJRS would be in a more comfortable position overall, but knowing that you are one game away from moving on to the knockout stage is also it can definitely take some space in your mind overall. Gonna go for the normal attack onto Risley instead.
Ooh. That is interesting and definitely. Or actually, no, it's Shenhe. It's not the biggest deal. I don't know. I would have appreciated that cryo application on him anyway, because that way CJR needs to figure out a way to cleanse it because Yelan is that endgame freeze sweeper.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I guess Doom wanted to get rid of some of the dice that maybe he didn't want to use so that Shenhe could burst a bit more easily.
Mm-hmm.
But there really isn't any harm as well in applying that cryo to Risley as of now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, at least it'll come out in Shenhe's burst, which 100% Doom should be dropping. I don't think there's any way you don't. And CJR, probably Risley skills as well.
Yeah, that does make sense here. Risley, as we know, is a character that is able to develop a lot of dice value just from attacking on his own. And because of the way that Doom has played, CJR is going to have more dice overall to work with this turn in comparison. So it could be a good time for Risley to just already start being a little bit more aggressive.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Let's take a look here. There we go. All right. Oh wow, actually that's pushing Risley really low. I do not like that.
CJRs does have Hydro Resonance. It will be a little less efficient since Herald is still full on HP, but wouldn't be too bad if he wants to make sure that Risley is still healthy. I'm pretty sure he should have a Macaron in hand as well.
Mm-hmm. That's the biggest thing when fighting against decks like these is that you don't ever want to, even one dice is enough for your opponent to just trick out and get a Moon Piercer proc and then do a free skill for 5, especially with Shenhe. She still has Icy Quote, she has Summon, and she has Weapon, so moves away to Farina.
Yeah, probably the wise choice here, just to make sure that Doom isn't going to be able to pull anything else out here. Xiao gonna come out as a quick swap.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's gonna be any more actions that Doom can play here. Yes, actually gonna pre-equip the gamblers pretty early. This is probably fine here since Doom does have both in hand already.
Mm-hmm. Yep, alright, there we go. Putting on the... I guess that's fine. I don't know. I feel like Mari Shosei Hunter fits better on the other characters, but hey, if CGR is planning to keep Farina around for a much longer time, might as well get some value out of it.
One thing that does surprise me somewhat is that all those forbidden knowledges that he spawned earlier,
Mm-hmm.
they haven't actually come out yet.
Yeah, no, it's only about like 5-ish, so it's really not the worst thing in the world, and they've already expended 2 of them, so they're already flushing through it pretty fast, honestly.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that I thought it would be affecting him a lot more than it has so far, but maybe it'll end up coming up later on. We will see. Doom gonna be able to end their turn early here, and that's actually a really nice setup because it means that whoever CJRS ends on will get hit by the Shenhe summon, and a swirl is guaranteed.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. Hmm. CJR is just, like thinking what they can do with their dice set, but I think you absolutely deploy the Farina summon with the healing variant because, Risley's already so low. You don't want to keep him there any longer.
Yeah, the Farina summon is one of the main factors that allows this deck to survive for quite a while. So another option is to maybe put the Herald out instead, since the talent is already equipped, could just eat all the damage from Xiao, but nope. CJR is actually gonna go for the healing with the Macaron and allow Farina to tank quite a bit
Mhm.
of damage at the next turn.
Yeah, she's definitely holding out. I don't know. I'm definitely surprised I did not see a skill, but not the biggest deal in the world. Serena is not sitting at a lethal just yet. She'll get getting close though.
Well, let's have a look here. CJRs, the dice not too bad at this stage. Doom gonna need to reroll quite a few of them. Actually, rerolls really well.
Mm-hmm.
So no dice of cringe here for either player. Doom going to have that turn priority, so should be able to equip a weapon onto Xiao straight away and do some good damage.
Yeah, probably thinking about that list here. Great move on Wagner's to even
Oh
the motion
wow.
here. Oh my goodness, that is pretty huge.
Literally the weapon you would want in that position. Going to be able to equip it straight away for free as well with the Golden House.
Yeah, you still are technically playing 2 dice for it, but no big deal. Oh, hello, Forbidden Knowledge. Good to see you again.
There it is. We were wondering how long it was taking for one of those to show up again.
Yeah. I wonder, I don't know, because Doom has been very adamant on just playing out the Forbidden Knowledge. I kind of wonder if they're actually going to go ahead and do it, but I don't know. Seems a little unnecessary, to be honest, to take
At
that
this
one.
point, like, I can understand him wanting to play and get rid of the earlier ones as soon as possible, but at this stage, I think you do actually keep it because we've already seen that it actually does have some value. Well, never mind.
Never mind. Oh
Oh,
my
never mind.
goodness. Well,
Never mind times 2.
yeah, you got punished for it this time. Oh well, here comes the skill. Lots of damage across the board.
A 3 damage swirl onto Herald. We see there the exact reason why Lear Armory and Shenhe with Cryo Swirls is such a powerful reaction overall. If there was one
Absolutely.
more icy kill, it would have been 3 damage on Risley as well. So Doom being able to set up for that at the end of the previous turn is a very nice position. And that immediately puts CJRs in a position of pressure where all of their characters are already kind of low.
Yeah, and effectively sitting in lethal range once Xiao gets their burst or Shenhe refreshes Icy Quills and then goes in for an attack. Not realistic this turn, mind you. It's probably going to be Xiao. But, someone will definitely fall here.
CJ has replaced his Vanarana with Vanarana to proc the Lumen Stone there.
Yeah, honestly, really good action order on the side of CJR. They had both Lumen Stones and they held out just enough so they could put in the treasure and then draw out said treasure. Of course, they didn't draw that many, but I'm sure there's more to come. Don't worry. Yeah, hey, look, there it is.
We do see more treasures being pulled out here, so CJR is gonna go ahead and heal Farina up to outside of the breakpoint here to make sure that Xiao doesn't get an easy kill. Even gonna commit a Macaron. The thing is, CJR really hasn't popped a lot of abilities yet. Farina Summon has not actually even been played up until now because they have been focusing more on healing due to the amount of pressure Doom has been outputting.
Absolutely. There we go. There's the summon, and now Farina is well past breakpoint. Even if Xiao does 4 damage, she's going to heal back up to 5. which then at that rate Xiao needs to burst. Otherwise, Farina will not be lethal.
Mm-hmm. Xiao should still be fairly safe to be the active character, considering that with no elemental application on him, there is no risk of a freeze happening, even with something like a quick swap. But if Doom wants to continue playing around the Shenhe summon, then he could leave Xiao until the end of round again.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think Xiao should just be going in for the attack. There's really nothing to backfill you, especially because of Farina. Of course, it's not going to happen until her burst, but she's getting pretty close, and you don't want her to free Shenhe.
CJR is gonna continue pulling treasures out of the deck here, but will eventually run out. I think that is around 4 or 5 treasures used now, and we know the second one hasn't been played just yet. CJRs will commit for the full Farina summon duration, refreshing it to 4 rounds. So definitely setting up for the long game. It's just whether or not Doom can finish things off before it reaches that point.
Yes, absolutely. I think, I don't know. In the position that Doom's in, they need a little more value, but I think they're mostly in position to actually do, and finish off the game within, the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. CJRs has slowed down their momentum quite a lot to respond to the damage from Doom. It's a very similar situation to what we saw earlier, where Lear Armory is a deck that is able to just outdamage a lot of healing stall decks as long as it's played aggressively enough. And here we can see that. CJRs, they've done a good job of keeping their characters alive up until now, but now they'll have a Xiao in a burst mode to deal with starting the next turn, and a Shenhe summon still to confirm a swirl.
Yeah, Xiao's going to be able to deal 5 and 6 damage respectively, thanks to the boost from the Yaksha's Mask. It's getting real scary out here.
I think this was a good play from CJR. It's going for the Tule Tula equip and staying on Farina since she would get healed up by her Singer summon anyway. To make so regardless, with all characters having cryo applied anyway, Xiao is confirmed to get a swirl going since there is no way to apply 2 different elements on him at the same time.
Absolutely, but I think Doom is probably gonna maybe push for the Yelan sweep, because of course you can do a lot of damage with Xiao, and they probably will stick on Xiao for a little bit, but as soon as anyone threatening comes out like Risley, fast swap into Yelan and put them in the freezer.
CJRS does have his own fast swap, but I don't think they're going to be able to do too much with it. In fact, it could be a consideration to maybe burst on Farina here, and then maybe sacrifice her, but you are also risking that Gambler's reset, which was applied by Doom very early on in the game.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness, treasures out the wazoo. Oh boy.
We did see CJRs play the second treasure earlier, so they've got more to pull out from the deck here, but I do feel like they're gonna end up running out of resources before Doom runs out of gas. I really like how aggressively he's been playing up until now, and you can see that CJRs is clearly having some difficulty keeping up.
Yeah, not even putting down the burst yet, which as much as it's going to cost you a lot of dice, I feel like if you're constantly getting hit and healing, you might as well get the burst out, so you can have lots of fanfare stacks going into future rounds, which may be the breakpoint difference that you need to make sure that you can lethal Doom's characters.
Yeah, I think CJRS is not quite ready to lose Farina just yet. We have to know now when it comes to decks like this that will be able to apply a lot of healing, you do end up losing efficiency in your AoE heals if you have less characters alive overall. So since CJRS isn't really ready yet for Risley to do his thing, he ideally wants to make sure that his characters are still around and kicking.
Absolutely. Yeah, pretty good pull on Doom's side. Used Forbidden Knowledge once more on Xiao. How ironic. There is the lethal, by the way, as expected, 5 and 6. But also Golden House and weapons. Doom is setting up for a pretty, once again, a very strong turn.
But that does end up proccing Curse of the Other Current. So it reduces the number of actions Doom can do for the rest of the round. Probably only one, max two if he still had Moonpiercer, but I believe they're both equipped already and there is no Unseen Razor. So CJR should only need to be worried about one more attack coming out of Doom this turn.
Indeed, the Razor remains unseen. Herald back to full. What are we going to do with all of these dice? Oh my goodness, 14.
This is the potential turnaround turn, actually, for CJRs. They've still got 11 dice. Doom has 5, with Curse of the Undercurrent. So Doom has to position this very wisely, because if he runs out of dice, Risley and Herald can start going to town.
Yeah, absolutely. Giving your opponent free reign, especially, with how low Xiao has gone, thanks to probably consuming A, too much forbidden knowledge, but also B, just being on field half of the time. Yelan's the only healthy character that could feasibly. I don't even know if I want to say that, because, let's see here. Herald has boost. It's going to be a 2 or 3 or 3 and 2. That's a lot. 5 damage. Risley. Yeah, I don't know.
You could actually say that Xiao is dealing with a lot of karma right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Abyss seems to want to mess with the Yaksha, which is the last mistake they will ever make, because I do... Not quite. They're close. They're very close to lethal, I believe.
Actually gonna go for another attack here. I think, yeah, because this is the follow-up attack, Doom knows for sure that Xiao is not gonna go down. And this is actually a bit of a tricky situation, because now they are going to be able to get a Gambler's Reset out. And because he has been using normal attacks instead.
Yeah, great moves. Yeah, so that's the big benefit of the Yaksha's Mask. You can still use normal attacks to make sure that you get that boosted damage and animo damage. There we go. Boom.
So that is going to be a single Gambler's Reset. It's not going to be enough to get another attack out unless Doom goes to Yelan and applies King Squire, which he actually can do, because CJRS has now switched over to Risley with the thought that this is now his time to actually do something.
Yeah, that would be a pretty huge turn, honestly. I really think that Doom would be able to capitalize on that significantly. Or maybe they're waiting because they know that CJR has so much extra healing that they'll hold that cryo app for next turn.
The safe play here from CJRs. Actually risking another Gambler's Reset, in fact, just to make sure that Risley won't get frozen this turn. Will this bite them a bit?
Yeah, hard to say. Yeah. Doom is thinking about it. Yeah, now that this is the case, like, okay, well, I can't fast swap anymore. There's no point. Do they want to strategize? They could definitely strategize. That wouldn't.
If they strategize, it's very unlikely they're gonna be able to pull out enough dice for another attack, and they would take away the ability to play Lithic Spear. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Lithic Spear is probably the call. Just make sure that Xiao takes a breakpoint.
Oh, and the Lumenstone proc gave him enough dice for another hit. So now there's even more dice left on the field again, and this... So there is no longer any chance of quick swapping Yelan with the King Squire to attack, because they already used the Wagner stacks to apply Lithic Spear instead. I think that's going to be all from Doom, unless Strategize pulls out like something godly.
Yeah, no, Strategize needs to pull out something insane, like a second Lithic Spear. Which that does not look like a second Lithic Spear, if you ask me.
Nope.
But as someone who makes them, not someone who actually can give you them.
Master Zhang would have actually gave Doom the chance to equip King Squire onto Yelan, but he no longer has enough dice to switch to her, equip it, and attack. With Master Zhang played as well. I think that's going to be it for this turn here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't believe Risley has Gambler.
Actually, hold on. No, still not enough.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't work out, unfortunately. Yeah, like I was saying, Risley shouldn't have Gamblers on them, but if they do, this would be a pretty clean sweep. Xiao goes down in one hit, and then, of course, you have to box through Yelan's 10 HP, which looks like Doom is willing to force CJR to do.
Yeah, you absolutely have to go over to Yelan here. She is the most healthy character, not at risk of being frozen, also able to proc that Cabrera, so maybe you pull something else out? Fresh win. That would have been nicer to have just a little earlier. Doesn't really have any value anymore now that Raisley is the only one left alive. Though, CJRS does still have an egg in hand, so it does still have some value.
Yeah, no, we can see that happen once more. We already saw in previous matches. It didn't quite make it to actually, help you out, but it's still pretty neat.
The goal now for Doom is to basically survive this round. CJRS is still gonna have a lot of attacks coming out here, including with those treasures. So depending on how much damage he's able to do here, it's going to be the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. There's the first one. No gamblers reset. 3.
Xiao will go down as well, definitely. But Yelan is the one Doom wants to keep alive, because with Cryo applied on Risley, one freeze is all it'll take.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness. This is it. Will CJR pull through, or is it doomed?
CJR still got 3 treasures. He's still got a couple of attacks out, but I don't think it's quite enough to take out Xiao and Yelan.
Yeah, the biggest thing that they have to look for is efficiency, because Risley, as long as they do those 2 actions, well, let's see here. Not even dice needs to actually expend a treasure right now if they want to do what they want, because chilling penalty works off of making sure that you have even dice, and then also trying to get to that burst. Of course, you need the energy first off, but you can see how it has only 1 cost of the cryo dice. Risley could actually have potential as long as CJR is super efficient with their dice.
CJRs does still have a line here. He has quick swap in hand, and I'm pretty sure that's an egg. Is that an egg? That's an egg, right? Yes.
Yep, that is an egg.
They can pull Herald out and freeze Yelan, depending on the circumstances. So that is probably what they're thinking about right now. Like, what circumstances, what positioning is necessary to secure this game? Risley will not be enough to finish it himself. I was thinking, does he want to save the egg for this round or surprise it for next round? But looks like we will see the Herald come back.
Yep. They're going to come back in. There we go. All the healing they need. Even has that extra cryo dice. Knocks out Xiao.
CJRs will still have a few dice to work with here. Leaving Herald in the back is actually an excellent play, because even if Yelan freezes Risley here, a quick swap into Herald will freeze Yelan back. And then Herald can take it from there.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And even 2 more treasures to seal the deal and Magic Countdown. CJR will be able to pull all the stuff out of their hand this turn.
Doom gonna roll pretty well there in terms of dice. CJR is definitely needing something else. But as long as they have enough for 1 attack on Herald, it's already okay. So they've already got that. It's just how much more they get.
Yep, Doom, after seeing Herald go up, probably realizes what's about to happen. They're like,
oh
no.
The egg play, honestly. Like, we've been seeing a lot of pretty effective egg plays happening throughout this Prince Cup.
Yeah, okay, Lithic Spear and the egg. We saw this last time as well. Doom probably should go for the egg on top of one of the characters that they feel that they find the most necessary, which would probably be Shenhe for that cryo application, and then King Squire, and then Lithic Spear. All that jazz is going to be able to push them pretty far ahead.
Basically, Doom still wins this if CJRs doesn't have a quick swap. That is what they're going to be thinking. However, it is also very unlikely that CJRs would remain in this position if they didn't have one. If they didn't have a quick swap, they would have tried to look for a way to end on Herald instead.
Doom's thinking about it's like, oh, do I do the egg? I don't know.
Yep, they do have their egg as well. But who would have more value of being brought back at this stage?
Definitely Shenhe because you just need to play with Hydro and Cryo and make sure one of those on the characters, whoever ends up being in last, will be able to freeze.
The timer is counting down. I'm gonna play that King Squire, buy a bit more time, equip Yalan.
Yeah, please
Doom
be
needs to
careful.
think about this very carefully.
Oh, no egg.
Not yet. They can still play it because they know that one attack from the Herald will not be enough to take out Yalan.
Yep, there it is. Oh,
Ooh,
another treasure
even more
too.
treasures.
My goodness. Yep. Oh, yeah. There it is.
And there's the quick swap that Doom would be the most worried about. So Yalan is guaranteed frozen. However, we have to note, Herald will not do enough damage to take her out here.
Yeah,
Doom can egg quick swap into another character.
Yep, and that would be able to buy them a little bit of time, but they're also facing up 11 dice. It is going to be very difficult to get from here, and I believe Countdown would be able to fix majority of that.
Here comes the egg. It's going to be on Xiao.
Neither.
Hold on. Litik. Master Wong Litik gonna be able to keep Xiao at 4 HP.
Yep, and then you're definitely gonna have to swap to him. There's not much else you can do. I would have gone for the fast swap, at least deal a good amount of damage before they go down.
Well, unfortunately, they don't have any more dice to deal damage with.
Yeah, indeed.
They would have absolutely quick swapped if they had enough dice to do some damage to the Herald. But they do not.
Yep.
Therefore, this is now CJR's win. Oh, Doom just concedes.
Yep.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, CJRS will be your final participant qualifying to the Prince Cup knockout stage.
Alright, yeah, and that is it. Oh my goodness. And they're not the only winner here because right below us we can see the raffle winners for the final raffle that we are doing for this section of the regular season.
Congratulations to the UIDs below. Look forward to receiving a blessing of the Welkin Moon within the next 10 business days. And congratulations to everyone who's been winning Welkin so far. And congratulations to CJRS. Doom put up a strong fight, but looks like the mathematician lives up to the title.
Yeah, absolutely. There weren't as many like super mathy plays, in this match necessarily, but I think overall, both players played really well. And unfortunately, once they saw the end games, they were very clear. It's like, yeah, no, it is over. I know it's over, and it's time to head and exit stage right.
Honestly, we are seeing some really powerful value from the egg play in the Freesley deck specifically. The opportunity to bring back the Herald once again is so valuable to enable freezing on characters that a lot of players would consider to be safe.
Yeah, Egg definitely struggled a little bit. In earlier matches, but this time it was the ultimate end game sealer. Very good for that to actually finally show up. That's super awesome. Here we go, the final bracket of Group D.
CJRs will join Dio as the two players from Group D who will be able to move on into the knockout stage and be one of the top 8 from the Prince Cup Pacific 2024.
That's right, folks. We have finally made it to the final group of the Prince Cup, and now your top 8 has been decided. Oh my goodness, what a journey it has been, eh, Staffa?
With that, we have officially concluded all of our matches for the Prince Cup Pacific regular season, and we are one step closer to making it to that knockout stage. It has been an amazing experience and an incredible journey as well, casting all of these games for y'all. I know that as someone who doesn't play a lot of TCG myself, I still definitely make some mistakes, still got a lot of improvement to do, but I'm glad that I'm able to learn it by watching these pros do their stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. The pros are the pros for a reason. There are some things that will absolutely we may not see sometimes, and we'll do our best, to look over those things and review it. But before we go, I do believe we have a few announcements that we want to make before, since again, this is the last stream that we're gonna have, before we see you some other time.
The next time we're going to see you guys, it is going to be at the knockout stage itself. And it's not just going to be for the Pacific region as well. The Atlantic Prince Cup will also be having their knockout stage. For those of you who are wondering when that will be happening, the Prince Cup Atlantic will be having their knockout stage from the 26th to 28th of July, whereas the Prince Cup Pacific, what you're watching now, will be having their knockout stage from the 2nd to 4th of August. So make sure you guys are around to check that out. We will be crowning a champion from this top 8.
Absolutely. Be sure to follow the Astro Carnival on Twitter/X so you can get all the updates. Subscribe to the YouTube channel and Twitch channel so that you can stay updated for all the tournament streams. We have, a little bit of a break, but a ton more of Genius Invocation action. All these 8 players that we've been building up over the many battles they have fought are now going to be on that live stage, and I cannot be more excited to see them get up there and compete for that massive $16,000 prize pool.
Indeed. But with that, that is officially the end of the regular season of the Prince Cup Pacific 2024. Thank you very much, travelers, for joining us this whole time. This is going to be all from us as well. My name is Stafa. This is Kojo. Very grateful that you've all joined us for this entire journey. We will see you guys at the knockout stage. Bye-bye.